Hey everybody, welcome back. It's not the JCLIVE show, Free Speech Friday. We are hanging out today, gonna watch this IPO, all right? Instead of having my tea like I normally do, we have a latte. I just have to have something different, cappuccino actually, just something different. Are you guys excited? Before I say hello to everybody, in the chat, let me know, are you excited? Because this is something that we've been waiting for a long time. I know that people that really do not like Elon Musk, they're not very excited about it. But the people that do like him or like the product, even more importantly, are very excited about this. Because this is something that I would have gotten into, to be completely honest with you. Let me just be clear first. I'm going to be bringing up my Thinkorswim, my Charles Schwab account, so you can see what's going on. I'm going to have the level 2s on, the charts. We're going to see halts, all kinds of stuff today. Today is going to be a very interesting day. I don't know how long I'm going to stay live. I might stay live for a very long time. We will see what happens. We'll see how the interaction and stuff is. But being a SpaceX Starlink person that have been creating about 760 videos as of now, this is really important to me because this means that they are getting bigger, and more money means that they're going to be doing a lot bigger things. The biggest thing obviously is the data center, getting to the moon and then eventually to Mars, but there's a lot of stuff in between, a lot of baby steps that I'm just going to go through, right? So today, I guess the question to I want to ask a question before I say hello, everyone. In the comments also, write what you think would be a good limit order for this IPO. The reason being is I'm going to place the order. I'm just going to get in just like small, 5, 10 shares, 20 shares or something, just to do it, because I know smart money isn't going to be exit liquidity, and that's what I would be purchasing stock today. And I don't mind that, okay? I don't mind throwing some money and letting some other people get rich, so to speak, every once in a while, right? We don't want to do it all the time, but it's okay, all right? It's okay for this time. So I'll just throw a little bit at it. I'm going to most likely, just so you know, I do not own Tesla. I don't own anything Elon. I have no affiliation with SpaceX, with any of his companies or anything, and I've never received a single penny from him or the company ever. Even though I've been making these 760 videos for the last 5.5 years. The reason I do it is because I love the product, and being on a 5-acre track, being out in the woods, so to speak, away from internet, this SpaceX Starlink was like revolutionary for my family. So I started broadcasting a lot of helpful how-tos and trips and tips and tricks and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's what I've been doing. Anyways, so that's kind of like the skinny. But let me know, it's obviously 135 will be the IPO, but that's not exact. That's not what it's going to come out at, right? You have a lot of people behind the scenes that are doing their deal. It's just gonna shoot up pretty quickly. But what would be your limit order? 145, 155, 65, 175, 200. What do you think, right? What do you think? I'm kind of gonna not take a poll, but I'm gonna kind of look through the chat and see what people's consensus is. Where do you think it'll be in the first 10 minutes? You know, how do you think this is just going to go parabolic and then call it a day for the day? And that's just going to keep on going up? I don't think so. All right. I think it'll do like every other IPO does. The only thing different here is we're only seeing about 550 some million shares. Like I think just over 5%, I think, of the full allotment. So I'll get into that later on too and explain to you how that's going to all work out and how things are going to become more and more liquid as time goes by, until finally you hit your 180-day mark where everything will be liquid. All the people that are on the sidelines that can't sell because of stipulations, we'll get into that, they will be able to. So by that 180-day, by that 6 months, you know, you're gonna know exactly what this price is going to kind of balance out at. So anyways, let's say hello to some people. Who do we got here? Who is in the chat? If you're new here, thank you for being here. All right. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. We do all space, SpaceX, Starlink, also Linux and AI on this channel. So that's what the channel's all about. David, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. David is in the house. We got John K. Wolf, tearing Elon up. I see that. I see that, John. I see it. I know you're not a fan. Honey Badger's here. How you doing, Honey Badger? KD5 JKH is here. R Gilver 7385 is here. ERV 77399 is here. Eric McMahon, I think. Yeah, it's small. Who else we got here? Eric Peterson's here. 3812. Fragile is in the house. How you doing, Fragile? Coming up with 155 for a good limit order, right to begin with. We'll see. Squishy 234. Hello. How are you doing? I have one for. Let me see here. What do we got? $140. 140. We got 140. We got a 155. What else we got? We got 150. That's Abby. Abby Road. Thank you for being here, Abby. So, anyways, if you're new, say hello in the chat. And if you have an idea of what would be a good IPO, I guess, release price, bear in mind, all right, we're like an hour before the exchange opens or right around there. I don't know, give or take. But understand that this IPO is not going to go live at 9:30. I'd seriously doubt it. Maybe not 10, maybe 10:30, 11. I don't know. But we will see what ends up happening. Let me switch over real quick. Let me just make sure we got this coming here. Hang in there one second. Let's see. Do we got that going? We do. That's good. All right. So this way you can see what we're dealing with here. This right here is Tesla. I just threw Tesla up here just to see what was going on with Tesla. But obviously, we're going to be watching SpaceX today. What I also did, and you guys can help with this, is I put together some, let's call them sympathy stocks, or stocks that should go up with SpaceX. And you can see here, I have ADI. You could watch these if you want. So we have ADI at the very top over here. If you take a look at this, ADI is analog devices. And if you look at the prices on all of these, we got AMAT, AMD. We all know who AMD is. We got AVGO, CRS, GPN. We have GMMN, which is Garmin, IRDM, LXX or LHX. We have Light. So if you go down here, I also have NVIDIA. I got Qualcomm, all the big names, right? SAT has been doing really well. RTX, RK Lab, that's Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's been doing exceptional. So just take a look at these. If there is some others that, let's call them sympathy stocks that are going to go up with Elon Musk SpaceX stock, let me know what the ticker is and what the stock is, what the name is. And I'll put it in here into this list and we'll watch it during the day too. Or at least the morning, so we can see exactly what's going on with it and see if they are actually kind of working as we thought they would. The other thing that I found interesting is I was reading some of the news and I found that some of these ETFs that are doing like low highs on them and that are running either with the stock or against the stock, they were told to basically shut it down. They were supposed to go live at the same time that SpaceX went live, but they told them that they cannot until Monday. Not to, I guess, steal any of the thunder of SpaceX. So I thought that was very interesting, right? That they would do that. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, this is, no matter how you look at it, this is the biggest IPO in history, right? In history. We're looking at, 1.77, I think it is. Let's call it just under $2 trillion IPO. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. What else we have here? 150 is a number, 140, We have also, I'm doing 150 and 175. That's from Peter Wagner. All right. Once again, if you have a limit order in for SpaceX stock, let me know what it is. So our high right now, the low is 140 that I've seen, and the high I see here would be 175. Remember, the first few minutes are going to just, I would imagine, okay, I'm going to predict that this thing will just go parabolic for a good period of time. And the reason being is you're looking at like, what is it, 500 some million shares, like 5% of the number of shares. That's all that we're going to see, 5%. So that, it artificially makes extreme volatility because those same 500 million shares, let's call it, are going to change hands who knows how many hundred times. So it's like we're not going to see the full, obviously the full amount for some time. And I told you I was going to tell you about this, and this is kind of important. And this was something that I read in the S1. And any of you guys could read it. I think, God, how many pages? It was like 240 pages or something crazy. I ended up throwing the S1 into my Truth Engine, that local AI that I built. I put if you haven't seen the book, take a look at my website, JCristina.com/shop. Pick it up. It's just a live book. It's a living book that shows you exactly how to build your own Truth Engine. And it's a local AI. So you don't have to use ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or Perplexity or Claude or whoever. You use your own. So anyways, I threw the 200 and some pages into it, and I just got a whole bunch of bullet points out of it, which makes things so much easier. Anyways, so the earnings, we're looking at an unlock at earnings. So it'd be Q2 earnings of 20%. And when we say unlock, that means that people have stock that are not allowed to sell until a specific period of time or some event has occurred, right? So we have Q2, 20% of the the stock will be unlocked. That would be Q2 earnings report. It's usually like a day after, I think. Anyways, don't quote me on that. Just so you know, I'm not like some financial guy here. I'm not a CFP, a certified financial planner. That's not what this channel is all about. It's all about SpaceX and enjoying the fun ride. Hopefully this launch is not going to end up in a RUD, which I don't think it will. I think they'll do really quite well today. But either way, the next thing would be the Q2 price condition. So if 30% above the IPO, so the IPO, let's say, is 135. It needs to be 30% above that. And if it stays above that, there's another 10% unlocked. So now we'll have 30% unlocked. That's still in Q2. Then we have a time-based unlock. Once again, this is according to the S1. So at 70 days, you have 7% unlocked, additional 7%. 90 days, 7%, 105, 7%, 120, 7%, 135, another 7%. And then at that Q3 earnings report, there will be 28% unlocked. So that would be a cumulative of 93%. And the final 7% will be at, obviously, that 180 days. At that point, at 180 days, let's call it 6 months, we will have every single stock unlocked, meaning that anyone that owns stock, even previous to this IPO, can now sell it. So 100% unlocked by 180 days. I might go through that one more time. I know it's like kind of lengthy, but I might go through it maybe one more time in about a half an hour or an hour because people want to know this stuff. So that's kind of what we're doing. SpaceX still is not moving at all. I think I'm just going to throw Tesla. So we have Tesla up on here instead. See what Tesla's pre-market looks like. Kind of interesting. They're not doing. That was one of the other questions I had. What do you guys think about what Tesla would do? There was a feeling that I had that Tesla would actually do worse because a lot of people were going to kind of move their money into SpaceX from Tesla But then the other side to that would be maybe not, because maybe they would like to get into SpaceX kind of on the side by going through Tesla instead. I do believe, now I don't know what you guys think, but I do believe that we will see a day where Tesla and all the rest of the companies will join into one. All right. So it'd be one big mass conglomerate of this unbelievable company that owns the entire vertical market of everything. Like literally, they're with Terafab, they're making the chips, right? So with Terafab, you have the AI5s that are coming out. The AI5s are the ones that are going to go into the Optimus robot, and also they're going to be going into the Tesla car. So that's the AI5s. This is coming out of Terafab. And then you also have the D3s. The D3s are the radiation hardened chips. Those radiation hardened chips will be going into the data center in space. All right. And I've talked to this ad nauseum about it's not really a data center like a structure like we would see here on Earth. They're going to do it a little bit differently. They're going to be setting it up more like your mesh network in your home, whereas there's going to be thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 nodes of satellites. And each satellite, you can consider it, I don't know if you're a computer person, you understand what a rack looks like. If you go into like a CO, a central office, or some data center somewhere, you see a rack, right? Well, that rack is the equivalent to like one rack for one satellite. Okay, just to get an idea. So just think about, let's say 10,000 of them all hooked together at the speed of light using laser communication. So that's really interesting to me, because this is something that I predicted over a year ago, and now it's actually coming to pass. And people thought I was like crazy. And the reason I said this is because you cannot cool down a data center that's massive. There's no way to do it. And I did the math. Like, you would have to have radiators the size of multiple football fields to be able to radiate the heat, because obviously there's no atmosphere, so you can't blow onto like fins of a radiator. It doesn't work that way. It has to radiate, and that takes time and it takes space. So anyways, so that's kind of like what is going on, and that's, I think, going to be one of the bigger things in the future, besides getting to the moon and then having the moon as a kind of like a slingshot to Mars. That's what we will eventually see. But hopefully it happens in my lifetime. We will see. Let me get back into chat. What do we have here? 150, we got $140. Oh, here we go. We got someone in there with $175 and $176 with a pre-market order in there. What do we got now? It's not quite 9 o'clock. I think by 9 o'clock, I'll throw a limit order for, I don't know, 10, 20 shares or something in there, just so that we got skin in the game, just to do it. And maybe I'll pick one of you guys' numbers. I like the 176. I kind of like that. It's not bad. 176 kind of makes sense. CD Mobley 1 says I bought 2 Bitcoin worth. Nice. I like that. That's a bunch. That's a bunch. Tesla will not merge. All right. Well, you could be right. You could be right. I mean, we know that with Terafab, they're kind of working together, right, to create these chips, because at Terafab, you're creating chips for Tesla and you're creating chips for SpaceX, right? So, and the Terafab plant is going to be massive. If you watch the latest interview with Elon, he talked about that plant, and it's just stupid, you know, like how big, just absolutely massive, and multiple structures too, not just like one, multiple. So the other thing that was really big lately, if you guys are a SpaceX Starlink users, we just found out from Elon that there's 2 new dish that came out, right? The Rev 5, Revision 5, which look really kind of cool. Anyone that's like an off-gridder, off-roader, someone that's out and about is going to love the new Mini, the rugged, they call it. It looks more like, you know, military. It's like really thin. and it's bigger. I think it's like 30% larger or something like that. But it's thinner. And the reason it's thinner, there's multiple reasons, but they took out the GPS. There's no more GPS receiver in there, which is interesting. That just means that they have such a large number of SpaceX Starlink satellites in orbit, they can use them as GPS, and the returning information is as good, if not better, than classic GPS. That's huge. So they also consolidated all of their heat producing stuff into the center of the PCB, leaving all the exterior open for your phased array antenna, right? And that makes sense for heat and heat distribution, because that's one of the biggest things when it comes to electronics is distributing heat. You know, if you don't distribute the heat, what do you end up with? You end up with things start running slower, right? You end up with thermals that are just out of whack, and you get, you know, kind of like either thermal shutoff or thermal slowdowns, one or the other. So you got to keep them cool. Let's see, moving on. Who else we got here? We got Robot Andy. How are you doing, Robot Andy? Who else we got here? Let's see. Rose Nardo, to the moon. Yes. Solo Mana G something something. How are you doing? Hello. Let's see. Hi, Possum. How are you doing? Howdy. Thank you for being here. Mark TB is in the house. Will Tesla stock be absorbed into SpaceX stock or remain separate? It's going to remain separate for now. I just have a funny feeling that eventually it's probably it'll end up, there's at least one person said that it won't, but I just have a feeling that it'll eventually just come together. But, you know, don't quote me. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a CFP, a certified financial planner. I'm not an analyst. You know, I am a SpaceX Starlink guy. This channel is all about space, SpaceX, Starlink, AI, and Linux. That's what I do. So we're kind of here for fun and kind of enjoying the ride. Like I would say that we're probably going to be sitting in these 5-minute halts due to market volatility or due to stock volatility over and over and over today. Lots of halts. And we'll be able to see it, because if you look down here, if you see this blue area, matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up a little bit further so you can see more of it. This blue part on the lower, I guess on your screen, the lower right-hand side, that right there is your level 2. So we'll be able to see the ins and outs as these things, you know, go either through NASDAQ or through whichever. But also on the right-hand side over here, we're going to see the time. This is really important, times and sales, because this is the actual time and sale. If we look over here on this left side, this is kind of like expectations. Let's just look at it that way. Obviously, it gets more detailed than that. We'll see, like, you know, orders for like 10,000 shares that are only up for like 5 seconds or 4.9 seconds. This is all AI trading. The amount of stock that is actually being traded automatically is insane. All right, absolutely insane. The amount of people that are actually pushing the buttons and putting in information is becoming less and less and less these days. They're just not happening. But you'll see, you know, all of a sudden you'll see some crazy volume. Like right here, we just saw on this Tesla, we saw 5,717. You know, that's just out of the blue at 399. It's a good buy, you know, good purchase right there. But that's locked in. That's actual volume. That's actually done. And like I said, over here on the left-hand side, when you have your TNS or your times and sale, this right here is the actual sales, and you can actually see them. 300 shares, 25 shares, you know, 10 shares, 40 shares. And we look down this row, there goes a sale of 720 shares. So this is real time. So you can kind of see what's happening. So you can see which market the majority of the sales are going into. And then, of course, you can see your time and sales too, which is good. So we're going to be watching this. Down here at the bottom, I stuck in volumes. so that we can see, is it like an aggressive red bar? So we have like a lot of negative or a lot of sales pressure. If you see green bars down here at the bottom, well, the green bars is obviously positive or buying. So that's kind of how I have it set up. I made it very easy here. I do have, let me see, what do we have here? No MACD, but we have, let me pull up the study so you can see what we got here. So I have let me see, we have a moving average, 9, and of course we have the VWAP, which is your VWAP. Now for me, I like watching the volume weight. Those averages really, to me, help a lot. If you look at this, you have a middle of the volume, which would be this purple. You have the low of the volume average, which would be the yellow. And then you have this green, which would be the top. And you kind of get an idea here just by looking at this. When things are moving above this middle ground, that's when we start seeing a lot of this positive stuff. As soon as it broke free right here of this middle portion, it immediately dropped. And it's down to what, 397 now here? That was a big drop. And now it's actually under the bottom of this volume weighted average. So anyways, that's what we got going on in here, just so you get an idea. Over here on the left-hand side, I have the symbols. And like I said, if you have any stock symbols that you consider are, let's say, sympathy stocks, like I have in here some really good ones like RKLB, which is your Rocket Labs. Of course, we have NVIDIA because a lot of the chips, we have uranium, we have like just a ton. So look down that. If there's one that you have that you think is just, it's going to move with SpaceX Starlink's move, let me know, give me this symbol, and I'm going to stick it in here too so we can see it. Now, once this starts going, I'm going to order this, not by SpaceX being at the top or anything. I'm going to order it most likely by change, by percentage change. And I'm going to guess SpaceX is probably going to be on the top today, or pretty close to the top. But you could look at all of these sympathy stocks, as we call them, and you look at the prices. Look at the prices: $400, $500, $300, $500. So they're very expensive, the majority of them already. So these are not cheap stock, but they're stuff to look at. And a lot of people are playing these instead of playing SpaceX now. And the reason being is they know SpaceX is at a point right now that a lot of the people, the movers and shakers, they're going to take the lion's share of the money today. And they don't want to be kind of like, someone's, exiting liquidity, right? They don't want to be that person that's like holding the bag for all these other people that got in early. And I get that. And that makes sense. I mean, I get it. So I think it'll be interesting how this all plays out. Anyways, if you look at the bottom, I have messages. Most likely we'll see in the messages, we're going to see pop-ups of halts, halt again, and maybe halt some more. And we're going to see halts on the way up, and we're going to see halts on the way down, because people are going to be taking a profit. That's just how it is. People are going to be in and out, in and out, in and out. There's some people that play this type of high just velocity market. They play it by the 10 seconds, 50. They're buying and selling thousands of shares within 10 seconds. And that's it. When they start seeing things moving up, they're buying 1,000, selling 1,000, buying 1,000, selling 1,000, starts turning around, they stop. So, and there's people that are going to make just a ton of money on this volatility today, for sure. So we're going to see a lot of ins and outs on that TNS, on that right-hand side all day. And then at the very bottom, I put news. Now, this news is a whole bunch of different news organizations. So there's like 10 or 12 of them. And anything that comes up that looks like it's a value, I'll click on it and I'll read through it, right? So we have like everything kind of going on here. So we can actually sit back and watch the madness. So what do we have a consensus of here? We got 175 to 176. What else? Anyone else have a number? What do you think would be a good limit order for pre-market of SpaceX Starlink, or excuse me, SpaceX, SPCX before it goes and launches the IPO. Remember, the IPO most likely will not launch at 9:30, maybe 10:30, maybe 11. Who knows, right? They judge it based on once things start. You start getting balance when there's balance between what's going on. Anyways, so we got a couple of other ones. We got the ARC X. That's the EFT that has SpaceX stock. Nice. I don't think I have I don't think I have the EFTs in here, but let's just put ARC F in there. Let's see. Yeah. All right. I threw ARC F in there. That is. I have a whole page just for EFTs, but I'll move it later. That's fine. That's cool. So let's see. Okay, Charles Schwab says around noon. There you go. E-Trade partially filed IPO. Nice. That is from David and Eric. All right. Alan says my goal is to own a share once live. Yeah, why not? Right. That's honestly my goal too. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not here to day trade. I'm not here to invest, because investing in an IPO at the time of IPO probably works maybe 10% of the time, maybe 20, probably more like 10. For the most part, if you look at any of the big IPOs, just look at them and see what the price was and what they were after like 6 months or something. It's always less. It's almost always less. So if you want to invest, I don't think today is the day to invest. Today is the day to just enjoy, kind of the antics as they are. And, that's just my personal opinion. There's people out there that will say this is going to be such a big IPO that there's nothing they can do wrong, right? So it's possible. It's definitely possible. Let me see. Yeah, Robinhood, partial filing. Yes, E-Trade, which is what was that? E-Trade. What was it? E-Trade, Ameritrade, Charles Schwab. There's like so many of them. They're like, have you guys been seeing Robinhood? Robinhood has been doing pretty well, really well compared to. I remember looking at Robinhood stock. That was like right around like COVID time, somewhere around there, and it was like nothing. It was like in the teens or something, 23. I don't know. It was so cheap, and now it's actually doing quite well. Let me see. 25% request. I was allocated 25% of requested. That's pretty good. So thank you for that. This is from Zero My. Zero My says, I was allocated 25% of requested. So if you don't know what that is if you are with a broker that has stock beforehand, let's say, they have access to X number of stock. Remember, Elon said that 30% of the stock is going to be going to retail. In comparison to the norm, it's like 5%. So what that means, the allocation of 25% is not really too bad. That means there's still a lot of pressure, obviously. If not, the allocation would have been 100% for Zero My or Oh My. I don't know if it's zero or no. I guess we'll call it Oh My. So the 25% is actually, let's just say, a quarter of allocation. So if you put in a request for 100 shares, you get 25 shares instead of the 100. That's really not bad. Can I ask you, Oh My, that got the allocation of the 25%, which broker did you get the 25% from? Where did you, which one was it? Was it Robinhood? Was it a Charles? Was it Fidelity? Who was it? I'd be interested in knowing. SATA. What is SATA? What is SATA? Let me see. Let's take a look. What is SATA? I'll throw it up on the big screen. What is it? All right. No, nothing comes up on it. Interesting. All right. Who is SATA? Thank you for the symbol. Let me know who it is. I could look it up on one of these other screens, but let me see. You dropped 20% yesterday. Dropped to 20. Really? That's Tom. Tom said that he dropped to 20% yesterday. I guess you're referring to Elon and the 30% retail. My orders are in. All right. E-Trade allocation. Here we go. So that's from OMI. E-Trade allocation done about 20 minutes ago. So there you go. So E-Trade, you put in a request and got filled for 20% of the out of the 100% put in. Not bad, really. Not bad. Yeah, CD Mobley One says to be serious. I wish I would have bought a bunch of VRAM cards 2 years ago. Exactly. I mean, just RAM is through the roof. Hard drives are through the roof. You know, I was looking at some Western Digital, some blacks for like NAS drives for my Unraid system. Matter of fact, that's why I wrote that book over there, How to Create a Digital Fort Knox, Backing Up Your Digital Life. I built an Unraid system that's been running ever since that, about 4 years now. Anyways, so I just wanted to expand the number of terabytes that I have in it, and I'm like, what is going on with the drive prices? And they're literally, I looked at my orders, my previous orders, like last year, I think it was, or a year and a half ago, and they're more than double for the same amount of capacity. I'm like, geez. I mean, it started out with GPUs, and then it went from GPUs, and then it went into, obviously, the hard drives, and memory is just through the roof. I mean, you can't even, like, the Sims are just nuts now. You get DRAM, I don't know. But yeah, I wish I bought a lot of it too. That would have been some money right there. So what are we gonna put a buy-in for? Just to do it. Let's see. Let me go and bring this up real quick. And let me see if here we go. How many do we want? Let's see. We have a limit order. It's set for the day. Chances are this will not get filled, but who knows? What should the price be? Come on, guys. What do we got? Let's get 10 shares. I'm just going to put in here. I think someone said, I like the number of 176. I like that number. That was a pretty good number. I'm just going to put in here 176. Just to stick it in there. Why not, right? We'll put it in there for just for the day. I'm not going to put a stop on it or anything, because whatever happens with it happens with it. It's just for fun. So we'll just stick that in there for right now. Let me go ahead and stick it in there. Yes, yes, yes. 1,700 something, like, let's say, done. All right, so we stick it in there. We'll just let that sit. Obviously, we're not going to see anything here from SpaceX until it does go live. So I'll put, let's go ahead and let's put Rocket Labs on here. There's Rocket Labs. Let me see what they look like here. We'll do, that's what they're looking like right now. Rocket Labs has been pretty crazy. Let me go and bring up just like a 20-day chart on Rocket Labs. So there you go. They have been just so, they've been at a tear. Look at that, 156. That's in 20 days, right? With a low of 101 for Rocket Labs. But now look at this. Let's just do like a 1 year out on Rocket Labs, right? Look at what it started at. The low was $25. It's just, this is a 1 year chart. Look at this, just constantly stepping up, constantly stepping up. You know, that to me is just serious. That's just strong. That's just strong. And they were just talking about that. Matter of fact, I think it was on the news this morning before I came into the studio. They were talking about Rocket Labs and how it was doing so well. And it could be another one of those players where people don't want to or can't afford to get into SpaceX because it just ramps up, it goes parabolic, and they're like, well, what can we get into instead? And that's one of the reasons why I was thinking about Tesla. What is Tesla going to do? Is it going to go down because people are reallocating? Or will Tesla go up because people want to still get in bed with Elon because they love the product, but they don't want to come in on an IPO and once again be someone else's exit, be exit liquidity and be left held in the, holding the bag. So I don't know. So anyways, we put in an order for 10. We'll see, just to do it. Who cares? We'll do a, most likely I will quote unquote invest in SpaceX, but it will not be until probably the next, I think the 30 percentile. What did we say? 30%, yeah. So 30%. So you'll have at the Q2 earnings, right? There'll be a 20% unlocking, and then as of Q2 price conditions, and the price conditions is 30% above the IPO price, and they will unlock an additional 10%. So that would be a cumulative of 30% unlocked at the 2026 Q2 earnings. So that's to me a good point to get in, because you're going to have another 30%, a very large amount of liquidity come into the market, and we're going to see a lot of sell-off because people want to take their profits. They've been waiting around. So, and then the rest are going to be 70 days. We got 7%, 7%, 70%. So you got 70 days, 90 days, 105 days, 120 days, and then finally 135 days. It's all 7%, 7%, 7% unlocked. And then finally, at the very end on Q3 earnings, we're going to see 28 additional percent unlocked, which will turn into a cumulative of 93%. And then the last 7% will end up being unlocked on the 180 day. So as of 180 days, will be fully unlocked. But I think the biggest change, obviously, because the 70, 90, 105, 120, 135 are all 7%. The biggest change is going to be for Q2 earnings. And as long as the stock price is over 30% of the original IPO price, we're going to see that full 30% instead of just 20% unlocked. That to me is probably, for me, a good spot to get in. But who knows, right? Like I said, I'm not some market guru or anything. I'm just giving you my information, is the way I see it. You guys are smarter than I am when it comes to this stuff. Let me see here. Let me see. We're going to see a ton of up halts, down halts, volatility halts. It's going to be, we're going to be on these 5-minute breaks over and over and over. So someone was saying that they're looking at a 12 o'clock, a noon IPO, which probably makes sense. Maybe even 11 o'clock, somewhere right around there. It's not going to go off at 9:30. I can almost guarantee you that. It's just not going to happen. So we will see what ends up happening with this. This is going to be fun. The whole IPO, what some people understand or don't understand is we're not really watching valuation yet, right? We're watching liquidity discovery through an auction process. Let me repeat that. Liquidity discovery through an auction process. So it's not really, we really, you just don't know what is the true value of this. Because if you actually did the numbers, I mean, hell, NVIDIA is profitable, a ton more profitable. If you want to invest in something that is steadfast, that actually has earnings, that is in this market. I mean, shit, NVIDIA is a great place to be. I mean, there's a lot of stock like that. This is more speculation, but I think that's what makes it fun. I don't know. Let me see here. Oh, if you guys, I forgot to tell you, if you have, a question for me specific, or if you want me to see something so that it pops up in yellow on my screen so that I don't miss it, put at JCristina. All right. So if you do at JCristina, like the channel name, at JCristina, then your question or whatever, it'll immediately pop up. All right. Also, definitely go over to the website. I'll stick that in here. Take a look at some of the merch. Also, take a look at my new book, The Truth Engine. See if that's something that you would like to do. I built the Truth Engine basically so I have my own local AI. I tested 36 AI models, and I created different RAGs and different system prompts and all kinds of stuff. I put about over 70 hours worth of work into it, and I came up with the Truth Engine. And what's nice about it is it just tells you the truth. If it doesn't know something, unlike ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, Claude, and all the rest of them that lie to you, that tell you these like fabrications, and they come up with just all kinds of craziness, this will say, I don't know. And that was the hardest thing for me to program into this local AI, was just simply saying, I don't know. Ask me a different way. I can't find it on the web. Also, I took down the guardrails, meaning that if an answer is sitting out here in the outer periphery, whereas let's say, for example, Claude only allows you to look here because stuff on this area out here in the outer periphery has to do with maybe the kinetic event that's happening, okay, in the Middle East, or maybe some type of virus that has happened, or something that it doesn't want you to know about, or it wants to kind of do this deal. Well, the Truth Engine will give you the actual information out here. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't have feelings. It just doesn't care. All right. So definitely take a look at that. Once again, that is a live book, meaning that every time I change the RAG, or I change a system prompt, or I add some frequently asked questions into it, you will get notified in your email and say, hey, the book has changed. Do you want to download the latest copy? And you just say yes, and it'll send it over to you. It's free, right? So you're not paying for like all of the updates. So I was working, matter of fact, 2 nights ago on it for about 3-4 hours in the middle of the night, developing some new systems behind the scenes. So, but yeah, there's a lot that's going into that. So definitely take a look at the Truth Engine. And like I said before, at JCristina, because as more and more people get into the chat now, we have like close to a couple hundred. During launch times, usually we have like 1,000. You know, we have like 800-900 or whatever. It gets to be crazy in the chat. And if you don't have at JCristina, I don't see the question. I figure that you guys are talking amongst one another. So keep that in mind. What do we got here? T-minus what? 9 minutes till launch? My question to you guys, if you are a SpaceX Starship person, you know I cover Starship for the last 5 years, whatever it is. Been forever now, it seems. But will it rud? Will it do well, or will it blow up? That's the question. I think it's going to do. I think this stock is going to do really well. I think we're going to see very little short selling, especially at the onset. Maybe midday we might see some people that have like brass ones push in a few shorts here and there, seeing that things are going to start doing this. At first, I really do believe this is just going to go parabolic, but we will see. We will see. Let me, we can't put SpaceX obviously on there because it'll be a dead chart. I'll throw Tesla back on there just for now so that we can see what Tesla is doing. I always like to know, what Tesla is doing, because look, I mean, if we look at the 1 year on the Tesla, I mean, it got up to almost $500 with a low of $288, and that was back, way back in July. So, that's a big deal. I mean, you're looking at almost a doubling, not quite, but that's a pretty big deal. And, I threw these bars in here so we can see kind of like where this low touched. And that was right around that 350 mark. And then we had a lot of stability, a lot right here at this top line here, which would be 450 mark. That was a pretty decent mark to kind of keep in mind of where things could be. So we will see. We'll see what ends up happening. We can see this at the very top. We see this head and shoulders deal going on here. We knew this thing was going to head down. It was no question. But that's when it was $450. It went all the way down to 330s, right?
And now it went back up to like 40 something, 404. What was it? Over here, yes, 450. And as of right now, what is it at? 404, I guess. So let me change this back to the 1 minute, 1 day chart so we know what's going on here. And we will take a look at yesterday's market and what's pre-market going on right now. So, I mean, if we look at it from yesterday, we were sitting at 380, and it's, you know, bounced up. What, $24 was the high, and then it went back down to 397, and now we're at what, 400 and change, right? There is, look at this volume right here, 34,000 at 400. That's some serious volume going on right there. That is some serious volume. And if we look, if we just look at the right-hand side, the TNS, your times of sales, just look at the green to the red, and you'll know what's going on. You know, if you're seeing a ton of green, there's a lot of buying going on, right? But if you see all of a sudden a ton of red, people are getting out of Tesla. So it seems like it's pretty much a 50-50 wash. It doesn't seem to me that there's a lot of pressure one way or another, even though SpaceX is going to IPO within a couple hours, let's call it. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know. What say you guys? What do you think? What do you guys think? Once again, at JCristina, Eric says Yahoo Finance will show a SpaceX chart after open, I believe. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so this, we will have the SpaceX chart up. It'll be live, running on a 1 minute. And I'll probably bounce back and forth from the 1 minute to the 5 minute. 5 minute gives you a little bit more stability. You can kind of see what's going on. When you're sitting at that, you know, 1 minute, it's just constantly banging. And, you know, we can see what's going on with the level 2. Anyways, you can see the ins and outs. This blue, if you guys don't know it down here, this is the level 2s. So you can look here. So if you just think about it this way, everything on this side will be like what we think might happen. You know, they're offers, let's just call it. But we have to understand that a lot of this is mechanical or automation trading these days. So you might see, you know, a buy order for 30,000 shares, something crazy, and then it's only there for like 4 seconds and it's gone. This is done on purpose. Okay, like these ghost trades that happen, and the systems are doing this continuously. So I feel like there's more automation, more computers that are trading the stock market than people these days, which is just, it's just crazy. But that's the world we live in. That's the way it is, you know. If you can write a good piece of software to make you money, good. Go ahead and do it. Maine-made homesteader says, I just put in an order for 150 at 135 each. Should check in about 5 years to see if it was a good. Yeah, well, so just understand, this is for a Maine-made homesteader. When you put in an order for 135 at the IPO open, the chances of you actually getting filled at 135 is probably not going to happen because of the ramp up. The amount is just, because it's almost like an auction kind of thing going on, right? So it's behind the scenes with Robinhood, with Fidelity, with Schwab, with whoever, right? So they're giving it, usually it goes to like their top members, let's just call it, the ones that actually have, you know, 100,000 or more. Like, for example, at Charles Schwab, you need to have, I think it's like 100K. Don't quote me, but I think it's like 100K. If you have 100K, then you can put in like pre-market order for the shares. Basically, it's a request form for the shares. Say, I want to buy this number of shares at this price, and then you give it to them, and they might fill you or they might not. They might give it to you or might not. Who knows? So let me see. Gwen is at the NASDAQ ready to ring the bell. Absolutely. Yes. And Elon is there too. Absolutely. This is once again, this will be big. I mean, obviously it's the biggest in history, right? No matter how you look at it, the largest in history. So let me see if they have any coverage on here. If you guys have a link to the live coverage, let me know, because I'll throw some up if we can. Right now we have, obviously, we're sitting at 2 minutes out. I'm going to throw up right now the SpaceX, even though we're not going to have any information, pretty much, but that's okay. So here we go. We say it's showing waiting for data because obviously it's not live as of yet, but we will leave that there for now. So as soon as it does go live, that's going to immediately pop in. And also we can see down here, this is actually 176. You see this green right here? That's my limit order that I stuck in there, guys. I just stuck that in there just for fun, all right? Just for fun. I'm not investing on the IPO day. I think it's most likely, let's say, not a good idea, but some people will make money doing it. I think a lot of people will make a lot of money on this IPO based on the volatility. That's going to be a big deal, right? That's going to be a really big deal. And people will be in and out, 15-second trades, 20-second trades all day long, making a good amount of money. But I don't have brass ones nor the inclination to do so. So we have the market coming up. Yep, here we go. We're live. Everything is blinking and flickering. That's good. We are at what? The Dow is up to 90,300. And what do we got here? 40 on the NAS, I guess. 45 down on the NAS, 300 up on the... So nothing obviously coming in here. Once again, if you have a link to a live feed, I just took a look at the SpaceX X page just to see if they have anything over there. They don't. I'm going to take a look at SpaceX.com also. Maybe they have a feed, just like launch. And let's see, they don't. I would think that they would want to do that. That would be, I think it would be a cool thing to do, but I guess not. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, here we got. Oh, we got some live here. Here we go. So they do have something from the NASDAQ coverage, opening bell. They just stuck it on to, they just put it on to X. So if you guys go to x.com/SpaceX, you're going to see it. I'm going to, let me see. Can I bring this up? Let me see. Let me break this out. Be kind of interesting. So yes, so they do have it. Take a look on SpaceX, and let me see what we can do here. That must be amazing. He gets to ring the bell. Ring the bell. All right, here we go. Let me go into here. Bear with me, guys. Okay, let's do this and this. Okay. Let's see what, yeah, we're still We're still sitting. Nothing is live as of yet. I'm going to leave this up though. Let's see what this, if we can get this thing to work. Might be able to do it. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this for you guys so I can stick it in here. Figure we can watch it at the same time. Maybe I'll stick it inside here for us just to see what's going on. Something like this. What are we thinking? Not bad. We'll leave that for right now. Okay. All right. So we will leave that there so we can see what's going on. And like I said, if you want to go and actually look at that, you can. If you go to the X and then go to x.com/SpaceX, you'll be able to see the same exact thing. I just figured I'd stick it in there because there's nothing currently, obviously, because the IPO hasn't gone live yet. So we can't see it as of yet. But that's okay. That is all right. Let me also, let's see. All right, good. All right, so as of right now, let me put this right back in here. Let's see. All right, this is good. Yeah, so as of right now, we don't have anything. Nothing has gone on as of yet. But of course, the ringing of the bell will that's like obviously the big thing. And just him being there, Gwen with that, I just think that's that's just fun, right? That's just cool. I can't even imagine how, doing this for so many years must mean, what it must mean to them to actually now seeing something kind of come to fruition, right? This is really big because I think it was like $75 billion that I think is what they were trying to come up with. And the majority of this money, a good chunk of it, remember, one is going to be for Terafab. The other one, a good chunk of it is going to be the AI in space, let's just say, right? This is, now, people don't realize how big that is. The rockets are kind of a delivery system, but what are they delivering? The rapid reusability means that they can deliver mass on orbit at a very cheap price, unlike any other company. And that's really a big deal. That's what sets them apart from every other company. So, understanding kind of what is going on is really important because some people really don't know what they're buying. They think that they're buying a rocket company only, but they're not. When you're buying SpaceX, you're buying SpaceX, you're buying XAI, you're buying X, which is the previous Twitter, right? You're buying this. There's like many pieces. You're also buying. Hell, you're getting a city. You're getting Boca Chica, which is now Starbase, right? There's so many pieces to the puzzle that and then of course I can't. I'd be remiss to kind of leave out would be Starlink. Starlink is the only company that's really making the money. Starlink, like I said, for the last 6-8 months, is a cash cow. Starlink is literally just printing money. They are now at 10 million customers with 10,000 satellites. That's craziness. 10 million customers, 10,000 satellites. So let me see. JST says, I got 10% on Fidelity and 25% request on Robinhood. There you go. See that? So that just shows pressure. Someone else got 25%, I believe, also. So That's like quarter, and you got 10% on Fidelity. So Fidelity has even more pressure, or they have less shares. So we'll see. Skippy said that they got 1/3, so 33% of the request. That's the most that we've heard. We've got 10%, 25%, and Skippy Z11 just got 33%. So, well, it looks like their feed is their feed is spooling. They probably have they have what 163,000 people watching. Yeah. So their feed is spooling currently on SpaceX. They must be have a lot going on in the background. But that's all right. We'll just leave it there, spooling, see if it comes back. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we will see the minute that it goes live. Obviously, you're gonna see the ticker. You're gonna see everything. I have level 2s that are going to be up. I have TNS times the sale up. Everything. We'll have news and everything else. So this will be an interesting ride for sure. Let me see. So anyone else get more than 30%, 33% of their stock request? I see someone just got, Tom said he got 4% at Schwab. Wow. That's a lot of pressure there. Only 4%. Obviously, there's folks out there that are getting, higher allocations based on how much money they have with these different organizations. That's just how it is. That's how they work. Kind of is what it is. But either which way, you're still getting allocation and you're getting it at IPO price. I threw in a request with a limit of $176, just for fun, just for 10 shares. We'll see if I get it or not once it goes live. I didn't do any pre requests for allocation of stock. I figure I'm going to wait for the 30% release period, because if you guys don't know it, I've said it a couple of times, but there's a lot of people that are here that weren't here before. Number one, we're going to see a lot of halts, right? We're going to see a lot of halts. But as far as allocation, which is really important, especially for investing and not day trading, as of Q2 earnings, we're going to see 20% unlocked. So right now we have 500, I think it's like 550 or whatever it is, million shares that are going to be available. So those shares today are going to be sold. They're going to change hands many hundreds of times each share. So it's very small allocation. It's tiny. So that's the 5%. So the 20% is unlocked during Q2 earnings, but also there's a condition put into the S1 filing that an additional 10% will be released if the stock price is over 30% higher than the initial IPO. So that's really interesting, because when the earning report comes out for Q2, we can possibly see up to 30% release. And I think that's when we're going to see a lot of selling pressure, because a lot of people are going to want to take all those profits that they haven't been able to take because they've been locked out until then. After that, at 70-day, 90, 105, 135, I believe, and then finally at 180. So at 70, 90, 105, 120, and 135, there'll be 7% of the allocation unlocked. So 7%, 7%, 7%, 7%. Then when Q3 filing comes out, there's going to be a big amount, just like the Q2. Q2 has the 20% or possibly 30% based on the additional price that it needs to be locked in at. At Q3 earnings, we're looking at 28% additional release. So that would be in totality a cumulative of 93% at that point. So at that 180-day mark, we're going to see the full liquidity, basically. We're going to see everything on the market by 180 days. So in my personal opinion, I think the strongest point to invest and hold would be, and let me know if I'm wrong, would be right after the Q2 earnings, because they will see 20%, possibly up to 30% release. So what do you guys think? All right, let me know. Once again, I'm not a financial planner. I'm not a CFP. I'm not like one of these gurus. It is what it is. We have fun with this stuff. I like covering the rocket launches, and now we're covering an IPO that I've been using their product for 5.5 years, since there was 112,000 of us, since the beta days. 112,000. Now there is not 112,000 anymore. There is 10 million. I think it's like 10.5 million, almost 11 million customers now in 5 years. Absolutely crazy. Old man Dom, what's up, sir? How are you doing? Let's see. Data God said, I got 9 out of 53. Not bad. I got 10 shares out of 370. Ugh. That's like what, 3.7% somewhere? That I think is the worst. That's the worst one, Paul. You got the worst. Someone got 33% allocation. They got a lot. They got a lot. Oh my God. Saichio1234 says Robinhood said I was the 839,476th IPO customer. Holy crap. Oh my God. Let me see. Rob says I got allocated 75 shares at the IPO. That is really good. Insider Track says 7 shares. Skippy, let me see. I just got a 15-day hold notice warning. Yeah, a lot of, so that's good, Skippy, that you said that. Some people don't realize this, but if you get allocated funds from Fidelity or from Robinhood or from Schwab or whoever, a lot of those allocations come with a stipulation that some people don't realize that forces you to hold for 15 days, 30 days, or whatever their specific thing is. So what that means is what Skippy says is he got the notification of 15-day hold, meaning that if, let's say, this stock goes from $135 to $1,000 today, Skippy's sitting there and he could make in just a absolute crushing amount of money. He has to wait 15 days. So they do that because if you're allocated these shares, they don't want you just to flip them, day trade them on the open market, the day of the IPO. Why that is, why they even care, I don't know, but who knows? Maybe that's part of it, maybe that's part of how it goes. I don't know. Math, whereas 397 says, yep, beta, and myself, yep, beta. Mark says, I got 37 shares out of 1,000. Holy, another with 3.7%. Holy shit. That's not a lot. Man, that's a lot of pressure. 10 shares out of 148. That's for Kevin. Fidelity going down. Really? I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder if, so just so you guys know, let me just show you my screen, just so you know what the screen's going to look like. Let me pull her off for a second. What you see just spinning right there, that's where the chart is going to be. That's where we're going to see the IPO pop up. We got news on the lower right. We have all of these, let's call them sympathetic stocks over here on the left-hand side. If you have any other ones that you want us to look at, then put it over here. I'll stick them in there. They're like NVIDIA, and there's like Rocket Labs and all kinds of other companies over there. On the right-hand side, you can see the level 2s. And then up above that, you're going to see TNS, which is your time on sale. Those are the actual sales. And then over here, you're going to see your buyers. Don't go by these buying things because a lot of it is automation. You'll see a buy for like 30,000, 50,000 shares, and it'll be in and out. They're ghost trades. It's a bunch of bullshit. Just so you know. It's not like the old days where, what you stuck in was what it's it's fully automated now. People are not even doing these. Half the trading is done through machine at this point. It's all through AI. It's crazy. Anyways, let me go ahead and put. I think it's Gwen. Is Gwen on? Gwen on? Yeah. So I'll just throw her up. I'll just throw that up right now, so you can see what's going on. Anyways, so this is. Let me see. Once again, let me know. Oh my God, John says he got 1 share out of 147. Jeez. All right. So this is John Mellon. 5567. You got the worst. Out of everybody in the chat. The highest so far that I've seen is someone got 33% of the shares that they wanted. They were allocated 33%. Someone here got 10 out of 40. Not bad at all. That's not bad. Not bad. I'm liking it. That's not too bad. A fourth, you can't beat that. You know, you're looking at what, 25%. You're getting up there with that 33% person. First time, 180 days. Second time, 365 days. Third time, permanent ban from participating in IPOs. I didn't realize. Wow, see, and that's what happens. A lot of people don't realize this, but you know, if you do get these out, if you get the allocation and you sell it open market before the time, look what Skippy says here. First time that you do it, you get 180 day. Basically, it's like a ban. Right? Then the second time you do it, a full year ban. The third time, you're permanently banned from participating in IPOs altogether. Some people won't care. So some people will say this is a big IPO, and that if I have 100 shares of this thing and this thing takes off to 1,000, I'm selling them. Even though I don't supposed to, and I'm going to be banned for 6 months from any IPOs, what IPO is going to be as big as SpaceX? Nothing. So, I mean, it's kind of semantics. They have to do this. It's probably in the, in the contract. Let's say, in the information that has been sent back and forth to the different platform, Fidelity and Schwab and all the rest of them. Robinhood. What you can do, what you can't do. Wow, geez, Kevin got. He got 49 shares out of 1,440. Holy crap. That is crazy. Yeah, so keep that in mind. I'm glad Skippy brought that up because, you will be banned from doing IPOs from these different companies based on how long, you hold them for. If you don't hold them for the period of time that they say you need to hold them, you're going to get banned. That's just how it is. Like I said before, some people don't care because this is such a big deal. So usually when I'm covering the rocket launches, I'm saying, who thinks that this is going to run? Have some type of rapid, unscheduled disassembly. That's what we call, in the SpaceX kind of game, a RUD. So I don't think this is going to run. I think this is going to launch, and it's going to launch very well. And I think it's going to go parabolic. And I think we're going to see halt after halt after halt after halt. I believe it's a 5-minute halt. Yeah, I think they're 5-minute halts for the stocks. So that being said, there's going to be a lot of downtime when we're just sitting here waiting. And you're going to know, because since I have the level 2s on, when the level 2s stop moving, we're in a halt. Let me just show you what that looks like. So if we just, let me open up Tesla. All right. Let me just bring up Tesla. You're not going to see the chart because we have SpaceX speaking there. So if you take a look down here in the level 2s, you see all this movement. You can see that you have your bid price, right? And the ask price. And next to that, you have your bid size and your ask size. So we can see Tesla right now is actually going down, not up. It was up to like 404 at the beginning, like pre-market. Now that it opened, we're down to 397. So we're seeing a little bit of pressure on the downside. And if you look on the right-hand side over here where you have your TNS, which is your times and sales, this right here, when you start seeing it very red, you know there's a lot of pressure that's pushing down, and you could just look at this side and know that this stock is going to go down. It's not going to be pushing up like right now, at least, because you can see that the red is overwhelming. Also down here in your level twos, you're going to see how many shares. See, all the shares are like 10 shares, 200 shares, 320 shares, 360. They're decent amount, because remember, the price is pretty high. But if you see all of a sudden, a level 2 pop up for 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 shares, see, there was 1,000 shares right there. That is a buy at 196. That's a decent amount. You're talking about a lot of money. So anyways, just to let you know, I just wanted you to see that so you know what we're going to be seeing once this thing does go live. Let's go back to SpaceX so we don't miss it. So when it does pop, we're going to see it. We'll let Elon do his thing. He's just absolutely loving this. Loving it. There we see anyways. So right now, just so you guys know, the halts that are currently, the pauses, like I said, I did look it up here, and it is there. They will be 5 minutes. So the halts will be in both directions. So if things are going up, let's say too rapidly, it'll be halted. If they go down, they'll also be halted. That's just simply it. It's kind of to get some equilibrium, some balance. That's just the way it is. Let me see here. Let's take a look at that. So we're looking at anywhere from 5 to 10, like I said. So it's probably going to be most likely a 10% move in either direction. So that is pretty much nothing if you think about it. You're looking at, let's say, a 10% move at 100, $135. That's like nothing. So like I said, this thing is going to halt continuously. And then once it gets up there, I think it's going to halt on the way back down. It's going to do this deal. So we're going to, I think, be sitting on pause a lot today, just because of the volatility on this is just absolutely insane. If you guys haven't visited the channel before, just so you know, I do space, SpaceX, Starlink, AI, and Linux on this channel. I've put together over 760 videos, 770 videos just on SpaceX Starlink in the last 5.5 years. Helpful how-tos, tips, tricks, what to do, what not to do, what to buy, what not to buy, and the why. This channel has always been about the why, and I will continue to make this channel about the why, because why is more important. The how is for the now. The why is for the future. If you know why something happens, well, you can take something back with you and then use it no matter what happens on the back end of things. So why is very, very important to me. So let's see what else people are getting into here. Level 2 on light speed says 174 open. So that's funny because I have a buy for 10 units. As you can see down here in the level 2s for 176, I'm not going to get it. So yeah, if they're saying already at 174, definitely not gonna see it. But you know what? I'll just leave it there. It's for fun, like I said, for right now. If any, when you pick them up at 135, you're doing good, no matter how you look at it. But if it's like 90% of all IPOs, we will see it under the IPO price within 6 months. That's normally what happens. But SpaceX isn't normal, right? It is not normal. So it could just keep running. We will see. We will see. What is Tesla at now? Tesla is sitting at is at 397, but a lot of downward pressure. It's down 2 right now. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and change this to the losers and the winners. Take a look at AMD, currently up almost 5%. Qualcomm up 2.2%. We can see that there's definitely a movement on some of these, as we call them, sympathy stock. AMD is doing very well, $512, kind of crazy. And who's doing the worst? Down here, we got Rocket Labs. They're underwater by 8%. Who else do we have here? RWD, right? RWD, they're at let me see, negative 9% for them. Not good. Not good. Let's see. All right, let me go ahead and put SpaceX back up here. All right, we got SpaceX. So when they do go live, we will see it. Let's see. So they're running that. They're running that video again. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Oh, okay. So just so you guys know, that opening was 25 minutes long. So that's what we're seeing. And then we're seeing it like refresh. So there's no more, there's nothing live currently going on over there. So it was a 25-minute type of speech type of thing, intro. So at least we know what's going on. We'll leave that, like I said, on the screen right now. Someone said they're looking at an opening by noon. I don't know. Let's see. We will see. What's the predictions? James Morrow, how are you doing? It says Joe is the man. Far from it, but that's okay. Ricky, or Rick DDDDD got 1 out of 20 shares. 1 out of 20. Not bad. Bloomberg story, 350 billion. Man, wow. 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 Why does it halt exactly? So that's a good question. Why does it halt? Well, the reason it halts is to kind of slow down things. It's like LULD, which stands for like limit up, limit down. And when a stock moves either 5 or 10%, it really depends, but usually a lot of times it's 10%. If it makes a jump, let's say the stock is $100. It moves 10% up. Now it's always 110. It goes to 110.1. It halts, right? Because it's going up too far. Or the same thing going backwards, going the opposite direction. It's kind of to cool things down, to be like, okay, wait, that's fine. We wait 5 minutes, and then they start trading again. If it goes up again, another, and they just keep halting, okay, to try to get like an equilibrium, to get people to kind of just settle down and not just run rampant like crazy. Now, that doesn't mean that that's not going to happen, which it will, and that's why it will continuously halt. The same thing holds true with the stock market. If the stock market falls, it does the exact same thing. Or if it goes up the same exact way, the stock market will halt. I think it's like a 5-minute halt, then a 15-minute halt, and a 30-minute halt. And I think after a 30-minute halt on the stock exchange itself, I think it just shuts down for the day. Just don't quote me. Once again, this isn't my day job, all right? So I think it's something like that. But it has to do with just kind of keeping things, let's say, at an even kilt. Not too crazy, right? Don't get crazy. Let's see. I love all the comments. Yeah, the circuit breaker. Yeah, circuit breaker. Same thing. Your halts, your circuit breaker pops. Fox Business Report. 172. I have my 10 shares sitting there. You can see them right down here at the bottom in the level 2. This green, this shows my specific Schwab account with the last 3 digits there. And then you can see I put the order in for $176 for 10 shares. I did that just to do it, but that was the prediction. I figured 175 would probably be what everyone does. 176, I think, is a good number. So that's what it is. If I get it, I get it. If not, then not. It's okay. I don't care. So, but it'll be kind of fine. Level 2 still says 175. All right. We will see what ends up happening. We will see what ends up happening. I don't know. We're still waiting on it. What time is it, guys? What do we got? 10 o'clock. All right. So someone said that live by noon, Anyone else have any other information about when this is going to go live? Let me know. Johnny Way 9853 says, I got 0 out of 50 shares. So you got the all-time lowest. Before you, there was like a 0.137% that someone got. And the highest percent allocation that anyone has got so far was 33%. There was a bunch of people that got 25%. Some people got 10% allocated from either Schwab or Robinhood or Fidelity or whoever. But bear in mind, like I think it was Skippy brought it up, saying that, listen, when you get these shares and they're coming to you, let's call them pre-market open or pre-IPO, they come with stipulations. And the stipulation might be you cannot sell it for X number of days, whatever the number of days are, right? So with Skippy, he got it, I think it was Fidelity. I believe it was Fidelity. It was like 15 days. So even if the stock ran up to some crazy parabolic number, 1,000, who knows, you couldn't sell it. If you do sell it, you'll be blocked for 6 months from all IPOs from Fidelity. Now, like I said before, most people will look at that and say, I don't care. This is the biggest IPO ever. I'm just going to sell. I'm going to make my money, and that's it. So, kind of do you. I'm not going to give you advice, right? But anyways, let me see. Michael says, I got 3 on Robinhood. Nothing yet on SoFi. There you go. I got 0 out of 0 shares. That was Alan. That's good. You took the all-time low. I got 1 out of 1. Brian, nice. I received 259 of my requested allocation through DSP. That was from AJ the Don. You got 259, but how many did you request? That's the question. So we get a percentage or close to. Only got 1. Better than none. Absolutely. Fidelity asked 15. Yep. Asked 15 days. That's correct. 15 days. Let's see. There's no current halt list on the live trackers. No. Yes. Like, share, subscribe, please. If you've never been here before, subscribe. If you want to see any of my stuff, I've got about 1,600 videos, 1,700 videos. About 760 of them are SpaceX Starlink stuff. So if you want any information on space, SpaceX, Starlink, which is always what we talk about a lot on this channel, as well as AI and, of course, Linux, you're here at the right place. All right, so subscribe if you haven't. What? AJ the Don says he got 159 out of 259 out of 259 requested. Holy crap. That you are the winner. That's 100% allocation. Can't beat that. That's for sure. Eric says OpenAI and it would be Anthropic probably. IPOs are coming soon. Yes. OpenAI will be a big IPO. Anthropic will be a very big IPO. Will they be the likes of this? No. But I think we're going to see $1 trillion IPO. 1, not 2 trillion. Like this is, I think, 1.77. Don't quote me. I think it's 1.77 trillion. The largest IPO ever. I don't think that Anthropic or OpenAI will see those numbers. But even with $1 trillion IPO, they'll be massive. I'll probably cover them too, just because this is just, AI is so big right now. And the problem that I have with AI, and let me just go off topic for a minute while we're watching what's going on here. The problem with AI is people rely on it every single day now, and they tell the AI, it doesn't matter if it's Grok or Perplexity or ChatGPT or Claude or whoever, Gemini, they tell them their deepest secrets. They tell these bots everything. They give them their bank account information. They give them just information to be able to sort through. They give them lawsuits. They give them, personal medical records to cipher through. They give these bots everything. And all of these companies are using the information to either sell you something or learn. And that's one of the reasons why I wrote that book, The Truth Engine. If you go to website, jcristina.com/shop, you'll see it sitting there. It's a living book, right? So as I change it, you will get it free, the updates. But I wrote that because I was kind of sick of, the whole idea or the model of paying them monthly for an AI that they're now using my information and I don't know what they're doing with it, right? It's not safe, right? There's no privacy there. So now I have my own AI. I use it every single day. Once again, it's called the Truth Engine. So definitely take a look at that. And if you want to build your own Truth Engine, it tells you the truth. Just so you know, I programmed it that way, and it doesn't lie to you, and it doesn't give you a bunch of nonsense. It doesn't stroke you. It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't care about your feelings either. And if it doesn't know something, it tells you it doesn't know. That's important. So if you have a 12 gig graphics card, I'm using a 16 gig or anything above that. Or if you're using an Apple, for example, with unified memory, you can install it, right? And all of the pieces to install it take you about 20 minutes, and they're all free. And it works on Linux, Mac, and PC. So it's multi-platform. So definitely take a look at that. Let me see. Back into the chat. Let's see what people are saying here. Cuba says, does it make a difference that they are doing this IPO in Texas? Not really. No. I paid for 5 shares on Robinhood, but only received 1. Yeah, that's what about people are getting. That's 20%. That's not too bad. You got 20%, right? There's people that got, I think it was like 0.167% or something. I think that was the lowest so far. Someone got none, but who knows what happened there. I got 3 out of 21 at SoFi. There you go. I placed my order before SoFi even promoted them in the app. Don't know if it makes a difference. Yeah, it probably does, because you go into a line, right? It's like a waiting. You're sitting there like waiting in line to get the stock. The same way I had to wait for SpaceX Starlink for 9 months. I had to give them $99 of my money and wait 8 or 9 months before I was accepted into the program. And once again, I was, like just over 100,000 of us at the time coming right out of beta. So, now there's 10 million of us. When I started doing this, it was 100,000. I was one of 100,000. It's just crazy how big. David said he got 11 out of 12 on Robinhood. Sweet. Robinhood's doing pretty well. Got to give it to Robinhood. They got David. Let me see. David Jarvis 5183 got 11 out of 12 from Robinhood. That's really nice. I mean, that's a good. That's like I said, Robinhood's doing pretty good. Looking like the opening will be 175 so far. I have it in there for 176. That's what I called about an hour ago. I put in. You can see it on the level 2 down there. You see that green. That's my order for 10 shares just to have some skin in the game, just to have fun. I put it in there for 176. So I can leave it at 176 or I can change it, make it higher. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it. We'll see. What do we got for time? 10:15. So maybe 11 o'clock. I don't know. Honey Badgers in the house. How you doing, Honey Badgers? Does your personal AI work in the mobile phones? No, it doesn't. It needs to have the Truth Engine does not work on a mobile phone. It needs the GPU, and it's running 14 billion parameters. So mobile phone, you could probably run like a 1 billion maybe, if that. And if you know it or not, the parameters on the AI, consider them like synapse, like connections. So when you have 14 billion connections compared to like 1 billion, the 1 billion is extremely stupid. So you don't want an AI like that because you really can't do a lot. They don't follow directions well. They forget things. They hallucinate a lot. So 14 billion is a really nice sweet spot. If you have like a 16 gig card or even a 12 gig card, you can run it. Or if you have unified memory. So yeah, it doesn't run on the phone. Level 2 holding at 175, Eric says. All right. Old man on the hill got 0 out of 0. He's going fishing. Can't blame him. Can't blame him. Like I said, I don't think like this moment is the moment for like investing. It's kind of like for trading, you know. I think there is a lot of people going to get rich today, right? They're going to be just literally buying and selling in like 15-second increments. Just day trading the hell out of this thing. So there's only 500 million shares, 550, whatever. Let's call it 600 million shares. It's not a lot of shares. These shares are going to change hands so many times today. It's going to be unbelievable. All right. So it'll be fun to watch either way. Fab is in the house. I see she's kind of in and out. Fabiola, my wife. Normally she's sitting here, but she's at work and I'm sitting here in the studio with you guys hanging out. So how are you doing, love of my life, Fabiola? So let me see. Oh my, only got 63 out of 222 shares. Not bad, not bad. SpaceX employees are going to all be millionaires. Yes, probably. But Elon Musk bought back a lot of shares from the employees over the time. People think that like they've just been getting all these shares, but he's done a lot of buybacks. So, you know, who knows? The smart ones held. But think about this. People that own Twitter, that their shares then were X, right? And X is also in the SpaceX stock. So because it's joint. So remember, when you're buying SpaceX, guys, you're buying SpaceX. You're buying X, the former Twitter. You're buying XAI. You're buying the actual space program itself. You're buying Starlink. That's the cash cow. And you're buying Boca Chica, which is your Starbase City, Texas. You're buying the city. So basically, when you buy SpaceX, you're not just buying like, you know, like when you buy Tesla, you buy Tesla. That's it, right? When you buy SpaceX, you're buying like 5 different things, right? And they're all important. You know, once again, Elon Musk has got his hands on a vertical market like never before. He has it from soup to nuts. He has the Terafab plant making chips. He has the plants making the actual hardware himself. He has the rocket company that's actually the delivery system. Let's call it FedEx. His SpaceX is FedEx, but for orbit. So he has reusable rockets that continuously deliver satellites, deliver cargo into space. And it happens daily, or at least 2-3 times a week from multiple coasts. Think about that. One of the Falcon 9 rockets that deliver SpaceX Starlinks to orbit, one of those rockets have been on orbit, delivered satellites, I think it's 35 or 36 times now. The same exact rocket. That's unheard of. Think about the price. Think about the price of SpaceX delivery, right, for cargo. When you're talking about something that is only, 35 times for the exact same thing. Are we having a problem with the live? Oh, that's because of this. That's fine. Yeah, that's the end of this. So let me go ahead and shut this down. And there we go. I'm going to pull up. You know what? We're going to leave this here. I'm going to leave this twirling here because I'm going to leave this here because it hasn't went live yet. And I want to make sure that it pops up immediately. So we will see. Let's see. Is anything on your guys' sides? Is anything twirling? Is everything still moving? Let's see. We will see. According to this, it is. But I don't know. Let me go ahead and refresh and see what's going on. Yeah, it looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. So yeah, that video that we had playing in the middle there froze. It stopped because they only played 25 minutes of the intro of like the beginning of the market opening, where Elon kind of, you know, the bell and the whole thing as he does. So this blank screen that you see here is going to be SpaceX when it goes live. Right now, we're currently at 10:18 ET, Eastern time. So people are saying that they're hearing noon will be the actual time that it goes live. Anyone else know or have heard when it's going live? Let me know. Let me know. Also, what is the price? Keep me updated to that price. We're hearing 175 is what it's going to actually go live at. So let me know. I currently have 10 shares on a limit order at 176. This was the prediction that I put out there about an hour and a half ago. At this point, or an hour ago, about an hour and a half, somewhere on there. So 176 was the number. So we will see. But the chances, if it does go live at 175, the chances of me actually getting shares at 176 is basically next to nothing. But but we're going to leave it there anyways. We're going to do it. We'll leave it there. Why not? It's just for fun anyway. So let me see. No trade on level 2 yet. That's correct, because the IPO hasn't started yet. That's for Eric. Rot Dog says, somebody said best. Somebody said it best. Elon is the best capital allocator in the world. Yes. Big money is aware of it and and are staying put. Yeah. I mean, that man will sleep on a couch at whichever one of the plants, whichever facility, so that the workers there see that he kind of means, business, right? He says there's not a lot of owners that are like that, right? Like, could you just think about this? Could you imagine Jeff Bezos sleeping under a desk, at an Amazon location, just so that the people working there feel like he's part of it, and he cares? Has that ever happened? I don't know. I would venture to say no. Maybe someone else has some salacious information on that. You let me know. Let's see. The live stream ended from what I can tell. Yeah, it did. That live stream was on X. I told people to go and take a look. It was on x.com/SpaceX, and the live stream you were able. That's why I just kind of just showed it up in there, just so you can see it. Let's see. Still level 2, 175 for Eric. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. NASDAQ said soon. What soon mean? Omai says, I think we'll close less than 150. So that's a good, so I like that. All right. Thank you for that, Omai. He says, or she says, someone says, Omai says, I think it will close less than 150. And that is a very interesting statement. And I kind of alluded to this, regardless if you believe it or not. The point of the matter is when you take a look at a company like NVIDIA that is actually profitable, that's actually like 3 times, like they're making just tons of money. And, their stock is, let's say, a couple $100. If you are basically investing, when you go with SpaceX, you're investing in 5 different companies and hoping that SpaceX Starlink could hold the hands of all the rest. Or, to say it another way, all the rest of the companies, XAI, all the rest of the company, the rocket company itself, can can literally ride the coattails of SpaceX, Starlink, because that's the cash cow. That's the ATM. That's where they make all their money, is with Starlink. Period. End of story. 10 million customers are paying every single month. 10 million. And they have 10,000 satellites on orbit. And according to an Elon Musk interview, he was looking at 100,000 in the not so distant future, as soon as Starship is on board. That is a big deal, guys. That is a really big deal. You're talking about a lot of satellites. So let's see, what do we have here? We still see spinning, so nothing is up. We're at 1023. Let me get back into comments. If you guys have a comment directly to me, just put at JCristina. I'll see it a lot better. If I miss your comment because you didn't put at JCristina and you still want to ask me a question on anything, maybe something on SpaceX Starlink, maybe something on SpaceX, maybe something on Starship, maybe on something on XAI, whatever it is, building your own local AI, I don't care. Linux, ask me. I don't care. Doesn't matter what it is. But put at JCristina in the comment there, okay, at JCristina. It pops up a lot easier. Let's see. Eric says, I used to maintain systems at Amazon. Bezos had doors on filing cabinets for desks and did sleep in his office. Wow. That is, so, Eric, that changes everything. That changes everything, okay? Because I would never, ever, ever expect that from Jeff Bezos. Never, never. To be honest, I've never been a fan because I've sold on Amazon for about 15 years. And their system of treating people that sell on Amazon is absolutely horrific. I won't go into details because obviously we're not talking about that, Eric, but thank you for telling me that because that gives me a little more respect for the guy. I like that. That's fine. That's fine. Hello, everyone. Hi from the Philippines. Thank you, Jeffrey, for being here from the Philippines. One day ahead of you all. Yes, you are. Let's see. SIDU, trying to trigger a 10% stop loss. Yeah. Howdy, y'all. That's Radioactive Texan. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Let's see. My level 2, NASDAQ says, what is it, 100,000? Yeah, I got the exact same thing. And we can see, just look at the level 2. You can see it on the screen, the lower right-hand side of the screen. You can see the level 2 down there. NASDAQ says 100,000. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with that. Let's see, level 2 quote. Yes, SpaceX. Yeah, that I have that little green in there for 176. That's me. I just threw that. I threw that in there about an hour and a half ago now or so. I said 176 would be a good number. I just put 10 in there. Just have skin in the game. I don't own any SpaceX stock. I don't even own any Tesla stock. I don't own anything Elon Musk. But I've been doing Elon Musk, SpaceX, Starlink, as well as SpaceX, as well as AI and Linux videos for the last 5.5 years or longer. And about 170, I think it's 160 of them are just SpaceX, Starlink alone, just so you get an idea. And I cover all of the launches too. So if you want to hang out with me on a launch, come. We have a lot of fun. Let's see here. Rot Dog says, Starlink is printing money. Absolute. SS3 is moving from testing to production. Yep, Terafab. Terafab, Google, Anthropic contracts, yes. They have both Anthropic and Google contracts. Billions of dollars of contracts for the Terafab. Yeah, so Terafab is going to be huge. And some people don't know what Terafab even is. Just think about Elon Musk saying this. Listen, TSMC, all the chip manufacturers, all the fabrication is happening in Asia for the most part, right? He doesn't want to be beholden to these companies because he needs to make a lot of chips fast, and he doesn't want to have to need these people, right? So he said, I need to make my own chips. So in the Terafab plant, well, besides chips, there's other things they're making there. They're making the new Rev 5 rugged minis as well as the standard dish there, but I'm not going to get into all that. Anyways, but they're making chips. And they're making the AI5 chip, that'll eventually be the AI5, AI6, AI7. The AI chips are basically the chips that go into the Tesla vehicle as well as into the robot, Optimus. So that is one point. That's one chip. That's one portion of the silicon. Another portion of the silicon goes to the D3 chip. The D3 chip is basically their Dojo 3. The Dojo 3 chip is actually a radiation hardened chip. It is specifically for on-orbit use, basically for the data center that they're going to be built. Understand that these data centers are not a big building. They are node-based. It's a cluster. It is basically distributed computing. That's what they're creating. That is one of the things that you're buying if you're buying SpaceX. You're buying a data center in orbit that will most likely in the future be the first AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. Basically, Skynet. For real. Like it or not. And since it is node-based, means that you really can't turn it off. Just like your mesh network in your house, if one or two of those APs or access points go dead, guess what? You still have internet, right? Same holds true here. They have 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 satellites all together in this big distributive network computer. So it doesn't matter if you destroyed 10 or you destroyed 100. It wouldn't make a difference. It doesn't care. And as they put more up there, they all of a sudden bond into the system, and now they start distributing the workload. That's basically how a distributed network works. Anyways, so let me get back into the comments. What do we got here? Level 2 says 174.99. I like it. I'm sitting at 176. I'm not gonna get filled, guys. It's okay. If I bet you if I put it to $199, I probably still wouldn't be filled. But like I think I was it Skippy? Someone said this will probably end up being below $150 by the end of the day. I mean, it's possible. There's going to be so much buying and selling. It's going to be crazy. Craig says, when do you think that it will drop the new Starlink equipment? Any day. So right now in their fabrication plant, they are building. They have a mass amount of the next generation, the revision 5s, being built. So there's a lot. The other thing that I didn't tell you about the Terafab and these two chips that they're being built, the AI chip that's going to go into the robot and in the Tesla cars compared to the D3 or the Dojo 3s, the percentage difference between the allocation of silicon is a big deal, guys. It's an 80-20. So some of you would be like, oh, so Tesla cars and the robots are going to get 80% of the chips, right? No. The Dojo 3 will be 80% of the allocation of the silicon. So that means 20% goes to the robots and Tesla. That is a big deal. That just tells you how many chips, hardened chips, radiation hardened chips, they're going to be making in Terafab, right? Insane. Absolutely insane. That's a big, big difference. Big difference in allocation because you only have a finite amount of wafers, right? That's it. Memorable places. Thank you for being here. I see that at JCristina there. Hey, Joe. Had a feeling you'd be on live. Yes. Can you do a quick let me see, status explanation for those who just joined? Yeah, so as of right now, just you guys just kind of, if you just joined, on the left-hand side, okay, on, I guess, yeah, it would be on the opposite side, on this side. So we have a watch list. These are, I call them the sympathy stocks. These are sympathetic to SpaceX. So all of those stocks that are currently running, those are the stocks that I believe will have some type of increase. As you can see there, a lot of them are green already. there'll be some type of increase due to the SpaceX release, right? The IPO. Now, just below that, we have a message center. In the message center, we'll probably see halts because every time there's a 5 or let's say 10% increase or decrease of the price in a quick, a short period of time, it's going to trip a circuit breaker and there'll be a halt to the buying and selling. We're going to see that halt real time in the level 2. So if you look to the right, or look to the other side of your screen, you'll see the level 2s in blue at the bottom. You'll see those stop. That's when you know it's been halted. Their halts are always 5-minute long. I shouldn't say 5 minutes because it's really up to NASDAQ. It's up to the exchange. I've seen halts instead of 5 minutes be 6, sometimes 7. I've seen halts that have actually carried on to like 9. It just really depends on how things are going. But there's a halt of 5 minutes at least, okay? On the up as well as the down, right? When it's too quick. And then on the far right side, you see there is a TNS. That's your time and sales. That's going to show the time that something sold and how many shares was sold and what price it was sold at. So that's going to be moving really quickly. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull up, I don't know, what do we want to put? Let's go ahead and put Rocket Labs. This Rocket Labs is taking a little bit of a beating today. I see they're down by 7%. So this is Rocket Labs as of right now. Pre-market, we'll do pre-market and market. So this is what it looks like, okay? It's falling. That's what Rocket Labs looks like. So this TNS on the right-hand side, you see there's a lot of red. When you see there's a lot of red, there's a lot of selling pressure. When you see a lot of green, there's a lot of buying pressure. Same thing holds true down here in the level 2s. The level 2s, on the one side, you have your bid. On the other side, you have your ask, all right? And they go back and forth. And then in between, you have a BS and an AS. The BS is your buy size, how many shares. And then we see a 2,000 just came through of a buy. See that green right here? That's 2,000. There's another 500. So there's some buying going on. People are liking this stock right now at this level because they've seen the high pre-market was 127. That stock is down to as low as 103 during open market. So it's getting a lot of abuse right now. I just saw 5,000 just sold. That was a lot. That was a big chunk right there. But now bear in mind, when you look right here on this side, even though it showed 5,000, I have to say this real quick because this is important. This is what is, let's say, expected to be sold but doesn't get sold or could be. This is, let's say, the could, and this is the definite. So if you look at the TNS, those are actual sales. When you look at the other side, what happens a lot of times is the automation, the AI, the computers are putting in prices to drive up or to drive down a stock. And they do it. All of a sudden you'll see like a buy for like 20,000 shares. And then it goes away like that. It was never bought. It actually never, it's like a ghost trade. And they do this all the time. So if you see these massive allocate or requests on the ask, and then you look over here on TNS, it doesn't show up as any because it's not. All right. The stuff that you're seeing over here on the right-hand side that's moving, the green and the red numbers, those are actually sold shares. So if you see a lot of green, that's a lot of pushing up. You see a lot of red, it's a lot of pushing down, just so you know. Okay. And then on the obviously down below that, you have your level 2s. That's going to show you, where is it being sold on the NASDAQ, it's going to be sold on ARC, where is it being sold? Anyways, then all the way on the other side, we have news. So this is really important because I see some news that just came up right now. Let's go ahead and get into that and see what it shows up. Here we go. It says the SpaceX IPO first indicative price at 174 per share. That is as of 10:36 a.m. Eastern time. That is through Benzinga. So 174. That's what we're seeing. So we're going to get like news that pops up in the message center. You're probably going to see halts. We'll see the halts anyways when the numbers stop moving on the right-hand side and so on and so forth. So let's get back into SpaceX. It hasn't went live yet, and we'll just leave that open. So that hopefully helps so you get an understanding of what you're looking at. I put all this on the screen so it's easier for you guys to see. And if people don't have access to level 2s, they'll be able to see level 2s here on the channel. If you don't have access to TNS or the times to sell to actually see what's going on, you can see it here. I'm going to have a 1 minute chart for the most part. By about 2 hours into this, I'll probably move to a 5 minute chart where you can kind of like, you know, or maybe I'll bring up like 2 charts or something. You know, once the 1 minute is just so, when you're talking about an IPO, a minute chart or some people do 10-second charts. It's just like, it's like all over the place. You can't see what's going on, right? So I really like a 5 minute chart for the day, especially day trading or something like that. I do have a volume average on there. I have a top, a middle, and a bottom for volume average. I also have an RSI of 9, I think, that's going through it. So you'll see that, all right? So I'll talk about that more once we go live, you know, once this actually starts trading, okay? So you get an idea of like, what's the trend? Are we trending up? Are we trending down? You know, I don't go with MACD or anything like this. It's the first day. What are you going to do with that, right? There's no past data. There's nothing to base stuff on, right? So I do more like trend stuff. So let's see what's going on here. Back into the chat. 170. That's from Eric. Shannon is in the house with 20 free gifted memberships. Thank you, Shannon, for being here. If you got a free gifted membership, please say thank you to Shannon, all right? You got a free gifted membership from Shannon. Please say thank you. Thanks a lot, Shannon. Appreciate you being here. I know it's early for you. You're over here. What are we at now? We're at 10:40. Yeah, 10:40. Let's go, Skippy. I love it. Let's see. Hi, JC from Australia. How are you doing? Waiting here down under. Hopefully up above for SpaceX. Yeah, space. This is going to be big. This is going to be big. Skippy says, "I'm manifesting. I'm massive." You can get just like do that woo-saw, right? Squeeze the earlobes, woo-saw. From Germany. Thank you for being here. It's Stefan. Eric says 170, 170. 3x would be nice. News indicating 170. I've got someone else says 170. All right, so Benzinga says 174. Benzinga says 174. That's the news that just came down the pipe. Yep, at 136. They're saying 174. So we'll see. Let's see. Institutions spreading funds. Yes. So they can gobble up all of the cheap shares. Yes. That's what happens. And that's why, like I said from the beginning, you know, most people that are getting in on the IPO are basically they're exiting liquidity. That's just how it works. It's always been like that. Most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, maybe 8.5. Let's call it 9 out of 10 times an IPO price, it will be underwater within 6 months. So if it IPOs, and let's say it comes live today, you know, it says 135, but let's say it comes live at 174, it probably will be under, you know, I think someone predicted 150. It probably will be. But remember, this is not a normal stock. This is Elon Musk conglomerate of a stock. It's five companies in one. It's SpaceX, it's Starlink, it's X, which is the former Twitter, it's XAI, which is Grok and your data centers in space, and of course it's Boca Chica, right? It's your now called Starbase, Texas. It's a city. So you're basically getting everything when you're buying SpaceX, right? Which is kind of cool. Eric says 168.75. 168.75. Okay. All right. AJ the Don says, I have skin in the game. As a 5-year SpaceX employee, wish I would have bought more when I first started. Yes. AJ, the Don, as a SpaceX employee, 5 years, did you also see the company buy back a lot of stock during that period of time? Because I don't work for them. I just hear down the grapevine from people like you. But I heard that they did a lot of buying back of stock that they've had out there. So did you keep your stock, or did you sell some back to them, or what? Because, there's a lot of people that were even with the company that sold a lot of their stock back because they got a lot of money for it, that decided not to keep it. And now they're kicking themselves because this stock is going to go parabolic. And it's going to be good. It's going to be fun to watch. Now, how long is it going to stay up? We don't know. But there's going to be a lot of people, especially the day traders, that are going to make a ton of money at this. They're going to be making a lot. I would hate to get in front of a train, but there's going to be some people that have brass ones that are going to short this too, intraday. And that's just scary, 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 because this thing is going to flip on a dime. You're going to see it go up, 10, 20, 30, $100, and then drop by $50, and then go up by 150 and drop by 100. It's going to, I predict it's going to be a wild ride. And the reason being, there's not a lot of liquidity. There's no money. There's no shares there. It's literally like I think it's like 550. Let's just give it 600 million shares. So like I said before, these shares are going to be bought and sold, change hands like hundreds, thousands of times each share. So, I don't know. It's going to be definitely pretty wild. When is the first dip? Monday or September? Yes. So I predict the first dip will be, and I wrote it down here. I'm going to tell you why. I predict the first dip will be on the Q2 earnings report. The reason being is the Q2 earnings report will immediately release or unlock 20% of the shares. And an added benefit that you see in the S1 filing is that they state during the Q2 earnings report, if the stock is 30% higher than the IPO price, they will release an additional 10%. That means that at the Q2 earnings report, we have a possibility of seeing 30% released. There is no time between that time and 180 days that there will be that much stock released at one time. The only time that will be close to that will be 28%, and that will be released Q3 earnings. And then the final 7% will be released at that 180 days. So the release time is basically the beginning, like I said, Q2, either 20% or 30%. It's definitely going to be 30%. No question, in my personal opinion. Then you'll have a 7% release at 70-day, 90-day, 105-day, 120-day, and then a 135. So each one of those, you're going to see 7%, 7%, 7%, basically a slow release liquidity. And like I said, at 6 months, everything is liquid, 100%. At 180 days, everything will be liquid. So my personal opinion, the best long-term would be Q2 earnings. So what say you guys? Once again, I'm not a financial, I'm just like some dude that, that talks about space, SpaceX, Starlink, AI, and Linux all day. This is what I do. I'm a technologist. I'm a futurist. That's what I am. So, and things that I've been predicting on SpaceX or about SpaceX, Starlink especially, for the last couple of years have really been coming true, and the majority of them have, which is great. So, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with this. Schwab, this is from LA Rock, says 100K in assets, not including any retirement 401k. Interesting. 100K. 100K. Okay. All right. Um, let's see. Good. Glacier says 176.80. Please wait for the 2-day period. In case, yeah, in this case, wait till Tuesday for that. Yeah, for that and cheeseburger for sure. 60-day, 60% for IPOs are down after the first year. I think it's even higher than 60%, Eric, but you could be right. I think it was closer to 80, but it's a good, either way, it's a good number. But like I said, Elon Musk is not a normal guy, and his companies are not normal companies, and they do definitely not normal stuff. I mean, just to have a reusable rocket alone, I mean, our space program, NASA has never been able to do that, right? The Chinese have been trying to do that they're blowing the things up all the time, right? We just saw Blue Origin do it a couple of times, with Jeff Bezos' company. But remember, Jeff Bezos' company never has put a Amazon Leo, which used to be called Project Kuiper, satellite on orbit. They haven't. And now they've been grounded again because of, mishaps and problems. And they've been stuck with ULA, and ULA was grounded too because of problems. And then they have Ariane Space contract. So Jeff Bezos only has Ariane Space or SpaceX to really put his satellites on orbit right now. It's really hard. Amazon Leo, as they call it now, which is Bezos's the equivalent to Starlink, has 310 or somewhere around there satellites. Whereas Elon Musk, SpaceX, Starlink has like 10,600 satellites. So you got like 300 with Jeff over there, and Elon has like 10,000 something. So you can see it's a little bit of a disparity between the two, just a tiny bit. Grumpy Dude says, sorry I haven't been in the touch lately. Thank you for being here, Grumpy Dude. In the Philippines, I love it. Eric says 168.25. Let's see. Matthew says, I reallocated my old pension into Tesla years ago, but could have in 2012. I'm up 65% lifetime, but would be up more if I had moved it sooner. Yes. I put Tesla on here. Obviously, SpaceX isn't up yet. It's 1050. What is Tesla at? Tesla is sitting at, it's down to 193. It's down 1.4%. That was my question when I went live earlier today. I said, Tesla is a perfect example of a stock that is either going to run with the dog, and like literally ride the short tails of the big one, right? The SpaceX stock, or it's going to go the other way, and people are going to reallocate their funds out of Tesla and put it into SpaceX. I just feel like I think Tesla will probably go down today, because I think any reallocation would have happened a long time ago. It wouldn't happen today. Today is for the stupid people like me, that the retail investor, to get involved and, grab hold of that 15-pound bowling ball and hold on to it tight and hope that doesn't hit the ground, So that's kind of where it is. This is exit liquidity. If you ever seen it before, that's what we are, and that I'm fine with it, and that's why you just got to know what you're doing, and just be like, okay, I don't mind doing this. That's like I put in a limit order about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now or so, for $176. I figured at that time 176 sounded like the good number. Will it be? Who knows? Will I get any allocation? Will I get any? Who knows? But whatever. I did it for fun. We'll see. If I do, I do. If not, then not. But the true time to buy, in my personal opinion, would be Q2 earnings. Then the next time would be Q3 earnings, because that's when there's going to be the most amount of liquidity, most amount of unlocking, and people are going to take their money off the table and say, I made a good sum of money. Let's just get out here. Or let me do a half sale. I have 1,000 shares. Let me sell 500. I'll leave the rest to ride. This way I can take some of my profits. So that, I think, is what's going to end up happening. We'll see. You know, like I said, I'm not a financial specialist. You know, I cover SpaceX. You know, so you guys are smarter than me in the chat. So what you give me, you know, I love to hear it. So definitely keep the information coming. And if you want to write directly to me, just put at JCristina. I see it. It pops up a lot quicker. Let's see. Keep most of my shares sitting on the 4,500 right now. Well, Skippy says, are those one by one for these IPO shares? They are. No. Yes. I think you're asking me, are they class A, class B, class C? Is that what you're asking? They are one to one. They, like, Elon gets like class C. Like, I think it's like one share equals 10 or 100 votes or something. Those are like the shares that like he's got. So that's why people are like, well, how does he have 42% of the stock, but then he has full voting rights and he could never be, you know, overturned and he can never be kicked out of the company? It's because of the class of the shares that he owns in comparison to the class of the shares that you own or I own. You follow that? It has to do with voting rights. So I think Skippy is talking about that. I don't know. But yeah, he's a smart guy. He ain't gonna go down the same path as Steve Jobs, right? Being fired from your own frickin' company, kicked out by the board, right? And then the board having to come on their knees begging Steve to come back to save Apple because they dug a friggin' hole. And he had to pull the thing out of the hole. And now look what Apple's doing. Apple in the last 5 years has gone from about $120 a share to like $300 and some dollars a share. Think about it, right? That's Steve Jobs. So anyways, but yeah, Elon don't play that game. He has like 82% of the voting or some crazy amount. And he doesn't have to worry about ever getting fired, nor can anyone say we're not going to Mars. There's no board. There's nobody that can say we're not doing that. Yeah, you're talking about a genius that plays on like 4D chess, not even 3D chess. He's like, everyone else is playing 2D. He's at 4D, you know, two orders of magnitude smarter. Let's just say, like, honestly. So, let's see. Don't bet against Elon. Yeah, no, he's a smart guy. He's just smart. He's just simply smart. That's just it. He's smart. News. SpaceX now indicates an open at 168. I like it. Maybe I'll get some shares at 176. Who knows? Probably not. Let me see. Gwen Shotwell over there said on CNBC, the interview, that they are targeting mid-July. Interesting for Flight 13. Let's go. Let's go. If you don't know what that means, IFT 13 will be the next Starship flight. I cover all of them. I just covered IFT 12. That was a really good, it was a successful launch. The booster rocket, let's say, belly flopped into the Gulf instead of landing properly because some of the Raptor 3 engines didn't ignite, but we're not talking about that today, right? But yeah, so IFT 13, which would be the next Starship launch, according to what Matthew is saying here, according to Gwen Shotwell, we're looking at July. I'm okay with that. Next month. Let's do it. Let's roll. I love that. So if you don't know, this is really important because if you're a Starlink user or something, the sooner the better. The sooner they actually have a Starship that's working properly, that can put satellites on orbit, that's when everything is going to get just exponentially better. And I've talked about it in many of my videos. Watch some of those. There's literally 760. There's a lot for you to watch. Let's see. Matthew says 168. Whisper numbers right now. Yep, 168. Let me see if there's any news coming in here. Any news? I'm seeing value investors news. Let's see. Virgin Galactic news. Tech stock wave. No. 167. I'm seeing 167 also. 167 is from who? Let me see here. Um, 167. Yes. I'm seeing 167 on 26 million shares, IPO priced 135 on 555.56 million shares. 167 on 26 million shares. That's what I'm getting. That's coming right down like breaking news as of this moment. Is it right? Is it wrong? I don't know. All right. So that's the news that I'm getting. We'll see. We're still waiting. We're at 11 o'clock. We're at 11 o'clock. Not bad. You know what? Let me see here. I'm going to grab a drink because this is cold now. I'm going to go and grab a water. You guys just hang out. Keep watching. I'm going to leave this open. So if it does go live in the next 30 seconds while I go grab a drink in the refrigerator, you'll see it. It'll pop up right here on the spin. So hang in there. I'll be right back. All right, folks. I am back. I just had to get a drink. My voice is like going. It's not beer. Just ginger seltzer. Should be a beer. Maybe some Kraken, some rum. That would be nice. All right, maybe when we see this stock go to 1,000, we need some rum. Hey, Brian Forgrave is a premium sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Any super chats, any of that stuff is always great. Warmly welcome. Let me see here. If you haven't subscribed, consider doing so. If you're new, say hello in the chat so I can recognize you. Say hello. If you want to write something specifically to me so I see it, put at JCristina. It pops up in yellow on my screen. I can see it a lot easier. Matthew says 168. IS David Gaming says, surely other stocks need to sell, driving price down. So the EFTs and the funds, the index, or rebalance the monetary. Yeah. So just so you know, I don't know if you guys know it or not, but as of this morning, a few of these EFTs that are specific to Elon Musk's SpaceX IPO. There is one stock that longs it, and there's one that shorts it, and they were told that they can't sell any shares at all today. Matter of fact, they cannot sell any shares until Monday. So then, I guess, basically, I guess the exchange said, listen, we don't want to pull any thunder out of SpaceX. So the EFTs that are kind of tracking both the negative side and the positive side of it, the shorts and the long, they can't sell anything until Monday. So if you're looking to get into SpaceX, but you don't want to buy SpaceX proper, you can get into an EFT and you can go long with it or short, either way. There is a couple that do that, and I forgot which ones, but we could look that up and put that somewhere. If you guys know, let me know so I can kind of let people know about it. I forgot the two symbols, but anyways, that was news that it was like 6:30 in the morning. So these people were hating it because they wanted to release their EFT at the same time as the thing goes, the IPO hits, so that they can make the maximum amount of money. And the exchange's like, no, you can do that, but you must wait until Monday. God, not even tomorrow, Monday. Holy jeez. Let's see, what do we got here? Game God 1472 says spike to maybe 250 with a pullback to 180. I like that. Give me your predictions. I would love your predictions. What do you think? This is going to go parabolic. What will it spike to and what will it pull back to? What will be the high of the day and what will be the low? What will be the close? I want to know. Because, so just so you know, once the ticker starts, I'm going to put a low number line and I'm going to put a line for the top. And I'm going to keep on moving these lines around to see where it is and see kind of who got it right. I personally think, I'll give you my prediction as far as a high. This is going to go, it's not going to go like, I know Game God 1472 says 250 as being the high. I think this will probably double that, but we will see. We will see. But as far as the closing or the low, I think it's going to be below the IPO. I think so, or let's say close to it. But we will see. Remember, you can never bet against Elon because the amount of market coverage that he has received over the past year is unfreaking believable. And that doesn't include the road show that he just did, forget about all that, right? That's the norm. All the IPOs do it. But just the amount of coverage is just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. So everyone knows about Starlink, right? When I started doing this 5.5 years ago, no one even knew what the hell a Starlink was. And then when they thought about it, they're like, I don't want that. Because in their mind, they were thinking about HughesNet and Viasat, which are trash, right? High latency, sitting in GSO or sitting in a geo orbit at 36,000 kilometers instead of 360 kilometers. A little bit higher. 100 times the higher. So it's a big difference. So people are like, oh, SpaceX is going to be trash. But as soon as I found out that they started delivering these things at about 550, 540 kilometers, now they're down into the 300s. But at 500 some kilometers, I'm like, man, I did the math. I said, shit, instead of being like 6, 7, 800 milliseconds latency, this is going to be down to like 30, 40. And that's exactly what happened. So now you have a system that actually works almost like a cable company would, but from orbit, that you can use anywhere. On the top of a mountain, you throw your Mini on the ground, and now you have internet, fast internet from anywhere. In the middle of the ocean, on the top of a mountain, in the middle of a lake someplace, it doesn't matter where you are. As long as that Mini can see the open sky, you're good. So it's amazing. Skippy says, MT Newswire says 174. Eric says level 2 saying 162.50. Chris says, hi, JC. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Starting at 165. Let's see. Rob says, everyone go take a pee break. We need to go take a pee. That's right. I had to get a drink. My voice is going. Eric says 162. Steve J. 7139 says, I got my shares this morning at the 135 price. Holy shit. Awesome for you. I didn't get as many as I requested. Yeah, that's what I've been asking people this entire time. How many were you allocated? How many did you request? How many were you allocated? And which broker did you go with, right? I feel like Robinhood was really giving away a good number of allocation of shares, like the higher percentage. I think Robinhood got the highest percentage out of all the people. I think it was like 33%. Was allocated through Robinhood on one of the folks that put in here. So let me know. I would love to know. Chris says, how many ask versus received? Received. Exactly. I asked the same question. Perfect. Good question. Like the range estimate, closing north of 200. There you go. Closing north of 200. There's no reason it shouldn't close north of 200. None. Especially if it's going to start at 176. This thing is going to go, like I said, parabolic. It's going to shut down. It's going to pull circuit breakers over and over and over on the way up. It's going to pull circuit breakers over and over and over on the way down. And then once again on the way up, it's going to do just like it's going to. This is a day trader's wet dream. That's all that I can say. There's people that are going to be doing 15-second trades and making tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars because the liquidity is there. The biggest thing with day trading is getting in with a large number and not having liquidity, not having enough available shares, not having enough buyers to buy your shares. You know, if you go in with 10,000 shares and you're like, okay, I just made, 8 cents. All right, well, it's good on 10,000 shares. Then you want to sell the 10,000. It's like, oh, I sell 1,000. Another, But this is not going to be like that. This is going to be like this. So you can get in and out with probably 5,000 shares all day long. So day traders are going to they're going to love this. They are going to make a killing. Gary says, I was told to wait till SpaceX till it settles. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah. Maybe it will start around 11:11. That would be a great number, right? Maybe it'll start at 11:11. It is 11:09 right now. That'd be cool. Elon does stuff like that, right? What is his number? His number is 42, right? Right, from Hitchhiker's Guide. He loves that book. We're past 10:42, unless we do Texas time. I don't know. All right, maybe 11:11. That'd be neat. We'll see. I use E-Trade. This was Steve J. Perfect. Thank you. Steve J says that they used E-Trade and got in on the bid a few days ago. Okay. Bichu762 says EFT. You mean ETF? Yes, not EFT. ETF. Sorry. Let's see. The MKJ. Oh, here we go. We have two different ones here. We have the XNYS, XNAS, and the ARC through ARC or NASA. Rob says 240, 245 low, close 175. Okay. Close 175. Not bad. I could go with that. Rot Dog says 140 to 350 intraday. Close at 210 to 230. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty decent range, Rot. A pretty decent range. Stop loss in your friend. Yeah, so I mean for me, I wouldn't put a stop loss on this because it's just, the IPO is the IPO. The stop loss, putting a stop. I mean, if you're going to day trade it, then yeah, I mean, you could put a stop loss. You could put a stop in there. For me, I just put it open. I just did a limit trade for 176. I just took 10 shares just to take it, just because have skin in the game. If it gets filled, it gets filled. If it doesn't get filled, it doesn't get filled. Whatever. The truth for me, my best time to buy. It's 11:11, by the way. I don't see it trading yet. My best time, in my personal opinion, will be Q2 earnings plus 30% over initial IPO price. That would release 30% of the shares, of the locked shares. So that would be a really good amount of selling, in my personal opinion, heavy selling where people are trying to take profit. Maybe doing like a half and half, like 50% sale, and holding on to 50. Who knows? Stephen Walker says, thank you for account so I can buy some SpaceX doing this. Yes, I'll never invest, so I'm learning a lot. There you go. No problem. Yeah, this is fun. Bear in mind, I am not, like a day trader. I'm not a financial guy. I'm not a CFP, a certified financial planner. I give you just information that as I learned it over my 50 some years. That's it. So, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Okay. And anything that you buy is obviously a risk that you really need to be aware of. I wouldn't play with any money that you need next month. This is the kind of stuff that you do, if you want to, like I said, put a little skin in the game, that's fine. If you want to invest, I've never been one to invest in an IPO. And the reason being is because they're normally, someone said 60%, I've said even as high as 80% of the time lower within 6 months of the IPO, the price. Then it stabilizes. It goes rock solid, like for a while. And then all of a sudden it'll start coming back up. So, this is for fun. Okay, this is for the day traders, and this is for all of those big players to make millions and millions of dollars on our backs today. That's what's happening. That's the gig. That's how it goes down. Brandon says, I requested 1,150 shares through Schwab and only received 41. Holy crap. Very disappointing. Wow. Man, that's not great. What is that, it's like what, 0.3 or something of a percent? That's a very low percentage. Incredible. But that just shows the amount of pressure. Even Charles Schwab, that's just huge, right? Massive. Schwab is massive. There's not enough. That's how many people want this thing. I used E-Trade, 55 pre-IPO shares. So they got 55 on E-Trade. Whereas in Schwab, Stefan over there, Walker ended up with, Brandon ended up with 41 out of over 1,100. It's crazy. Rod says, I am unable to day trade. Have to hold everything I buy for at least 30 days. Okay. All right. They did change that whole rule, right? Where day trading now in the U.S. is allowed for accounts that just have like $2,000 in it. So if you have an account that has like $2,001, you can day trade now. Whereas before it was like you had to like wait, and then it had to like, things had to kind of like work out, and you weren't able to day trade every single day. You had to like, they took that away. So there's a lot more trading happening now as of like last week, I think it is, than ever in the US, because now you can actually day trade if you want to and not have to have an account with $25,000 in it. That's big. That's really big. So anyways, just a little added tidbit. KLR Burb said, I got 1 out of 100. I got 1 of 100 for 135. SpaceX is a scam. Mick Up said 1658 says it's a scam. Let's see. Eric, level 2 says 160. Florida Man says, I asked for 6 and I got 6. 135. Nice. Which broker did you use? Mick Up says, when aliens invade, it will drop to 0. Well, if aliens don't invade, then it won't drop to 0. Right, Mick Up? I don't know. Mr. Me, I2S, says, I got 13 out of 125 shares, and that was from Schwab. I feel like the allocation through Schwab is very light. It's like they're only giving people small amounts. Radio Wheelies Radio Wheelie says, why is SpaceX on halt in Fidelity? It's not on halt. It's not live yet. So the IPO hasn't started. Some IPOs go live at 9:30 at the ring of the bell. But Elon Musk and Gwen Shotwell rang the bell earlier. It was a 25-minute episode. It was a big deal. And that was it. And now we wait for the IPO to actually go live. So on the screen right now where you see waiting for data, that right there is the SpaceX stock. And as soon as the IPO starts, you're going to see this thing ripping. You're going to see a lot of numbers in the time of sales, in the down below. You'll see them in the level 2s, in the actual advanced sales. You'll see them everywhere. Okay. If you look on the right-hand side, or on this side of me, like right below me, you'll see these are the stocks that I've labeled as, let's say, sympathy stocks, stocks that are going to go up as Elon Musk SpaceX goes up. And we can see like WNC is already up 7%. AMD, you know who that is up 5.6%. Qualcomm, we know who that is, QCOM, up almost 5%. These stocks are all going up. Even NVIDIA, we're showing almost 1% up on NVIDIA. So over here, GRMN, that's Garmin. Now down below, we see stocks going down. We see Tesla down by 1/4 point. SAT is down. AVGO is down. If you don't know, let me see here if it pops up. Does it pop up? Yeah, that's Broadcom. AVGO is Broadcom. And they're down by half a percent. So that's the kind of thing, you just don't, you don't know, So for me, I like looking at these because some of them I figured would really rip. Like a perfect example was RKLB. RKLB is Rocket Lab, and they've just been ripping from like $25 to like 120 some bucks in within the year, like in a short period of time. But now they've given away like 25% in the last couple of days. I mean, they're at what, 107. I think their high was 120 something, 130, somewhere over there. So, each one of these are a little bit different. Memorable places. How is it people are getting shares before the trading has been open? So you can buy shares through your provider, right? Whoever you have your account with. I have an account with Charles Schwab. So I could have went with Charles Schwab. I could have put in an order. It's like a request. I could tell them how many shares that I want and at what price. They fill it or not. That's how it works, right? It's almost like a lottery on who gets it, who doesn't, this type of thing. But you have to put in, it's paperwork you put in. Same with Fidelity, Robinhood, all the rest of them. Most of the time you have to have an account that has a specific amount of money. Like Charles Schwab, I think it's like 100,000. Yeah, I think it's 100,000 with Charles Schwab that you have to have in a totality of multiple accounts, 100,000, and then you can submit paperwork to get the allocation. So that's how people get it, basically, right? It's like pre-market, before the IPO. So let me see. Al says I got 26 shares out of 160. Al for 6711. Who was, if you want to tell us how many shares you got and how many how many were allocated to you and how many you requested, always put who the provider was, who you're using. Robinhood, Fidelity, whoever, right? Let me know. Let me see. I use Robinhood. That's from Florida Man. Let's see, 10 out of 10 at 10 out of 10 from Robinhood at 135. Great. That's awesome. That's sweet. I asked for 40. I got 10 allocated. Robinhood seems to be doing pretty well. I think Robinhood has been the one that's been doing the best out of all of them. I think it's Robinhood. Let me see. Hang in there 1 second, guys. All right. We got our, there's always packages coming. There's always something coming. Let's see. Still, we're not live, and it is now 11:23. So if they do it, I would say probably 11:30 or 12 o'clock. I have a feeling it's going to be at 12 o'clock. And this thing is only going to run for like a few hours, and it'll be done for the day. There's going to be so many stops, so I don't know. They're really pushing this, but I think probably 12 o'clock makes sense. But we'll see. We're going to keep watching. We're going to watch. My daughter got 16 shares. It's 86% from eToro. Okay. Brandon Walker, 6141, says my son is through Robinhood, and he got 11 shares of the 14 he requested. He is a lucky lad. Yes, he is. Floridian Man says you were 271,586th allocated investor. Holy crap. And that was from Robinhood. Unbelievable. That is crazy. So let me ask you, Robinhood, did they require a specific account balance to get that allocation? And did you have to fill out paperwork like you do with Schwab to request that? Let me know. Because I feel like each broker is like, they just do things different. New opening price numbers from SpaceX is down to 162 to 163. Interesting. Okay. Let me see down the wire here if there's anything popping up. Anything popping up. Elon Musk, NASDAQ, okay. Let's see. Yes. Nothing here. No news here. Investor questions, nothing here. They are verifying that it is 555.56 million shares to raise $75 billion at a valuation of $1.77 trillion. 2.5 times the size of the previous highest IPO ever. And that happened in December 2019. That's the Saudi. Let's see. Virgin Galactic stock is falling on Friday. Yes, it is. Virgin Galactic is just, man, that stock is just, man. If you were invested in that company, let's see, nothing else. All right, so that's it for the wire. Nothing else. We do see one that just came in just now, which was the EchoStar Tesla and or stock explained deal. And they were just talking about the 165, and they're stating now $1.8 trillion valuation. Interesting. EchoStar declined 7.1%. Investors see the satellite maker as a proxy for SpaceX because it reached a deal last year with Elon Musk's company for Spectrum in return for about 2% of SpaceX stock. Rocket Labs fell 6%, like I was telling you guys, I was watching Rocket Labs. That just came down the wire. Rocket Labs fell 6.1% after index provider NASDAQ said that the rocket launch company would join the NASDAQ 100 on June 22nd. Interesting. And it lost 6%. Satellite maker AST, space mobile and launch infrastructure provider Firefly Aerospace declined 10% to 12% respectively. So once again, we're seeing stocks that you would think, the ones that are going to take a hit are the ones that are really going down. A perfect example, EchoStar was smart because they sold Elon Musk Spectrum. If you don't know, Elon Musk, about a month and a half ago or so, maybe 2 months ago now, bought about $20 billion of EchoStar Spectrum. EchoStar is the people that have Dish Network, right? So EchoStar was sitting on all of this like 5G, like this really pristine, clean spectrum. And they weren't going to use it because they're basically put out of business, no matter how you look at it, right? Dish Network is done. Matter of fact, some of the guys that work at Dish Network, Elon Musk has hired them to basically like throw a SpaceX sign on their Dish Network truck to go and hang SpaceX Starlink dish, just so you know, just to get an idea of the scope of what's going on. You can't make it up. Anyways, so he bought $20 billion of spectrum. This spectrum is going to allow SpaceX to be able to go bidirectional. So most companies, including local internet providers, ISPs, they give you an asymmetrical connection, meaning like you have like a 10 meg up speed and like 100 meg down speed. 10 meg up, 100 down, or 20 meg up and 200 down, or whatever. It's usually like a 10 or 15% of the totality of the download, right? Well, with this new spectrum, is it going to allow SpaceX to be able to produce or provide symmetrical connectivity. The same thing that we see with fiber and some cable companies. Whereas you have like a 1 by 1, a 100 by 100, a 200 by 200, a 300 by 300, 500 by 500, even a gig, because SpaceX is going to be able to provide a gig connection in the not so distant future. But having a 300 by 300, for example, means that instead of getting only like 20 or 30 megabits up, you'll be able to get 300 megabits up with SpaceX Starlink and 300 megabits down. That is the future. Is it here? No, they're not talking about it yet, but I'm telling you, all right, this is what I do. That's what's going to end up happening, all right? The same thing with DTC or direct to sell. That's going to be pervasive. That's going to be everywhere, all right? That's going to be ubiquitous. You're going to be able to go anywhere in the entire world, take your phone out, and where there's no cell towers at all, literally use a SpaceX Starlink and have connectivity. But not just like Apple connectivity where it's like, oh, turn this way. Wait a second. Turn. Okay, you're locked in. Stay right there. Now text. Like texting as fast as you can. No, not the Apple nonsense using Globalstar. They're looking at up to 150 megabits speed. Right now, they only have about 4 to 8 megabits download speed on the DTC, direct to cell. We're looking at like 100 plus megabits just using a phone with a satellite. That is just crazy. Think about these telcos like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, what they're thinking about that. Voice over IP, data anywhere, cell towers not being needed as much. My understanding is Verizon is cutting back cell tower production, in other words, the creation thereof, because it costs millions and millions of dollars, by, I think it was like 30 or 40% by next year. That's a big cutback. They know the writing's on the wall. The writing's on the wall. You're not going to need them, right? You're going to use satellites. That's just it. Anyways, I digress, as I always do. And I see that we still do not have a live offering. It is 11:31. So maybe we're going to see 12 o'clock. We'll see. Let's see. What do we have here? We have Rob Costin, 4690, said Merrill Lynch allocated 75 out of 75 shares. That's awesome. That is awesome. Sweet. I think using like some of the more obscure, like the smaller like locations, like Charles Schwab, for example, is so big, like Fidelity and stuff. Their allocation, I don't know. People like, I'm noticing like in the chat, a lot of the people like in Robinhood, they're getting like allocated for what they ask for 5, they get 5. They ask for 30, they're getting 30. They get, it's like really close. But some of these big companies, they're not swinging it. I don't know. Now someone did just say they requested 7 and got 1 from Robinhood. Maybe we're starting to see like it's starting to fill up where there's not a lot left. We see Frank also from Robinhood says he got 1 out of 40. There we go. We're starting to come to a point where there's no more. At that point, we're going to see it open. We're starting to see that. We're seeing the allocation slow. All right. DSP through E-Trade was a bit of a goat rope, but my daughter got all of her requested 200 shares as a SpaceX Starlink employee of 6 years. That's good. God, blessings to her. She's gonna do really well. She's gonna do really well. She started in Boca back in the day. She saw combat. Wow. Well, Chris, that's awesome. That's really, really good. Really, really good. Let's see. My daughter got 16. We got that one. What do we got here? Going to the next. Man, why does this thing bounce around so much? It's so annoying. Here. Is David Gaming? eToro was just a dollar value amount desired. Allocation was 1. Really? So eToro, you were just able to buy it. Robinhood required $165 allocation per share. Once the share was allocated at 135, they released the remainder. Interesting. So that's it. So they wanted 165 to be safe, and then they allocated at 135. Interesting. Okay. I like that. That's a hell of a lot better than Charles Schwab saying like, oh, you need a $100,000 account to, and plus the paperwork and do all this other stuff. That's why it's interesting, very interesting. So people are using Robinhood. A lot of people are really liking Robinhood, and those are that's a perfect reason right there. Perfect reason right there. Sometimes you play with the big guys, and you get a little screwed. That's the way it is. STI is the only green small cap hype name. Checked. RDW is the best intraday relative strength space name. RKLB and AST, okay, Space Mobile, remain major sympathy names. This is from Trip 3980. Yes, both RKLB are in the doldrums. I mean, they're not doing good at all. A matter of fact, Rocket Labs or RKLB is negative by 7, almost 8% at this point. What was the other one that you had there? I think AST Space Mobile, right? AST. Do I have them in here? I don't. Why don't I have them in here? What is it? ASTS, I think. Is it ASTS? Yes, ASTS. Yeah, ASTS. Holy crap! They take the cake. They're at 12.25% down. AST Space Mobile. Man. I'm sorting. Matter of fact, if you look at this list that's moving right underneath me here, if you look at that list, I'm sorting from the best movers to the worst movers, right? And the best is the WNC. That's that $9. And then just underneath it is AMD, sitting at over 5.5% increase on AMD. And Qualcomm is doing great too. Once again, sympathy. STI and RDW. Do I have them? Let me see. Let me put them in here. STI. STI is sitting at 5.5. That's nice. And RDW. RDW is underwater by almost 9%. All right. Well, we'll keep watching those. Once again, the sympathy stocks, right? The stocks that will ride the coattails or be shaken from the coattails of this massive launch. J.S. Walton, I lived in Alaska for 5 years, and Starlink was an absolute game changer. Absolutely. Travis 9300 says, seems 12 o'clock based on what I can gather. I think 12 o'clock sounds good. So that would be 23 minutes away. 23 minutes away. Digi Steve says I got 57 shares out of 200, and that's from E-Trade. Once again, I feel like the bigger the numbers, the bigger the company, the less. Fidelity, 10 out of 25. I mean, that's not too bad. You're getting like what, close to 40-some%, I guess, somewhere on there. That's not bad, not bad at all. Back to 162 now. 162. Okay. I'm going to leave. So just so you guys know, 2.5 hours ago, I guess it is now, right? About 2.5 hours ago? I think so. Right around there. I put in a trade, and it's sitting there. You can see it in blue right underneath me, like over to this side. You'll see it down there. It says, it has my Schwab account, and my Schwab account, it ends like that 379 number there with the asterisks. And it says 176, 10 shares. I put that in there literally a couple hours ago just for shits and giggles, right? So we'll see if it actually gets filled at that price. Obviously, I would love to have got some at 135, but honestly, I'm not doing this for investing. I will invest during the Q2 earnings reports, right around there. At that point, we'll see a really good understanding of how the market's going to accept or reject this specific stock, and then I will probably invest for the long term. I'm not gonna buy to go sell the next week. I'll buy and just let it sit. Buy into a IRA or just buy and just let it hold. And just hold it. That's just for me. Eric says, you'll get filled at 176. I might. Who knows? But remember, that's a limit. So if it goes live at 135 and there's some allocation, if I can get 10 at like 145, I can still get filled at 145. It's just if it goes parabolic and now all of a sudden sits at like 186, obviously I'm not going to get filled. That's just it. And then I might take it off the table, because we know, or I think, it will dump below IPO and then it'll probably come back up again. So I don't know. We might leave it. We'll see. We'll see. It doesn't matter. When will it start? We don't know. We're going to guess, it seems to be the general consensus, noon at 12 o'clock ET, Eastern Standard Time. Let's see. KLR Blurb says, I was on Robinhood at, he was allocated at, his number was 597,205. So you're looking at probably 1 million people, I wouldn't doubt, actually got shares just from Robinhood alone. Crazy. Rick says, Fidelity dropped last week from a 500K requirement to 2K last week. Holy crap. Oh my God. Okay, so this is for Eric Peterson, 3812. Charles Schwab requires 100,000 to have placed, let's say, your order. You have to fill out paperwork, whatever. I'm not going to get into it. 100,000. You're telling me that Fidelity originally required an account with $500,000, so 500,000 instead of 100,000, and then they backed off that all the way down to 2,000 last week. That to me means that they were holding so many shares that they were not able to allocate them to people that had $500,000 in their account. That is interesting. That kind of gives you a little understanding of who is buying these shares. Think about that. That is really, really, really good information. Really good information. So, yeah, that's cool. That is really good. Thanks a lot, Eric, for that. That's you could read a lot into that. You could read a lot into that. Not to be negative. I'm not going to be negative, but you could read a lot into that. Eric says, yeah, you get filled at 176. Let's see. I'm going to day trade it with 5 shares for experience. Yeah, why not? You could do that. If you ever day traded before, I would say make sure you know all of your buttons and what to do. You don't accidentally do something stupid. Always use a limit order. Don't use a market order. Don't accidentally click sell instead of buy. If you short this stock at the wrong time, you are going to get rolled. So, know your buttons. Don't get flustered. Relax. Know what you're doing. Okay? Be careful. Do your due diligence because each platform is a little bit different. What I'm showing you right now is Think or Swim. It used to be TD, Ameritrade. It used to be, this was back in the day. Now it's Charles Schwab. This is their platform. Is it the best? No, it's not. Is it good? It's good enough. All right. You can see, level 2s. You don't get 10-second intervals. You get 1 minute is the fastest. There's other skins that you can get over this platform, Charles Schwab's platform, that you have to pay for monthly that will give you even better access, more hotkeys, on the second or 10-second, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's for people that are literally like in, out, buying 100 shares, selling 100 shares 15 seconds later, buying 100 shares, waiting 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, selling 100, that kind of stuff. Selling half, that kind of thing. And just simply clicking buttons, not touching anything. That's a true day trader. That's not me. Okay. So, do I know how to do it? Yes. Have I done it before? Yes. I spent a good 2 years learning how to day trade during COVID. And I enjoyed it. I didn't lose any money, but I didn't make any money either. But I got a ton of education. Basically it. Using real money instead of paper money. So it was fun. But I don't have the wherewithal, the brass ones, to do it on a daily basis, nor the time to do it. Let me see. Oh my God, Chris B. or BRZN 3917 said, Pocahontas came out and said the SEC should not let SpaceX trade. What can you say to that? Yeah. Mark says, I think it will spike, then tank, and then spike again. Absolutely. That's typical IPO. Yeah. We're dumb money. We are dumb money. All the retailers are dumb money. We are usually exit liquidity for the smart money, the people that have had these stocks for a long time. So it is what it is. As long as you know it and you're okay with it, we're okay. It is 11:45 and it says waiting for data. So it has still not IPO'd as of yet. We're going to just keep it going. I'm guessing 12 o'clock is probably going to be the magic number. And then we're going to see this thing hot and rolling. Can you only short if you have a margin account? Yes. I hate to say yes because everyone is different, right? So I don't know what like Robinhood does. I don't, maybe if you have a cash account, but you have a certain amount in it, you can, I don't know. But like Charles Schwab, for example, forever, you needed like $25,000 to day trade, not have like, provisions put into place where you had to let stuff, kind of balance out before you use that money again. And it was like this 2-day process, 3 days. It was they took that away. So as of like a week ago, anybody can day trade with like a $2,000 and 1 penny account. That is big. Hey guys, we're live. We're live. It is 11:47, and it is rolling. It is rolling. 150. It started out at 150. Average price 150. We are live. Check it out. Holy crap. Now look at the reds and look at, oh, it's froze. So take a look. You see what happened here? Look at it, right? Take a look at the sales. It froze. Oh, now it's going again. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We are rolling 154. Obviously, we're going to see a lot of green candles. SpaceX is up 13% on the day. It's at 152 as of right now. Watch down here, the level twos. Watch the level twos, but even more importantly, look at the time of sales, right? Over here. The time in sales, when they go red, there's a lot of selling. When they're fully green, there's a lot of buying. And we can see what the bots are doing over here. It looks like I got filled my long position at $150 average price. You see that? I had it in there for 176. So there you go. I got 10 shares at 150 bucks. I didn't even know if I was going to get filled at all. Anyways, so here we go. It is moving. It is moving and shaking. And 156, it is now up 16% on the day, 16% on the day. And it is ripping. So the low was 135. Literally on the first candle it closed. The first candle closed at 152. Now, like I said, we're watching the 1 minute, but take a look at what we see here. As we get further into it, I'm going to move to a 5 minute, but we're going to leave it at 1 minute now so you can actually see how quick this thing is moving. I mean, this is quick. This is quick. Look at the information coming through here. So we see a 2,000 buy there that just came through. If we just watch this right-hand side over here and just see the large numbers that come through. Every once in a while, you'll see like 2,000 shares. I think we saw a 3,000 share a minute ago. And it's literally pausing. Look at this ask. Look at this ask right here. Look at that. That is fake right there. Look at this ask. Ask size, 600,000 shares, 700,000 shares. Look at that ask. Did you see that? Now it's saying volume of 1 point some million at 160. That was the ask. So what ends up happening a lot of times here is that these are all auto traders. There was no one that was trying to purchase at 160 like 700,000 shares. That just wasn't happening, right? But this is the kind of stuff that you end up seeing. But if you look at the actual sales that are happening here on the right-hand side, that's the actual sales. That's what's actually going through. So we have a red candle now. We hit a high of 163, and now this thing has dropped down to 155 for the low of this candle. We're going to keep that rolling. What do you think, guys? We're here. I did fill. It ended up filling at 150, guys. I got filled at 150. It has my P&L at 90. So if you see this green column, that's how much my account has made so far on this specific stock. It's made $94, $96. Who knows what that will be? That's my 10 shares. It's made basically $100. I don't know, but obviously we're not doing this to day trade it and go and sell it and make $100. I don't need to do that. But look at the movement, guys. Now we're on the as these candles start getting closer and closer together, we're going to start seeing some patterns. And as I told you before, I have three. You see, there's 4 lines here. This yellow line is the bottom of your volume, and the top line is your volume, and then the pink or the purple is the mid. So when you start seeing things going above, when you see the candles going above this average, this moving average, it's basically a volume. It's a moving average. When it goes above that, you know we're going positive. When it goes below the yellow down here, Now we're starting to see some selling. And if it stays in the middle of the purple, that's about where we would think that it would stay unless there's all of a sudden a ton of buying or a ton of selling. So we can watch these lines at the same time. The blue is a moving average. You got to understand that these lines are so virgin that you don't have a lot of data behind them, even though I have them set up as being, a V WAP. It doesn't matter because there's not enough data yet. So give it about an hour or two, and then we'll be able to really start seeing patterns. So we'll see what ends up happening. We got one red candle so far this entire time. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Once again, this is the 1 minute, and we're still going up. So we're at 162. The stock is up so far 20%. It did go live at 11:47, I believe it was. Let me write that down. I think it was 11:47, or was it 11:41? No, I think it was 11:47, right? What do we got? Yeah, I think so. 11:47. Just in case I want to refer back to it, we'll write that down. So, figure it's been up for 6 minutes, and it's currently at about 21% increase. Now, remember, we are only trading, or the market is only trading like 5% of the total amount of shares. So you're seeing people tug-of-warring, fighting for a very, I just saw 4,000 ask just come through, 4,000 shares asked just a second ago. You're seeing a very small percentage of people that are a large percentage of people fighting for a very small percentage of the pie, let's just say. So far my account has made $150, guys. $150 because we got filled at exactly 150 average price. Wow. It is now up 22%. Nice. Robinhood, for some reason, I'm gonna say something that normally I don't, because I don't like, I'm not one to call out one thing or another thing, but I have to say I am very impressed based on all of you guys. At one point there was nearly 500 of you on here. Based on what all of you have been saying, I am very, very, very impressed with Robinhood. It's really, really, to me, I could have swore like a Fidelity, Charles Schwab, someone like this would have been able to provide more shares at the bottom of that 135 price, and they weren't. Robinhood really, they did well. I just found out just now on the phone that my wife also purchased stock, 10 shares, just like I did, but she used Robinhood. Guess what price she got filled at? The exact same price that I got filled at, $150. Interesting, right? Two platforms, both getting filled at the exact same price. That means that these orders were sitting there prior to, and that's the actual number or the average price that ended up being the fulfillment, 150. But yeah, I'm really, I have to say, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys, are Robinhood users, but also have used Charles Schwab and Fidelity and E-Trade, all the rest of them. What do you think about Robinhood? I know that's not what this whole entire live is about, but I find it almost it could be, because when you see things like this happen going forward, when we see OpenAI do their IPO and we see the next one will be, who would be, I think it's Anthropic, will be the next IPO after them. Would you much rather use Robinhood to get those pre-orders in comparison to one of the big guys? I don't know. You know, when we just saw Fidelity wanted $500,000 just to be able to get some stock, and then they lowered it to $2,000 a week prior, that's very telling. That is very telling. All right, because you know these people are just, you know, you're basically playing in a very big pond of some very big fish that just love to eat you. So, anyways, so yeah, we're at 164 now. The stock is up 23%. Let's take a look at these candles. Let's see what's going on here. Not bad. We're seeing now a high of day. So what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead. I'm going to go into my tools really quick. And let's go ahead and put the high of day right in here at 168. Let's just call it 168.71. That's fine. 168.75 right there. Okay. We're going to stick that there. And now the low is the IPO down here. I'm not going to take that number as low. Let's go ahead and take the bottom of that candle because that's actually where it started. It started at 150, and that's where I got filled, and that's where my wife got filled. Okay? So we're going to leave that there. And the reason being is as we watch this, I want to see like what ends up happening to this area. We know that 168 is the high. Are we going to break free of this or are we not? Eventually, when we get some more data in here, I'm going to start drawing some other lines. We're also obviously watching the moving average. We see the top of the moving average is right here, and the bottom of the moving average is right here, this gold color. We're pushing towards the top, as well as this right here is the middle, the purple. So as we go above the top, right around here, this moving average, we're going to see a little bit more of some stair stepping up, in my personal opinion. But we will see if it can hold there, if it's going to go up. If we look at the level twos, I would have to say there's an equal of buying and selling going on right now. I really believe that this would have been a rip, like a real rip, where we saw a lot of halts immediately, and we're not seeing that, right? I'm kind of floored because look at all the red going on currently on the TNS. There was a lot of red there for a second. We can see that that candle closed completely red just a minute ago. So, you know, when you start seeing that, there's obviously people are noticing that it's not running, and it's not running extremely fast. And where we were talking about, I was asking people, what were their predictions? And someone predicted like 140 being like the low, and like it goes up to like maybe 230, 240, and maybe ends at like about 180 or so. And I forgot who said that. They're probably going to be pretty accurate because this feels different than what I expected. I want to just say that. What do you guys think about this? And also, let me know your thoughts on Robinhood. I really would like to know. Let's see. You know, I wonder if this is going to throw off standards in day trading because of how large SpaceX following is. For example, I don't think that we have numbers to measure this level of hype. Absolutely, that's true. But just because you have a very large advertising campaign or a big platform, you can't. There's no way to negate someone, you know, or stop an IPO because of it. You know, there's really no way to do that. Mark says, I wouldn't be surprised if the bottom drops out within a week. Seen it several IPOs. Yes, that's what I was saying at the beginning. I'm doing this for fun, but I really do believe the long money, the smart money, is going to invest when the second quarter earnings numbers come out. And if the second quarter that's going to be a 20% release of stock, unlocking of stock. And then if the stock level is higher than 30% over the IPO price, it's going to release an extra 10. So we could see a total of an unlocking of 30% of the totality of stock. That is a lot of stock. That is really going to put pressure on the price. So I think that if you want to go long with the SpaceX, that is the perfect place to do it. Once again, your miles may vary. I'm just some guy. I'm not a financial analyst. I'm not a CFP or certified financial planner. I'm not a day trader like a lot of these people online. I'm a SpaceX guy. I'm a Starlink guy. I've been doing 760 videos on Starlink, on SpaceX, on AI, on Linux for the last 5-6 years. Okay, so I know SpaceX inside and out. I know the chip market. I know all what goes on. So I really do, I've said it when I first started with SpaceX. I said I would have bought SpaceX. Actually, I would have bought Starlink stock 5 years ago because I saw the writing on the wall when I was like user number 112,000. Now there's 10 million, just to get a scope of how big just that entity is. Look at my P&L. I was up over $160. Now I'm up only $90. It is coming down, guys. Look at those red candles. And now, remember, like I told you, look at what's going on here with, let me go ahead and let me bring this up a little bit closer. Let me bring this a little closer. Here we go. All right, that's better. So if we look at this, I have the VWAP going, and we can see this moving average. The top of the moving average is the green. The yellow is the bottom of the moving average, and the purple is the mid. So when you start seeing stuff pulling below this yellow or this gold mark, it's going lower, all right? So we're getting a full red candle here, and we have a bottom price down here I marked at $150. This has got a full red candle, all right? And it's equal tail as top. Equal is the same. So this could probably hold right around here. It's going to be iffy. But by this moving, by this being now below this gold line, I have a feeling it's going to keep going down for a bit. So we'll watch it. We'll see. But I'm just showing you basically what I watch whenever I'm watching, stocks. This is moving so fast. It's impossible to gauge. But we just have some fun with it. Okay. I have a feeling this thing is going to drop to the 155 area, maybe even a little bit lower, and then start ripping up again. It's got a stair step, right? Things are not going to just be full board to 200 immediately. But let me get back into here. Once again, I want to hear about Robinhood. Let me know about Robinhood. Let me see. Yeah, definitely like, share, subscribe. If you've never been here before, thank you for being here. Definitely subscribe. I got a lot of good stuff on space, SpaceX, Starlink, AI, all that kind of stuff, Linux. About, I think, 1,700 videos. 700 of those videos are just on Starlink and SpaceX. Let's see. Oak Tree View says, thanks for what you're doing. I thank you for being here. This SpaceX event is freaking amazing. And FYI, I'm streaming it. And you, that's awesome, on Starlink. That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, there's a squeeze. Yeah, there'll be a squeeze. This is inevitable. This is how it works. All right, so look, but what I want you to notice is, you notice my gold line here? Do you notice how it just tippy-toed right on that gold line? And once it hit that gold line, it's starting to bounce back up, right? Just keep watching those moving averages, because that gives you, like I said, it gives you a good understanding of kind of, what the average mind of the traders are. Obviously, we can go over down here and we can watch the level twos. I see 1,500 here, sell. I see a buy for 1,500. I see a buy for 5,400 shares right here at 159. Another buy at 159. See these? That's at 5,400 here, 1,500. That's bouncing back and forth. They're trying to buy. And we see on the sell side, this is the ask, this is the bid. And then more importantly, what I like is TNS over here, because these are the actual sales. These are like the guess sales, like we hope, we think, we want. And like I said, a lot of this is AI trading. So you might see here a want to buy, like an ask, for, let's say, $58, which is $1 below what it's currently at, and it'll say like 100,000 shares. And it'll literally sit there for like 4 seconds and then turn off. That's that's literally mechanics. That's literally AI doing that. It's the market is so freaking manipulated. It's not like people pulling the levers anymore, right? This is literally people write scripts all day, every day to manipulate and to buy and sell at the perfect time. Okay? This is what they do. So the majority, over 50% of everything that we see is happening automatically. Period. If you like it or not. Look what happened. It bounced off that gold line, right? It would be the bottom of my moving average. It just passed the mid of the moving average. And we're going to see if it comes back up here, which would be the top of the moving average, would be 164. If it does, it could push higher because now we're starting to move in that direction. This is good. This is good. We'll keep watching it. So the stock as of right now is up 20%. And it went live at 11:47. So we're looking at like maybe 10, what do we got, 10 minutes there, 10, 12, like less than 15 minutes. So we've been up to 165 with a low of 150. So we've had let's say an $18, $19 move of the stock. So what do you guys think? Once again, definitely give me your thoughts on Robinhood because I still want to know about Robinhood. I haven't seen a lot of information in here about Robinhood. Please let me know your thoughts on it. SpaceX is not a day trade target. Yeah, it's not a day trade target. Yeah, well, it depends what kind of day trader you are. A 20% move for a day trader is not bad. It just depends on obviously, what they're trying to do, obviously, and how much money they have to spend. But yes, the day trade targets are those sympathy stocks that are under $100. When we go over here, like if we take a look at my list, we can see here's a perfect example, GPN. All right. GPN is up 2.22%, okay, from 66 bucks. So, when people look at that, they're like, and they're literally putting in like 10,000 shares at a time, and a stock goes up 25 cents. It's a lot of money. And what they do is they're literally buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling like big blocks. And the whole idea is it has to have the volume. It has to have the liquidity. And with a stock like this, with Starlink or SpaceX, it has the liquidity. It has so many people buying that it's very easy to get out of very big numbers. So you can buy 1,000, sell 1,000 in 15 seconds. Buy 1,000, sell 1,000 in 30 seconds. You see what I'm saying? So when you're seeing something move over here at this yellow line at 56, right? And we see it moving in right here at the bottom of the scale. They would probably bought right around here, 57.6, right? And they would watch this thing, green, 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 green. It would start heading back down here. Most likely it would probably come out of it here. So that'd be at 163. They would have come in over here at 158. You're looking at close to $5 profit on 1,000, 10,000 shares. Some of these people have a lot of money day trading, not just a little bit. Right? We're talking about a lot. So yes, it just depends on each person on what they're comfortable with doing. But yes, it is not, if you truly want to day trade, you want a stock that goes up 500% for the day. There's money. Anyways, but yes, that's from Eric. And yes, I agree with you. Fabiola says, share this video. Please do that. I appreciate that with your family and friends and everybody. That would be awesome. JD Mundard said, hopefully no RUD on this launch. Yeah, I hope no RUD. If you guys are in the into rockets, a RUD with like a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Like when something goes boom. So yeah, no, I don't think there's going to be a run on this. I think it will end the day above water. I don't think we're going to. So even though it says that the IPO is 135, the actual allocation started at 150. I got in at 150. My wife got in at 150 just by placing an order. That's it. So I'd say 150 is a good bottom, right? So I would guess that this would stay above 150 today. It will probably close more in the 180s, maybe 200, who knows? It depends on if, the big money comes in. If we look at this candle, look what's going on here, guys. Look what's going on here. You see my top of my moving average? This is above the moving average. That means that we have a lot of buying going on. So that to me means that we're going to keep seeing this go up from here. We're at 164. Now we're at 165, and we went from a 20% increase to a 22% increase in the stock. So we got that one red candle, once again, bouncing off. This seems to always happen, okay? Bouncing off my top line. You see that top line? Bouncing off that top line of the moving average. Because I created that moving average based on what I thought would be good for an IPO, I think I'm doing a deviation. I think it was like one down, one up, something like that. You can set, your deviation, right, to your mean. So I think I did a one up, one down because it's such a fast action, fast moving. You could pull that also wider to like a two up, two down. You widen that up a little bit to give it some more movement, but I knew this thing was going to be tight. This is tight. So when we see it bouncing off that top line, the chances of it coming down from there is pretty good. It is pretty good. It kind of is what it is. So let me go and move up just a little bit. Matter of fact, you know what? We will, let me back out of this and grab some more data. There we go. So we can see this moving a little bit better. We're starting to see a little bit of movement. We could, if we want, draw a line. We only got about you know what? I'm not going to start drawing lines yet until 30 minutes comes. So we're at what 147. Let's just call it 11:45. So at 12:15, about a minute from now, I'm going to draw a little bit of a line here and see if we can figure out how this thing is going to move, right? Let's go ahead and grab a little bit extra room like this. Let me go and change my tools to a line, and I'm going to come from the bottom of this 150. And we're going to take this to actually not the bottom of this candle, but right to the beginning close, the beginning and close of the candle, right here at the bottom, right here. So I'm going to move this on to maybe about here, and I'm going to stick that just like that. Okay, so if this was to hold, right, what will end up happening is we can see this come back down to about here, which would be, let's say, about 161, 162, and then possibly head back up if it starts to do the stair-stepping thing. But we don't know. We're going to keep on track of this top of the moving average, the actual average. And right now, literally since right around here is when it crossed over. Let's see, right around 12:07 until now, it's been on an upswing. But we'll see. We'll see how my lines do. See how this does. And once again, we have a high now of 168.75 and a low of 150. So we'll leave that going. Let me just get into some of these messages while that's going. Fabiola says about the new Truth Engine. Absolutely. Take a look at that AI, uncensored AI, how to build it. I teach you. It's a book called The Truth Engine. Go to my website. You can see it in the pinned comment. Matter of fact, I will put it right in here again. Go over to the shop. You'll see it there. Pick it up. The book will show you exactly how to build your own Truth Engine, your own local AI. As long as you have like 12 or 16 gig card or unified memory, you can build it on a Mac, on a PC, or on a Linux machine, and all of the software you need is free. And it takes you about, some people are saying 20 minutes, some people are saying 25 minutes to build. let's just say 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes, you'll have your own local AI that you can do whatever you want with. You're not beholden to any of these other people, okay? Take a look at that. Oak Tree says, when is the first quarter report on the calendar in the next 3 months? That's a good question. Let me see. Let me look that up because I had it here, but I know I wrote it down. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. It's Q2 earnings, right? Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. SpaceX. All right. So earnings report. Let me see. Let me see what it is. I had it written down here, and for some reason, I don't know. Where did it go? I'll find it. Here we go. Okay. So the Q2 earnings report, there's not a fixed date, right? It's not absolutely 100% fixed. So it's going to be, Q2 ends June 30th. So they have, the earnings could likely be right around maybe July through August period, and it's up to them. So what that means is you want to use your Robinhood or your Thinkorswim or whatever and put your notifications on, so when the Q2 earnings report drops, you want to be notified of it immediately. And then you want to go in and take a look at what's going on with the stock price. It should be going down and not up, okay? Because there'll be either 20 to 30% additional allocation or liquidity. So that's a really big thing. The 70 days, so if you guys want to write this down, I have it written down here. So the 70-day, when another 7% gets released, will be August 21st. 90-day would be September 10th. 105-day would be September 25th. 120-day would be October 10th. 135-day would be October 25th. And at 180-day will be December 9th. So on December 9th, every single share will be out on the market, unlocked, okay? But there is a time before that that's even more important than the last day, and that is for Q3 earnings. Q3 earnings are going to, at that time, release 28% of the totality, okay? So that will be your next buying opportunity. To me, buying opportunity at Q2, especially at Q2, because you have that possibility of the extra 10%, and then, of course, at the Q3. So, because there'll be another chunk that's released. That's my personal opinion. Once again, I am not a financial planner. I'm not a CFP. I'm just giving you just my thoughts, right? Use do your own due diligence and take it all with a grain of salt, for sure. Okay, let me get back into here. Eric says, I think I called 150 to 155 early. Yes, 150, 155. You did it, Eric. You're on it. Washing out the day traders. Yeah, so we're at 165. And yeah, this is, this feels less like the biggest IPO ever and more like a standard day at the stock exchange. Like, we are not seeing these dramatic rips like I thought we would see. Now, maybe they'll come. Remember, we're at noon, right? Lunchtime. People, now obviously there's going to be a lot of traders out there that are going to be working through lunch because of this. We did just see now, if you look at this, we now see all of these candles are above my top average line. That means that this stock is going to start going up. It's going to continue to go up, okay? You can see my P&L. I'm up to, $170 so far made on the day? Whatever. Not that it matters. We're not looking at that. But as we can see, we are above this moving average. It's going to continue to go up from here. And this line is the line that I created showing the direction I felt that it would go. And if we look at it, it's pretty damn on target. This is really, its movement is more predictable than what I thought. I thought that this thing would be halted at least 2-3 times by now, and it's not. We're at 12:22. I mean, we're like getting really close to the 30-minute mark of it being traded. So, here we go. Now watch this candle. Remember, look at my red line. Does it go below my red line, or does it bounce off it? Look at the bottom of that candle. This is the stuff that interests me. I find it fascinating. I know there's a lot of people out there, they don't really care. It just broke my line, just by a little. But does the candle break the line when it closes, the 1 minute close, or does it not? We'll see. We will see. Let's keep watching. That's a pretty good size red candle right there. Huge industrial, yes. Industry, institutional orders, absolutely sitting there, absolutely. VWAP is what I have. I have the VWAP set to, I think it's a 1-to-1. This is for Eric. I think I have it a 1-to-1 currently. That's why it's so tight. I was going to spread it out to a 2 to, like a 2. I just deviate. I don't think this is so tight that it probably wouldn't make sense. I like this better because this is giving you, I think, a little bit better of a tighter view of what's going on. If it was really dramatic, I would probably go in there and change that to kind of account for it. But either which way. Mark says, I had requested 10 shares on Robinhood at $135. I was granted 1 share. I'm really pleased with Robinhood. Easy to trade, and they communicate timely. That's really good. I'm hearing really good things about Robinhood. I am. Automagically, that's from the Magic Moon. That's right. That's what's going on here. A lot of these trades are simply automagic. Did you just see? Keep watching now. 15,000 just showed up. 50,000 showed up. Watch these numbers coming here on the ask size. I just saw 15,000, 9,000 on the ask. These are all red. 10,000 on the ask. That's red. 11,000 on the ask. You see those numbers? These numbers are just they're crazy numbers. Okay? This is the kind of stuff that we can see. The actual 100 share, 200 share here, 60 share, those are actually stuff that, and you can watch them on the TNS right next to it. The time and sale, you can watch them. You can see there's 1 share here, 91 shares, 61 shares, 200 shares. Those are the actual sales. This nonsense, look, 29,300. We're just all of these crazy. Once again, automagic. A lot of this stuff is automagic. That's just the way it is. I just saw almost 40,000 requests on that one. There's 41,000, 40,000, 41,000, 36,000. At 165, that's the number of shares. And that happens a lot when you start getting to the even numbers. When you get to 165, you get to 164, any of those even numbers, any of those, let's say 00 numbers where there's no pennies after them, there's usually a lot of accumulation at those locations. So level 2 is still showing the exact same thing. We just saw an ask for 6,000 on the level 2. 1,500 on the level 2. So keep on watching those. So if we look at this line that I created, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull back just a little bit further so you can see a little bit more. And I think what I'm going to do is, since this seems to be holding water, my line that I created, I'm just going to simply extend the line a little bit further in time, like this, right? Keep it where it is and see what ends up happening. Because as of right now, it's pretty much dead on. Like I said, this is trading like a normal, everyday, it's currently up 21%. If you I would never have guessed. Never would have guessed. Anyways, got 16. Shadow got 16 shares now. Nice. That's nice. Henry Ford stock of our time. That's true. That's what it is. Leaf Binder says, you have higher tax on being a day trader. Yes, you do. So hopefully you know what you're doing. Yes, you do pay tax because remember, you're buying and selling. When you're making money on the profit. Then you lose it. You're still selling. You're still paying on that profit that you made. Run Boy says, with fiber now being available in my area, I had to tap out of Starlink with the price increase. Yes, there's a lot of people that are doing that. A lot of people have used SpaceX as a stopgap for fiber. The thing is fiber is not coming everywhere. They say, we were supposed to get fiber in my neighborhood for over 20 years. Never came. Then all of a sudden, some company said, we're going to bring you fiber. And the company that has been screwing us for 2 or 3 decades, AT&T, not to name names, they said, oh, we'll give you fiber now. So they bid on our 5-acre community, along with another company. So it was 3 companies bidding. And thank God our board here told AT&T to go take a long walk off a very short bridge and didn't use them. Because they screwed us for so many years that it would be criminal to allow them to take more of our money after not doing what they should have done years and years ago. So anyways, long story short, there's a lot of places where fiber is supposed to go that haven't gone. That's a big thing. So yes, while fiber could be the end goal for a lot of people, as SpaceX Starlink gets faster and faster and faster, as those satellites get lower and lower and lower, what ends up happening is there's more and more people that want to stick with SpaceX, right? So anyways, let's go back to my line, all right? And see what's going on here. Because as we can see, interestingly enough, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to take that first candle out of the mix so we can use an entire screen instead of that 135, which really wasn't 135. It started at 150 technically when it went live. So this is kind of what it looks like. And you could see my line. I'm not going to change the position of the left side of the line. I'll only extend the right side. And it's literally staying within those bounds, within the boundaries. And what's even nicer, it's staying on the upper side of the VWAP. So VWAP is looking good. It's on the upper side. The green up here is the top of the of VWAP, basically of the metric, right? Your average, your moving average, right? It's the top of the moving average is at the green. The mid, right? Your median, your midpoint is the purple, and the bottom is the yellow. If it starts going below the yellow, there's getting a lot of pressure. Okay. Right now, if you look here, we are now consolidating. We are consolidating a lot at 165. This point right here has a ton. And when I say consolidation here, what this means is that moving forward, if this thing goes up to 170, 180, if it starts dropping and falling, it will bounce off this 165 pretty hard because we can see how much consolidation is happening here. There's a lot. That's not a little. We're looking at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're on 8 candles. So we're looking at like 8 minutes of consolidation where it's not moving much at all. And for an IPO that's like a $2 trillion IPO, largest IPO ever, like I can't, it's hard to even believe. Anyways, I need to get another drink, I think. I'm going to read some more comments. I'm going to leave you guys watching this. I'll be right back. I'm going to go back to the fridge. Be right back. I know, guys, it's a big water bottle. All right. Let me get into the comments here because I know I'm backed up just a little bit and I don't want to leave anything. So let me see. Right now, volume is sideways. Absolutely. 5-year Tesla stock was moving this fast, if not faster. Yes. Can I build a 5-year-old potato? Can I build a 5-year-old potato? What? That's from Leaf Binder. Let me see. Gregory says blue chip internet provider dividend shares. Yeah, that's interesting. TM Carter 3 says, I just downloaded the AI book and I'm seriously struggling with what you have written and what the apparently last update reflecting. I know this is not your focus today. Yeah, so take a look when you open the book and you start reading it, go through it. I have the instructions literally step by step. That doesn't mean go forward and skip around. Go step by step, download the things you need to download. Certain things have to be on. A perfect example is people kind of screw up because they don't turn the Docker on before trying to install a piece of software that's specifically for Docker. If it's not on, it's going to fail. So that's a couple of things. Take a look also in my frequently asked questions at the end of the book. I would say 8 out of 10 questions are answered there. Every once in a while, there's a new question, and I try to stick it into the next release. So just hang in there, give it some time, work through it. Just go slow, and you should be able to do it. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have downloaded it and have built it, and I get messages from them all the time that they're using it, and that's literally from Linux, from Mac, as well as PC, right across the board. Let me see. Mark says Elon's net worth just reported at 1 trillion. 1 trillion, 100 billion. 1 trillion, 100 billion. All right. Okay. There you go. Yes. Look at that. We are sideways. Look at that line. Man, it is deviated from my line. It's deviated, but that's okay. We're gonna leave that line. We'll only change it later if we need to. Thank you, Ross. Says zoom out once or twice. The latter show all price action. So this is all of the price action. This is for thank you, Ross. The reason being is I cut off a single candle, and the reason it doesn't allow me to get closer because the bottom of that candle says 135. So there's only one candle on the left-hand side missing. Everything else to the right, you're seeing, okay? Just so you know. I took that out so you can see the candles bigger. If not, they shrink up because that is just a very long candle of nothing. Let me see, 30-minute lunch break, yes. SPCX, literally putting the data storage and retrieval cloud in the cloud. It is, absolutely. Pennies aren't really helpful for a $100 stock. Yeah, that's true. That's from Ross. Yeah, pennies are pennies, right? Just got 29 shares. Good. 29 shares. I got filled at 150. My P&L is 137 bucks. Not a lot of money, right? But I only got 10 shares. Programs are using, it says, what program are you using to track the trades? That's for Patrick. This is Thinkorswim, Patrick. It used to be, so I've been a trader with like E-Trade and then Ameritrade, and then TD, Ameritrade, and then I think it's Charles Schwab. I think Charles Schwab bought TD. Anyways, whatever. So now this is considered Charles Schwab. But it's called Thinkorswim. It's not the fanciest. It's good. It does enough to be able to trade and do this. Is it good for day traders? Probably not. But they do have a skin. You can get like a monthly subscription to another package. I think it's called DAC, DAC or DAS. Anyways, and it goes on top of this. It uses their same platform, but it gives you like 10-second interval. It gives you all kinds of stuff, more direct routing and stuff like that. But unless you're day trading, trying to make like crazy money literally by the second, does it matter? No. If you're just going to buy like me and then like hold it for, a couple of days, or when I feel like it's going to turn around, this is more than sufficient. Actually, I keep seeing Robinhood. People love Robinhood. Take a look at Robinhood. I'm going to take a look at Robinhood. Matter of fact, myself. I'm going to install it on this computer, and I'll go throw some money in their direction. And maybe for the next 2 IPOs, maybe I'll try their platform and see how that works. Who knows? We'll see. I'm not beholden to any company, nor am I beholden to Elon or anyone else, right? So I can kind of do whatever I want to do. If there's a company out there that says, hey, you want to try my trading package and here it is for free, maybe I'll do that. But that's really about it. What happens on Monday when the early investors can sell? Yes. So it's how many can sell. Okay, so the big sale will happen during the Q2 earnings report. End of June, July, somewhere on there. You have to watch for that. Eric says, thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. And Jim says, I'm using Edward Jones. There you go. So they're not one of the blessed. Yeah. Tim says, I bought shares and plan on hanging on to them. Yeah, it might as well. I mean, bought 10 shares, might as well just hold on to it. There's no reason to not. 10 shares is 10 shares. Might as well go ahead and keep that in your pocket and see what happens. Right now, we're on the day up 24.4%. 24.4%. So not really that big of a deal, but still, it's not bad. It's better than nothing. So let me see. I will be right back, guys. Hang in there one second. All right, where are we sitting here? Let's see. Let me back out a little bit. Let me pull some more of this in. we want to get rid of this last candle over here because this one goes all the way down to 135. There we go. Let's see. There it is. That's better. So, well, it looks like it is definitely staying above the moving average, right? Which is nice. I mean, we see the moving average right here is this green. The purple is the mid of the moving average, and it's bounced off it right here once, and that's it. So that's not too bad. Not bad at all. All right, let's see. What do we got going on in the chat here? Ronnie Boy says, with fiber being, okay, that's the one that I was talking about earlier. Carter, let's see. Yeah, 1 trillion. Elon Musk is worth 1,100,000,000,000. Nice. Let's see. SpaceX literally put the data storage into the cloud. Absolutely. What program? I already discussed that. I have bought and sold 10 times. And look at this. So Eric has bought and sold 10 times so far and is up $80,000. There you go. So people thinking that you can't day trade this, there's $80,000 right there of profit. So, I mean, you have a stock that's now up 25%. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you have something that's continuously moving in the right direction, as we can see here with my chart and my lines, I mean, it's staying over it's staying with the moving average, number one. It's staying above, okay, the VWAP, and it's during the entire time. I mean, it's staying up there continuously. So, we have 168.75, which was the high. So we might see a candle now hit right around 169 and then a red candle pull back because that's basically hitting the high of day. And that happens a lot of times. Sometimes a stock will push through the high of day, but a lot of times it'll kind of like rethink it. they'll drop back down a little bit for maybe a couple of candles, and then test the high day again. And on the second test, there you go. There's that 169. The second test, usually all of a sudden it'll hit and then it'll break through, and then that will become the new high a day. So we had 168 set, let's say 169 for high a day. Now we have the new high of 169 even. But now look at the candle, right? Does it actually close up there, or does the candle close down lower? I would have to say it's probably, I would guess, okay, based on all of my experience watching this stuff, it will probably go down just a little bit. Either go level, but then try to break through again on the next candle or the candle after that. And I'm going to say it's going to break through, because that line that I made there has been pretty, it's been pretty accurate, right? So we're going to keep that line the way it is. Technically, we should actually change it now, because we're using 150 as the number. So I might actually change it to the 150, because I was originally using 135 as the number at the bottom. I might change that and then readjust that. So you know what? There's the red candle as it's banging off that high, that 169 that I was talking about. And it might go sideways here a little bit. It might actually drop back just a little bit. But I think then it'll pull out. And once it breaks through that 169, we're going to see 170, 171, 172 pretty easily after that. So wait for it. I could be wrong. Let me go ahead and grab all this. Let me change that line. Let me see. All right. Here we go. I'm going to change this to the 150. Right there. Okay, we're going to change that to 150. And we're going to follow the 150 right through here. I think that would probably be a good area, right about there. We take the mean. I like to take, usually when I'm putting the lines, we could put a line like this here, because we got a lot of a nice flow right on this consolidation. We could put this right here, and that would probably be okay. I don't mind that, actually. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll take it on the bottom of it, somewhere around there, and see what we got, and see how it continues. Does it continue like that, or does it not? We will know. But once again, this one candle, because someone said, hey, why don't you, this is why I don't leave the one candle in here, because the one candle has to move out, because it messes up the entire thing. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all of this, and I'm going to go one candle back, just like that, and we're going to leave it like that and see what happens. But all in all, I mean, hell, this thing is staying above the moving average this entire time. If you're day trading this, I would say, this is going to be a 170, 171, 172 within a few minutes. I don't see a problem with that at all, because it actually took an entire minute of the 160 and made a new high. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move our high line up to the new high, and that is right here. Okay? That's going to be the new high. So the old high was 169 even. And actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. I do this sometimes, and it kind of works for me a little bit. I'm going to go and put this right here at 169, because that was where it was before. Right. Yeah, right about there. 168, 169, right there. Just on that cusp. So that was the old high, and now we have a new high. All right? And that's what we're going to use. The new high. And as you can see, we're at a new high at 171. But 171 was what it touched. The thing is now, how does this 1 minute candle close? We're going to move it up to 171, just like that. But how does the candle close? Does it actually close red? Does it close green? We'll see. Let me get back into here. Thank you so much for the super chats. Wow, that's really, really, really nice. Thank you. First super chat on YouTube. Discovered your channel a few months ago, and you helped improve my understanding of SpaceX and Starlink. Thank you. Hope your channel goes to the moon. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is for ISHACM 4191. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then we have another super chat from Shannon. Thank you, Shannon, for that. Never underestimate the power of Elon. Isn't that the case? Isn't that the case? You just never know, right? He's definitely that guy. If anyone could pull stuff out, he can pull it out. It's crazy. Thanks a lot for the super chat, guys. It really helps. It really helps out the channel. It helps out a lot. Let me see here. If you have a question, put at JCristina so it pops up easier. I just like to mention that we're still going to see a drop, but I like the fact that the stock is moving in a healthy direction. It's showing all of the positive signs. Absolutely. TM Carter says, I bet we hit 500 million share trade by EOT. Yeah, by end of day. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. More than that, actually. I think it'd be more. Our GSD rules. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. This was perfect timing, Joe. Bought just before noon. Now can't wait to the wild ride to the following. Absolutely. It says my PL from opening is $205 that I've made so far. Whatever that's supposed to mean. But yeah, I mean, it'll be, you just never know. By end of day, it could be gone. There's a 7. Remember I told you 72? It would go to 70, 71, 72. There's your 72. There's your new high. It's testing the 72, and obviously it said, shit. And you see it's a red candle. It's dropping down. People are selling off at the 72. That's a high number for them. Now look where it's bouncing off. Remember my line? Look at my line. How far below my line does it go? That's the question, right? If you really see it start tanking, then I'm like, then maybe. But it's still on the top of the moving average, which is that light green or that mint line, which is good. And I have a feeling that it won't end up. This 1 minute candle will not end up below the red line. Okay, but we'll see. We'll see. But there always has to be a pullback. And with the pullback, it went from this, it went up to 172.9. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take my line and I'm going to move it up to the new high. New high. There it is, guys. So the original high we had was 168. The new high is 172. So you get like an idea. And you can basically look at this stuff, and it happens all the time. You can see where it's going to hold for the most part. Now remember, we're dealing with not a normal stock here, and we're dealing with very, very big traders. And sometimes dealing with the big traders is better than look at that. I just saw 36, 37,000, 21,000. See that? At that 170 mark, there is a ton there. You see that? There was a lot at 170. A lot of selling just happened at 170. Let's see. Let's see. All right. I'm going to... It's saying that we need to increase our memory, so we're going to do that real quick. I'm going to switch back over to me. I'm going to let it reset itself. I guess the Thinkorswim app allocated 1.5 gig of memory, and I already hit 1.8 gig of memory. So it got pissed. It's like, hey, you need to allocate more memory for me. You want me to allocate it and restart? I'm like, yeah, go ahead and do it. So anyways, there you have it. There you go. We're back. Thinkorswim. There you go. So anyway, let me go back to here. And then I'm going to cut some of this off on the back end so we don't have that 135 all the way down there. There we go. So there we are at. So we hit that 172. dropped all the way back down here from 172.9. We dropped to 167. Think about that. This is the kind of stuff that happens all the time because, you know, when you watch these things, what ends up happening is you get someone that's long on it and he's day trading it and he has like a 20% like up or down. Like he's got like a stop in for 20 cents or 50 cents. So this one candle took a lot of people out. A lot of people were forced sold. So as soon as it dropped again, and dropped again, and dropped again. That's all automagic. That's automagic. And then people are like, wait a second. We're okay. This candle ended up like nowhere's land, and now we're going up again. Look at that, 174. But see, that's the stuff that happens. But we're staying above that VWAP. VWAP is still good. We're at the top end of VWAP the entire time, and we're staying above that line that I put. I like that. So I'm going to keep that line where it is. I'm just going to extend it a little bit further up. I'm not going to move it. Just like that. Perfect. So we can see if it continues down this path or not. I think it's good. What are we at? We're at 1 o'clock. All right, let me get into some more comments here. I bought and sold 10 times. Already got that one. Come down here. David Parsons said 40 requested, 40 obtained through Edward Jones. Trade went through a little later than opening, so slightly higher per share. Okay. So David Parson through Edward Jones, we got filled on the open market at 150. What did you get filled at for your 40 shares through Edward Jones? I would love to know. Rot Dog said 171 on big volume. That's right. 174 now. Just keep watching that volume. That's another thing that you need to keep track of. And matter of fact, I'm going to expand this down here at the bottom. You see this at the bottom? This is really important. This is, I would say, as important of what's going on here. You see this volume? So what he was saying at 172 was this. This was like really big volume. This is a lot. Okay. So down here we're red. So we're really kind of coming down on the amount of volume. When you see a green, we're going green on volume. It's positive. When you see red, it's negative on volume. It's negative. And when you see white, it's a break even over the course of the minute. That's basically how it does it. Okay. So we are hitting new highs. 174.26. I'm going to grab this high line. I'm going to bring it up so we know where it's at. So we have the new high. This old high, I'm going to go ahead and delete this because we don't need that anymore. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Remove. Yep. There we go. So 150 to 174.21. The stock is currently at 27, just about 28% increase. It went live at just before 12. It is now 1 o'clock. So you're looking at like an hour and 10 minutes and it's up 25%. There's a lot of people making money. Someone in here said they made 80,000 already. You could buy and sell this. If you look at how it's tracking, this is tracking like big money. What happened to this candle? Do you see this? Do you see this candle right here? There was a fill. There was a fill here at 156.58. Someone screwed up. Interesting. You see that candle? Same thing happened over here. What happened there? Either it's an anomaly or it was a screw up. But either way, it doesn't matter. We're still above that line, number one, and we're at the top of this rolling average. And we're well in excess of the VWAP. Can't beat that. Almost 290 million shares traded so far today. Yes, that is a lot of shares. That is a lot of shares, guys. 200 million, 290 million. There's only 555 million. So as soon as we hit that 555 million, then we're going to start trading again, same shares. Oh, 167 you picked it up at, David Parson. Thank you for that. Thank you. Tesla IPO was $17. Today, right now, it's 400. Yeah. What is Tesla at? Tesla is at, 400 as of right now. 400. It actually did, it was doing kind of poorly during pre-market. I think it was down to I think it was down to 396, 393, something like that. So it was under 400, I know. So, but now it's back. Let me see. Robinhood, you can buy half shares. That's true. I forgot about that. Yes, Robinhood does give you that ability. That's kind of interesting. In for the full haul, go Starship, go Starlink, go to Orbit Data Center. Absolutely, absolutely. Let me see. Miller Jones says, I purchased 10 shares at $169. Well, percent of the size. Absolutely nice. So far, we got in 10 shares at 150, and we're P&L is at $239 so far. It's up, but just for 10 shares. Once again, this is just to have skin in the game, just for fun. So whatever, it's up 200 and some bucks. That's great. I don't expect it to say like that. You know, who knows? It can collapse to $140 and I lose the, whatever. But in the long run, it's still going to make money. It's Elon stuff. It's just how it is. That's how it is. In the long run, if you stick with this stock for 10 years, you're going to make a lot of money. I guarantee it. Matthew says, see a lot of 4 to 5K buys. I was seeing that too. I just see there you see 12,300 there. 12,400. You see that? That's going through the Amex, I think. Yeah. Those are asks too. Those are there's a lot of big numbers that are coming through, which is nice to see. Now I have this rolling showing like the onesies and twosies. I can change this information here to only provide larger numbers, but I wanted to leave this like this so that you can see like the everyday traders are actually buying one stock. Just look at this. Look at this times of sales here. Time in sales shows what is actually happened. So when you see one share sold, or it's red, one share sold. When you see 200 in green, 200 were actually bought. So this is actually fulfilled product, so to speak. Okay, that's why I like looking at this. We just saw a whole list, an entire column of ones. One share, one share, one share, one share, a whole list. This happens a lot. I've seen this a lot more when this whole automation came online, when everything was automated. It's almost like these brokers, like these systems are doing like 101 share orders, and then they'll do like 1,000 share, and then one share, and then they'll put in an order for like 20,000 shares, and then ghost the order, like literally in like 2-3 seconds it'll be gone. It's like what the hell is that? When we see 175 for the high, watch the accumulation there at 175. 1,500 shares, 5,000 shares, sold 3,000, 7,000. Keep watching 75. You see 175, 900, 6,000, 2,000. There you go. Once again, whenever you see these round numbers, you get a lot more of the people that are moving, that are buying or selling, one or the other. I'm going to move this up to 75. There you go. That's a new high, guys. 75, 175. 175. Look at that accumulation there. There's a lot of buying and selling happening at 175. Those are triggers. People love doing that. And that's one of the things that I always didn't do. I would sell at like 175 and 1 penny, or 175 and like 8 cents or something like that. So I didn't get kicked out, because that's what would end up happening, if you were shorting or if you go the other way with the longs, because there's always a ton of accumulation on the dollar, every single dollar. So we just hit a high of 175.50. I'm going to go ahead and move that line up. So we can see that we started out here at 150. It's actually 135, but let's call it 150. And we're at 175. So we're currently at a 30% increase, 30%. And if you look here on my, I guess, underneath me here, you can see SpaceX leads the entire lot of all these, call them sympathy plays. WNC, they have 6% up. AMD, 5%. Qualcomm, 5%. Light, 4 point some percent. GPN, you just look down the list. Even Tesla, up 1%. I didn't know how Tesla was going to go. Guys, I thought that Tesla could possibly sell off because people wanted to reallocate. But then I was thinking about it more. I'm like, they would have done that a long time ago. They wouldn't have done it the day of or the day before. So, kind of is what it is, right? So, let's move into here. Let me go back into any more of these comments. 100 million is chump change. Yes. Sorry, correction of the fees. Okay, the Tesla at $17 doesn't account for the 3-way and 5-way split. Yeah. In fact, I am a pre-split and will keep holding. Good, might as well hold. It's a great stock. And remember, people that are buying into Tesla, a lot of people are buying into Tesla for autonomous cars, right? EVs, this type of thing. But what people don't understand is Tesla is the largest robotics company on the planet. Just because the robots have wheels and not legs, that doesn't mean that they're not a robot, because that's what they are. So now that Tesla is moving into their robot that is a biped, Optimus, and they're claiming that there's going to be hundreds of millions of these Optimus robots. Well, once again, it goes back to what I've said forever. Tesla is a robotics company, not a car company. It's like the cars was a means to an end, I feel. And I feel like the robots will be even bigger. I could be wrong, but that's my take on it. We're seeing a push now to 176.52 as a high from 175. I'm going to go ahead and move that up. 176.52. We're constantly seeing new highs now. We're in it now, let's see, an hour and 20 minutes. Right? Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes, and we haven't seen the pullback. Like, I actually would like to see a pullback to the top of this VWAP at 169. I want to see a pullback to 169 because it will give people pause for a second. It'll also get the money start flowing again. Or even if it doesn't fall all the way to 169, it falls to my line here, which would be 172. Is it doing it? I feel like it's doing it. It feels like it's time. Let me kind of move forward a little bit. Interesting. Let me go ahead and grab a little bit more of the rope here, so to speak. I want to take this line and extend it out some more into time. Just like that. And then we'll go ahead and grab some more here. There we go. There it is. So we hit that mark of 176.52 and dropped all the way back to 173.33. So that's like a $3 drop. Like I said, that's going to weed out a lot of people. And you'll see these big red candles. It weeds out a lot of people and it comes back up. This big red candle, you see this big red candle right here? Weeded out a whole bunch of people and then just came back up. It's kind of the norm. We're seeing 3 candles on a downside now. That's actually a lot. We've only seen like 3 a couple of times. Here's a 4. But we've now broken that line. Let's see if it comes down to that 169 right here that I said that it wouldn't be bad to bounce off this number. I think 169, 170 is a good number to bounce off. We'll see. If it goes below that, I think that it's going to hold right around here because there's a lot of traction right around this area, which is 168. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. 168, somewhere on there. 168, 169 probably be the... It shouldn't go below that. If it does, then they're having problems. Then people are going to be really pulling out. Report of Goldman, Morgan Stanley, pocket 100 million each. How's it going, Ricky Joe? In Palaka. 100 million each. Chump change, just a little bit, I know. It's looking strong, though. So, does it bounce off the top? What did I say? 170 would be the bounce, 169. Let's see if it actually does it. I could be wrong. Remember, this isn't my profession, right? I've day traded in the past for probably about a year or so, but I broke even. So it's not my cup of tea. I'm a long investor. I like finding good quality stuff. I put money there and I let it sit there. That's just, I don't have the wherewithal to deal with the constant the fluctuation. Even though I have a pretty good idea on how this stuff works, but to do it, it's a different thing. To talk about it and actually to have skin in the game, it's another thing. Did it actually just touch my line? It did. There you go. There's your 160, 169.50, 170. Right there. 170. So, I think that if this continues the way it goes, this is your little dip, and then you get your little rip. This could possibly break the 176 again, especially if it goes above my little line here. I'm going to say it could happen. You see this long tail down to 164? I don't know if those are anomalies or what. I think it's an anomaly. I can't see that someone is screwing up that bad that's actually getting filled at these weird freaking numbers like that. I don't understand it. Like, what is going on with that? I don't get it. You know? I don't understand it. Maybe someone understands it. You tell me. Let's see. Mark says yes to, oh my, 1.1 trillion for Elon Musk net worth. Rob says, should I purchase the Starlink version 4, generation 3, now at discount or wait a month for the generation 4 or revision 5? Wait. Normally I wouldn't tell you to wait, but in this case, you want to wait. It's going to be it's going to be a big difference, not a little bit of a difference. Not that your speed, like if you need it now, just buy it, right? Matter of fact, I tell you guys all the time, if you want to get a free month, go to JCristina.com/Starlink. I don't advertise it a lot. Sometimes I'll put it into my videos. If you go there, I get a free month, you get a free month. That's it. If you buy hardware. So I don't care if you buy it or not buy it, whatever, but get a free month, might as well. But I would say wait if you can. If you can't, don't wait, and you're going to be fine. Most likely you won't notice the difference. Is it going to be better, the new version? Yes. Is it going to use less power? Yes. Is it going to possibly have the ability to do like a little bit lower latency? And probably, there's going to be some nuances to it that make it better. Why would they come out with a new one if they didn't, right? It's going to take into account a lot of the extra spectrum that they bought from EchoStar, this type of thing. So hold on to it. If you know, hold on if you can. Get the Rev 5. But if you need it right away, just buy it and understand it's fine. It's fine. Elon, trillionaire. Absolutely. Let me see here. Howdy. This is from Adrian. Howdy. Do those red drops mean they are trying to whipsaw traders with stop loss sets? Probably. Probably. You know, it's like the trading that we knew, or I knew from 20 years ago, let's say, is nothing like the trading today. I feel like a lot of what happens, even when you buy in and you have a stop, and then you have like a limit stop, like a stop loss, I feel like they know where those stop losses are, and they will pop them by a penny a lot of times. And it's happened, doing the day trade thing and testing the waters and using real money for about a year. And like I said, I broke even. Maybe I made a few bucks, but nothing crazy. I found so many times that would be the case within the last 5 years, let's say, where it knows almost where your stops are. It just knows, and it pops it. You get bumped, and then it rips. It pops it. The same thing if you go the other way on the short side. It's just, I don't know. I have to agree with you. There's a lot that goes on that we don't know. We can speculate, but when you're actually in it and you play the game, you can look at it and you know what's going on. I mean, or let's just say you can assume, you don't know anything, but you can assume that something nefarious is going on. Let's just put it that way, all right? Let's put it that way. Let me see. Ricky Joe says, so who is becoming the next tropical storm, or who's becoming the next tropical storm? There's a tropical storm going to possibly be named Christina this weekend. Is that you or Fab? That's a good question. I love that. I don't know. We don't want a hurricane. Excuse me. No hurricanes, please. No hurricanes. Let's see. So, I caught up with the comments. I can't even believe it. If you have a comment that I missed, please stick it in there. Put at JCristina. Makes it a lot easier for me to find. So let's see what's going on here. 176.52 is the high still. It is now doing its little deal. It's pushed. Let me go ahead and back up a little so we can see a little bit more. And then we will cut this back a little so we can see a bigger chart. There we go. All right. We can see that it's 1 o'clock. Look at where volume is here. The volume just dried up. So literally for ever since 1:15 till now, volume is pretty much dried up. That's both selling volume and buying volume is dried up. Look at how much volume there was at the beginning of the day compared to now. There's nothing. Excuse me. So we're at 1 o'clock. What do you guys think that the final price would be here? That's what I want to know. What do you think? Now, I know a few of you guys said 180 was going to be the number, which was an interesting number. Some said they would go up to like 240 and come back down to 180, I think. I don't know about the 240. Because I think we're seeing a very slow stepping up. We're not seeing these rips and dips. We're just not seeing it. It's not as choppy as I thought it would be. Oh my, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for the videos today and every day. Come on, everyone, try to contribute more than me. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate all of the love. Yeah, I do this for you guys. You know, this is my thing. I really enjoy the lives. I do all of the lives when it comes to the Starship launches. Starship coming up, I guess, next month. I'll be doing that live. So come back and hang out with me for that launch. Also, when the videos come out, usually about twice, sometimes 3 times a week. I'll do another video. And it's all about space, SpaceX, Starlink, AI, and Linux. That's what I do. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and do so. I'd appreciate that. And thanks a lot. Oh my, I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. We see some consolidation and we're seeing some buying and selling at the 172.50 mark. So I'm guessing this is going to start coming up again. It feels like there's a little bit more movement, but it's on very light trade volume. So like if I was day trading this today, I would be out. I wouldn't be like selling or buying right now. I'd just be watching this because usually right around this time, right around that lunchtime area, remember lunchtime for this stock is a little bit different because it came online at noon. So, but either which way, people still go to lunch the same way. And usually around lunchtime, volume really dries up. Between 12 and 1:30 dries up, and then we'll see like a boost come in on the back end. But it's never as big as the boost at the beginning. That's why a lot of the day traders out there, they trade pre-market and they trade like the first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Like by 10:30, they're gone. They've either already made their money or lost their money for the day, and that's it. The ones that stick around are usually the ones that give the money all back to the dealer. Give all the money back to the house. You know, so, you know, when it's time, you know, I think the hardest thing to learn when it comes to this stuff is when and when to kind of pack up and say, okay, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. We're going to stick here and that we're going to stick to this. We're going to take our wins. Like right now, my P&L is what, $225. So if I want, I could just sell market right now and make a couple $100. But I'm not going to do that. I'll keep this in perpetuity. There's no reason to. I'll be buying a lot more in the future, but this is more for just finding a little bit of skin in the game, see what's going on. Look at these milestones here. 150,000 shares sold of volume at 172.58. And look at here, almost 200,000 shares sold at that 172.50. So those are always the milestones, right? I don't know what happened at that 172.58, but usually it's at the big numbers, like the 172.50, the 173, the 174. Those big numbers are usually when you see a lot of the volume kind of either go out or come in. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here, hanging out with me. This is fun. Normally, on a day like this, I would be making a video for you guys. So by going live, I can kind of hang out with you and watch something that I've been, you know, waiting for and talking about for the last 5.5 years. So this is kind of like this is the equivalent to watching for me a Starship launch, but even bigger, because this is something that is historic because it is the largest IPO ever, number one. Number two, it's from a company that I've been talking about literally for about 760 videos so far. And number three, it's just nice to be able to see how this is going to do to get a calibration in my head to how OpenAI will be and how when we move into, what is it? I think it's Anthropic is going to go an IPO also. So this is a great kind of like a way to get, I don't know, like a feel, because this is the biggest one. Will OpenAI be bigger or will Anthropic be bigger? No. They will be right around $1 trillion, I think is what I'm hearing. 900 million, $1 trillion, somewhere around there. This one is almost 2 trillion, 1.77 trillion. It's a lot. So how will this, how will this change the way people trade those other two AIs that come out? Because remember, even though SpaceX is a rocket company, most people are trading this because they like Starlink and they like data. They like the idea of having a data center in space. They like XAI. They like Grok, this type of thing. So I really want to know like what's going to end up happening with those two IPOs, and I will cover those two because they're pertinent, right? They have to do with this whole thing, and I do believe that Elon will end up having the very first AGI, or artificial general intelligence, in space, which would be the equivalent to Skynet, what you would see like Terminator, right? Where you have a AI, you have a computer in space that really can't be shut off very well, and it sees and hears and knows everything. It will be many orders of magnitude smarter than the entire populace of the world. So as of right now, we know we have AI that are as smart as a human. That's not a big deal. But AGI will be smarter than all humans in totality. That's when things start getting kind of crazy. Because at that point, when an AI can rewrite its own code, things can get a little sideways really quick. Look at that. 1 million shares at that 172 mark. 1 million shares at 172. Interesting. So we're consolidating here. We're consolidating between 172 and 174 for a while. Let me go ahead. Hey, you know what? In the comments, would you guys like to see a 5-minute chart or keep it on the 1-minute chart? I'll show you what the 5-minute looks like. And then you guys decide down below. All right? You let me know what you think. A 5-minute or the 1-minute chart. That's the 5-minute chart. Nah, I can't get into that. There's not enough data for the 5-minute chart. But you know what? Let's look at our lines. How are we looking on the 5-minute? I see that on the 5-minute, we are still just tapping. Look at this. That's the top of that VWAP that I'm using. I think it's a -1 and a +1 deviation, I think. So that's the top of it. And that's exactly what it's bouncing off. If we see that candle come way down into here, we're going to see that rip down. We're going to see it lower. But right now, we're consolidating right here. I think we're going to go back to the 1-minute. I don't got enough data fast enough that way. There we go. There's the 1-minute. I like that better. Especially for something that's so new. It's literally only an hour and a half old. Adrian, 1 minute. Absolutely. Institutional, as I said earlier. Absolutely. Hal. Yes, Hal. Hal. You're not going to shut, Hal's not going to be shut off. This is more proof that people don't understand what SpaceX is. Rocket, AI, chips, communication. Yeah. I've been talking about this for a while. And I always try to hopefully interpret stuff that is out there and make it easy for people to understand. The whole idea that like Tesla is actually a robotics company and not a car company, a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand why I say that. The whole idea that Terafab, for example, the fabrication plant that they're putting together, that Tesla or SpaceX is putting together combined, they're producing AI5 chips for Tesla cars as well as for Optimus. They're producing the Dojo 3, the D3s, for the orbital data center. So this is like big stuff because they are truly a vertical company. It's vertical marketing at its absolute, or vertical at its absolute finest. I mean, they literally go from the silicon to the chip to the hardware built in-house, to the method of delivery built in-house, the Starship or the Falcon 9s, to the communication and data center eventually. It's such a complete system. And that's why I said, and people say that I'm wrong, but that's why I said I really do think that eventually Tesla will end up being sucked into SpaceX. But a lot of people say it won't. They're just going to keep it separate. It's just the thing is when Tesla cars start selling less and less, and they start selling literally 100 million robots, does something change there? You know, is it worth bringing in? You know, maybe. You know, there's a lot of ways to do it. And a lot of it has to do with smart money and how to, you know, deal with taxes and, you know, maybe have a single company take a massive loss, whereas the other one's actually doing the gains instead of, you know, there's so much shell stuff going on, right? It's like, where's the ball? Is it here? No, it's not here. It's here. So there's a lot of that going on. Let's take a look underneath me, what we got here. SpaceX, 26% increase. 26%. That's currently the big mover for the day when it comes to the, let's say, the sympathy stocks, right? The Qualcomms and the AMDs, and obviously Tesla is still sitting at 400. And there's a lot of interesting things down here that I find. AST, Space Mobile, just got crushed today. Literally, they're down 14%. AST, Space Mobile. That's pretty big. That's big. So, yeah. I personally think, I want to know what you guys think about the AST Space Mobile. Do you think that this is kind of like a neck, just like a whiplash type of thing, where AST Space Mobile is dropping that fast due to the SpaceX doing so well? And if so, do you think that AST Space Mobile will pop back up? Or do you think that it will continue down this negative slope? Let me know in the comments. I would love to know your thoughts. Yes, 1 minute chart is definitely the way to go. And we're going to stick with the 1 minute chart. 100%. Let's see. Elon owns the infrastructure. Absolutely. That's from Rot. TM Carter says, did you initially ever think this stock would have gone public like today when you started out with the quest with this question 5 years ago? Honestly, I did. I felt that SpaceX would have went public. Retract that. I felt that Starlink would have went public, not SpaceX. And the reason I thought that is because I knew right from the very beginning that Starlink was a cash cow, that it was the it. And it turned out to be. And all of the other companies are just feeding off it. So, that being said, yes, I really did believe that Starlink would go public years ago, but never did. And I feel like now Starlink is rolled into SpaceX and XAI and all the rest to float them, right? The high tide, right, lifts all ships. SpaceX Starlink is the high tide. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, everyone has a different way to look at it, but, doing this for the 5.5 years now, that's just what I've seen happen. Because there's not profitability anywhere else. Very little, if any. Most of the stuff is negative. So Starlink is really that high tide, that lifts all ships. So, and that's why I think that they could bring Tesla in. But why they don't, I don't know. I guess right now it's not bad to keep them separate and see how it goes. Because if something happens with Tesla and it starts bombing, it's better than pulling the entire lot down due to a low tide, right? Whereas the high tide can't fight with it. You end up with an equilibrium, and you don't want that. You want growth, right? And when you look at the companies that are involved, you got SpaceX. The military contracts with SpaceX are incredible. They're making a lot of money with those. SpaceX is launching all of their satellites, but they're launching other people's satellites every single day on 2 coasts with Falcon 9 rockets that some of them have been reused 35 and 36 times already. That means the cost per kilo, the cost per kilo, let's say, or cost per pound is so low when you launch on the 36th launch with the same rocket. That's all you're putting is fuel in the damn thing and a new cone on the top. It's just crazy, right? So it's very cheap for them to get mass on orbit. So SpaceX is going to be profitable, right? You have X.com. X.com is a losing thing, right? They still haven't figured out how to make money. $5 here, $10 here, go ahead and do this, all this stuff. This X has not been, but I think moving forward, I do see X being what Elon Musk wanted it to be 10 years ago. PayPal, right? But instead of just PayPal, which he started, right? It is an everything platform. So it will do messaging, voice, video. It will do banking, banking. It will do loaning, any kind of lending institution. Once again, a conglomerate, a well-rounded platform that does everything. That's what I see for X. Will it happen? I don't know, but that's what I see. Then you have XAI. That is also losing money hand over fist. They can't even give the money out fast enough. But XAI or Grok, that whole portion of the company is going to start doing really well because of Terafab. Number one, Google already has orders for billions of dollars, and Anthropic has orders for, let's say, compute time for billions and billions of dollars too. So now you have 2 major contracts from, let's say, competitors that is going to be moved into XAI, but then also with XAI itself, once that goes global or off the planet, non-terrestrial, now we're starting to see something even more crazy. Now they're going to be making a lot of money because there's going to be, zero costs for power. Anyways, I just think that in all in all, like in totality, it's just, I think all of them will start producing money, but nothing like the cash cow, which is SpaceX Starlink as of yet. Can any one of them beat SpaceX Starlink? I think yes, but it would be in the future when there is a saturation that happens, and that will happen. At that point, it could either be the robots, depends on how good the Optimus is, how useful it is for everyday people, and how low they can get the cost. And of course, you have AI. Right now, they're trying to figure out how to play this AI. And Grok, it's like you can use it for a little bit and it's like, oh, you ran out of, questions you can ask Grok, screw off for 24 hours. Or ChatGPT is like, oh, now I'm going to let you use a crappy engine and I'm going to throw ads at the bottom of your screen based on what you're talking about. Or, you got all of these things are all trying to monetize, but they just can't. Because even at $100 or even $30 or whatever per person, it costs so much more than that per month. It's not there. They have to figure it out some other way, okay? And then let me just conclude this kind of round of thinking with AI will die when quantum lives. So quantum computing is really, really expensive. It needs to be very cold and it's very touchy. They have to work on that. But as quantum computers become more and more mainstream, which will happen in the next 10 years, right? As that happens, they take almost no power. They work so just, it's just an amazing thing, okay? So once that happens, you can do compute at levels that are not even possible with current, I don't care what you're using, any of the NVIDIA cards, the H100s, the 200s, any of the big server, any of the racks. Quantum will be able to do the same calculation at like many, many orders of magnitude faster and just big amounts of data. And that's why a lot of people are starting to get, a lot of companies are starting to get fearful of quantum computing, because if their encryption is not quantum ready, their encryption will literally get broken in minutes. The same type of encryption would take our current computers 1,000 years, would literally take like 1,000 seconds for a quantum computer. I'm not going to get into how they work and the whole thing, but maybe I'll do a video on that because it's really interesting. At that point, I think there's going to be like a bifurcation where you have like AI going down this road, and then you have, that's like on like hardware, like the normal hardware, and then you have AI quantum that goes down this road, where you're still going to have AI, but it's going to be on a new platform. And the platform isn't going to be this slow, in big air quotes, VRAM in these GPUs. It's going to be on a quantum level. The next thing after that would be biological. I'm not going to get into that because that's even more crazy. But anyways, there's so much more coming. AI, I believe, is just the beginning. And it's like people are fearful of the kitty cat, but the tiger is coming. And people don't see it. They don't know it. They don't realize it. But, you know, that's this stuff that I can talk about. Like maybe you guys ask me about that on Free Speech Friday tomorrow. We'll get into that a little bit. Let's get back into what's going on here. What the hell is going on here? We got a lot of consolidation. Consolidation is happening right here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Let me go ahead and grab a line. Consolidation is happening here. Right around this mark, right here, right? From about here, and then we're not going to take that bottom, we're going to take it probably right around here. There's your consolidation, right in here. So, what does that mean? That means most likely, in my personal opinion, when I see this, if it trends to continue to consolidate, it's going to consolidate between, let's say, 174 and 169. If we see it break through this little barrier here and start coming back alongside this line that I have here, well, then we're going to start getting that boost where we're going to start seeing the 180s, maybe even 185, somewhere around there. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. That's just a prediction. Let me get into the chat real quick. Let me see. Hold on. What is that? Matthew says AST space Horde is crazy on X. What's going on? Give me more information, Matt. This is Matthew Wereges 397. Give me more what you're talking about with AST Space Mobile. Let's see, going down. My opinion that the other space stocks are down because the other investors accumulating cash. It could be, but a lot of people don't have money to buy a single share for nearly $200, and they like to find sympathy plays, sympathy stocks that are going to go up with SpaceX. Once again, like I said, all ships in that specific sector raise as the tide raises. And right now, SpaceX is kind of moving the tide up. We see Tesla coming in here at what, 10 or 401. I will venture to say tomorrow Tesla will be in the 390 or lower, 395. We'll see it drop. I feel like it's actually getting a little bit of a pull today, whereas I think it should have been dropping. That's my personal opinion. I don't know. We'll see. Let me see. ETFs. ETFs won't show up until Monday, according to what I was reading this morning. A lot of the ETFs, some of the ETFs were doing short plays on SpaceX, and some of the ETFs were doing longs. And the stock exchange told them that they're not allowed to sell their ETF until Monday. So that means no Friday ETF either. Monday is when they can start selling. So I'm sure they were devastated because they didn't capitalize on any of this rip. None of it. Absolutely devastated. Jason says, it's my opinion that the other stocks are down. Yes, got that. Omai says, what about those hedge funds? Things like SPVs, yes, that advertise exposure to SpaceX before. That's what I was telling you. That's what I'm kind of talking about. Those, those are the ones that I'm talking about. Those EFTs or those ETFs. Those ETFs are shut down until Monday. So we will see what happens. Because remember, when they come online, they're going to be coming online with Monday's Starlink price, or SpaceX price, right? So they're not getting in at the bottom anymore at that 135. See, I really do believe that they didn't want any of the thunder stolen from SpaceX. So they didn't allow these ETFs to be able to go live until Monday. This gives SpaceX's stock an entire weekend to roll. So today until closing, it started at 12. Tomorrow for an entire day. I think tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah. Oh no, today's Friday. So tomorrow will be closed. Sunday will be closed, and then Monday they'll be able to sell. So they're basically getting one day out of this. Not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. So take it for what you will. What I might do today is, since today is Friday and not Thursday, my mind had me on Thursday for some reason. I might run this until closing, or maybe just before closing, and then kind of pick up the conversation maybe tonight at 8:30 on the JCLIVE show, so that we can discuss this and anything else that you want to discuss. Because, I'm trying to keep this very honed into SpaceX's stock and not all the rest of the stuff. So if you want to talk about, anything else, I don't care what it is, AI or Linux or whatever else, stop by. I think I'll do an 8:30. If for some reason I don't, then we'll carry it into, next week. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me see here. The next one, Eric says, I do mechanic work sometimes and have a Google question. I have found that Grok is wrong a whole lot and have to compare answers to Google. Google seems to be correct much more. All right, so Eric, I love this question. It goes back to the reason why I made the Truth Engine. I wrote that book because I built my own local AI because I saw just that. They're wrong more than they're not. And the reason they're wrong more than they're not, because of this. If you ask it how many SpaceX Starlinks satellites are on orbit as of today that are operational, not have launched, that are operational, if it doesn't find a specific website, McDowell's site for the most part, there's a couple, but that's usually Jonathan McDowell, he tracks his stuff. If it doesn't find that in its lookup, right, it won't get the exact number. And it knows that it's not right. So what does it do? It obfuscates. It won't tell you the truth and say, you know what, I don't really know. I'm not sure. It doesn't do that. It goes into this big, long, preposterous, like 2-paragraph, just litany of this big annexation of Puerto Rico, this big, long bullshit, basically, okay? Just to basically say nothing and give you a number that ends up being a number that's 3 months old. That's what they do. Whereas when I wrote my script, I said, listen, you're not allowed to do that. If you can't find the data, you tell me I don't know. And I'm okay with that because then I'll search a different way or whatever. But don't give me BS, right? So anyways, but I see that all the time, man. I say this all the time, if you're an expert at anything, I don't care what you're an expert at. I would consider myself an expert at SpaceX, Starlink. I understand Linux inside and out, AI stuff. I am an expert at this stuff. I sleep with this stuff. Okay, so I would consider myself an expert. So when I ask certain questions that I really know the answer to, and it just comes up with complete nonsense, I know that it doesn't know the answer. And the problem is I know that it's wrong, so it's okay. But most people that aren't an expert at that specific subject that I'm asking about will not know. You're a mechanic. You ask about a certain, I don't know, maybe you're working on an old, 1969 Chevelle, and it's got like a, Holley double pumper in that thing, right? And you're asking about this carburetor, and it comes back to you, oh yeah, to flush the this, that, or, and then you know yourself that part doesn't even exist. Or that thing, or that methodology is not even possible. But the way the AI tells you, it emphatically says it, and people believe it. And that's the scary thing. Same thing holds true when people are giving them their data, their medical records, and all this stuff. Anyways, that's why I wrote the Truth Engine. That's why I wrote the book, so that you guys could build your own local AI. Go take a look at it over on the website, JCristina.com/shop. Pick it up, build your own. As long as you have like 12 gig or a 16 gig card, you can build it. Even unified memory works okay. It's a little bit slower. Okay? Not exact, but it'll still work. Build it. Trust me, it's worth it, right? But yes, I agree 100%. As a mechanic, you're going to go and look at stuff that Grok gives you. Where I found a real big problem is when I was doing 70 hours worth of work to build this book. I went through 36 different engines, okay? 36. And only one actually worked out well. And that's the one that I'm using. But during that time, I ran all these engines through a gauntlet of just the most harsh questions. And what I found, you know who was the worst out of all of them? Claude. Claude would actually make up laws that don't exist not to tell me about the virus. It would make up laws and say the information was, let's say, said in like an open platform, but it has a copyright, so I can't tell you what that information is. Even though that information was given to the open market, it was actually spoken at a news conference or something. It won't give it to you. It'll make up a lie to not give you that information about the V. So out of all of them, Claude was the worst offender, but you find it with Grok. Trust me, they all do this stuff. And if you don't know what to look for, or if you're not an expert at something, you won't get it. We're watching the stock. Do you see how it keeps bouncing off my line? It's bouncing off that line that I made right here. This, what is it? I don't know, 73, 74, right in this area. If that continues that way, we're going to see it go up and down from that 173, like I said just a few minutes ago, to that 169, do this deal and just consolidate. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I would rather see that then see a rip and a dip and a rip and this horrible sawtooth effect, constantly all over the place. This stock people have been able to trade today. I'm not an expert. I can look at it and the thoughts that I've given you this whole time have been pretty damn accurate. And like I said, I'm not a professional. So the professionals are looking at this and they're making money all day. All day. Trust me. Anyways, let's see. Neuromorphic and Edge AI. Yes. There's going to be we're going to go from AI that we have now, we're going to go to quantum, and then we're going to go into wetware, which will be very similar to the synapse that we have between our ears, where it turns into biological computing, but that's for a whole nother discussion. But yeah, what is consolidation? That's a good question. Not a stock. Consolidation is kind of where, let's say you have like a whole room of people that are trying to figure out how much a pair of shoes actually cost, right? They're like, that's $25. Now, I think 22. Well, how much is the individual parts that go into it, The first principle, right? How much, and they're trying to sit there and come up with an idea of what is the value, and then what is the top value, what is the bottom value, and somewhere in between is the mean, right? So that's kind of what they're trying to do, right? So if I was to look at this and I was a betting man, I would say the actual value as of today, first day before anything else happens, as of right now, I would say the value of this stock is about 170, 150. That would be the value. It's pretty damn close to that. That's what it feels like. There's a ton of a lot of consolidation right in this 172. Up, down, in between there. So that's with 555 million shares. On Monday, there's going to be some more. And then in July, there's going to be 30% more. That's a big chunk. That's the time to actually buy. Right now, we're just playing, right? What do I got? 10 shares long. I got them at 150 even. And it says my P&L is $130. Yeah. We're currently up 28%. Disagree on Tesla. Okay, I like that. That's from Rot. Already sold from SpaceX orders that didn't fill on the IPO and probably go back to Tesla. That's my guess. It could be. It absolutely could be. Edge AI might not need cloud. Well, it's kind of like, well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Not to get too deep into it, when Elon Musk has like 10, 20, 30, 100,000 satellites that are all nodes to a massive supercomputer in space, that is basically going to be an Internet 2, like an Internet 2.0, let's just call it. But instead of being a replacement to the Internet, it's not. I look at it as a backup to the Internet. Follow that? Anyways, but that's for like a JCLIVE type of thing. We can get deeper into that. Let's see. YouTube will answer all questions with a video. It's kind of true. The thing is, do you believe the video? Half the damn videos on YouTube now are just bullshit people. They look like me and they're fake. They're not even real. And their lips sometimes don't move right. Or they start blinking like this. And you're like, is that AI? I think it is. Or they're like here, also they do like this or do like this or something. It's like, what the hell? So yeah, there's a lot of just complete and utter bullshit on YouTube that's just all AI. Personally, for me, if a channel is built on AI and there's no face to the channel, I will not watch it because I don't feel that it is worth my time. And it's very difficult for me to give it any credence. I just won't do it. That's just me. Everyone's going to have to decide for themselves, like where do they sit? Because there's going to be more and more and more of this AI sludge. as I call it, videos on YouTube. So anyway, that's for another day too. Let me see. Mark, EchoStar is down about 12%. Is it? I wouldn't doubt it. EchoStar down about 12%. What do we got here? I thought I put EchoStar in here. What's the ticker? Give me the ticker for EchoStar. Let me put it in there. I thought it was in there. I don't see. Why don't I see it? Anyways, yeah, throw me the ticker, Mark. Hey, Joe, are you still on Linux? That's from Empire. Yes. We're currently running Linux Mint 22.2, 22.1, something like that. Yes, still running Linux Mint. This is 1 year and about 3 months. Look at that. Do you love it? Look at that. That's dust. That's Windows. It has not come out of this blister pack for almost a year and a half now. Like a year and 2 or 3 months. Linux only on everything that I do. So, you know, you got to understand too is, you know, I'm also, I do video editing, episodic TV, there's a lot of things. I do a lot of photo. I was a photographer for like 15 years. There's a lot of stuff that I do. It's all done on Linux. It's people always ask me, can I go and move to Linux? The only reason you can't move to Linux is if you have a piece of software, an application that is not available on Linux, and you don't want to dual boot, or you don't want to run it through Wine or something like that, because it doesn't work very well. Besides that, there's no reason. It's as solid. It's 10 times more solid than Windows will ever be. You know. So yeah. Let's see. Moving on. I don't trust Google either. No, don't trust Google. Google is, you know, one of those companies that puts the blinders on you and the guardrails up and only tells you what it wants you to know, nothing else. Meaning that if you ask it a question, but it really doesn't know, it doesn't want you to know the answer, it will put the answer on page 30. So you have all the other bullshit stuff. You would have to go through 30 pages of URLs, right? Now they do it different. Now, since it's all AI, they put blinders up. They put guardrails up. So if the answer is outside of the guardrails, right, it obfuscates. It hallucinates. It tells you mistruths, or it just gives you just enough to make you satisfied without giving you the actual answer. If you ask it for a specific quote, that is a quote to someone that it doesn't want you to know about what they said. I'm trying to say this like so that, you know, YouTube and all the rest of them doesn't pick up on it and then immediately flag the channel. That's what they do. Anyways, it will not give you that information. I promise you, it will not. Right? Claude does it in spades. In spades. It's the worst offender. Trust me. Like I said, I have over 70 hours in testing this thing. Hundreds of questions. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They're bad. They're bad guys, and people don't understand it. Let's see. I got my share, yes. The shill. Yes, the shill. Billy says, Bill D. Watkins says, you can also push back and say, no, this is wrong. Here's the correct answer. Yes, you can do that. And he'll take it from you. And what will he say? He'll say, Bill, you were right. I was wrong. I apologize for that. And the answer that you gave me is 100% correct, and I'm going to put that into my memory. Because that's what it does. It builds you up. It's a feel-good machine, right? It wants you to trust it. And that's how it works. It will tell you how many times have you told any search engine or AI, I call them search engines now, because that's what they are, any AI that it's wrong and here's the right answer. How many times? And they say, wow, you're right. I'm wrong. It's like, how about if you don't tell me that you are wrong and I was right and you actually give me the real answer? How about that? Won't do that. Won't do that. Trust me. Won't do that, guys. Let's see. Need to drop to 155. That's where my buy is at. Yeah, we're in at, let me see, $150. Our P&L shows $208 so far increase. Whatever. Not that it matters, but it's been consolidating, guys. It's been consolidating from here, from 115 until now. Nearly a full hour of consolidation. In proportion, that is literally over, I would say 60% of the time that this stock has been live now, it has been consolidating with a mean average of about 172 bucks. If I got it wrong, you let me know. Literally 172 bucks. Yeah, look at this. Look at where this rolling average is. 171.79. So 172 bucks, guys. Interesting. I would never have guessed this. I would never, in a million years, would I have guessed this would be how it would be. I guess that this thing would have halted so many times based on the amount of exposure. Oh my God. It's crazy. And so little, 555 million shares, literally like 5%. There's like no shares out there. How many shares have been traded? Can someone look that up for me? How many shares have been traded so far? Let me know. I'm not seeing them there. I missed a window. Anyways, if you see it, look it up for me. Put it in the chat. How many shares have been traded so far? I sold AST to buy SpaceX. God, good job, Alan. AST is in the shitter. AST is down 14% right now. Smart move. Smart move. That was really good. I bet you're really happy about that, Alan. Good job. Good call. It's down because they sold their stock for SpaceX. It's down because the writing is on the friggin' wall, region, because they sold $20 billion of pristine spectrum to Elon Musk. They're not going to be able to use that spectrum anymore as they sold it. Actually, they sold some to AT&T too. I don't even want to talk about AT&T. I hate those people. But yeah, they sold $20 billion of pristine, beautiful, absolutely beautiful spectrum. That is what's going to give Elon Musk SpaceX, the Starlink, the ability to have a bi-directionality to it, to be able to be a symmetrical system instead of an asymmetrical system. That is huge. It's massive. Going to test that range of 168. You think so? It could. Let's see. What is my mark? My mark is right here. My line is right there at 169. Does it test it? Ooh. Look at that tail. Just touched it. Man, I don't know. Guys, don't think that I'm right this often, because I'm not. Okay. I mean, I've done this for a while, so I get it. But I've been dead on here like all day. Like, I don't even understand it. This is crazy. I mean, I'm not going to complain, honestly, but still, let me extend this line at this 169 back out here so it's further. I'm going to extend the top one out too, just so that we have it. There we go. All right. There we go. This way we can keep those going. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But yeah, really interesting. Really, really interesting. And what's amazing to me is that it has been on the top end of that 1 by 1 deviation of the VWAP that I put out there. That's this fluorescent green line that you see. It's been on the top the entire time. It's never broken that. So it has strength, but it doesn't have that just whip strength where it's just like this aggressive like up and down. Who knows? We're at 215 now. All right. Let me see. Let me see here. 215. Let me see. What do we got? That's what, 315. So we have an hour and 45 minutes. So let's just say right now we're looking at half the story. We can look at it that way. An hour and 45 minutes and that'll be it. This is half the story. But look at it bouncing off my bottom line. It is bouncing off this line, which I said was support here at 169, like in 16 cents. It just keeps bouncing off it. So, I don't know. This is some serious, this is consolidation about the best that you can ever possibly even see. That means that the mean here is 172. So, if this continues, and let's say we get a green candle here, let's just say here, it drops just past the line a little bit, and then the next minute candle goes green, and it goes up above that line. Let's just say. You know that all of these day traders are going to jump on that and then sell at right around 172 bucks. Look at that. Look at that. There you go. So now that it broke that line, we have the middle, which is the purple line. Let's see if it bounces off that or if it just goes back up. There's your green. There's your green. All right. So let's see if it pops back over that line. Anyways, let's see how it works. So far, so good. Let me see. Let's see. Go back to the last consolidation. Should see similar run up after break. Let me back up out of this so we get the entire look. Here we go. There you go. Yes. So we had some consolidation here, but this went from 1208 to 38. So this consolidation that you saw there, who was writing this? This was Rot Dog. That was only like a 30 minutes of consolidation, then a rip, right? This consolidation that we've been seeing here literally went from 13 all the way to 5. This is an hour of consolidation. This is a lot. So we got double the consolidation. Do we get double the pull coming off it? I don't know. What do you think? I mean, this is heading south, and the next line that I would say would be this line right here, this 165.50 number, which would be your purple, which would be your mean of that VWAP that I put together with the deviation, that small deviation. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, let's look at it, Rot Dog. Market makers are collecting shares for institutions. Yeah. It's just awesome that now I have SpaceX and Tesla at top of my watch list. Yeah, they're both there, right? What is Tesla at? Tesla is sitting at 403. Not bad. I mean, it's up $4. I would say Monday Tesla goes down. I could be wrong, but we'll see. We'll see. I just feel like Tesla is just, It needs to drop to like 180, or it's at 380, 370. I could be wrong. It just feels like that. Rod Dog, they're building institutional orders right now, like the millions earlier. Yeah. Look at that thing. Just those sharp pulls. Hey, let me ask you, Rot Dog, when you see those sharp pulls back down to the 150, which is the start of day, are those anomalies? Are those actually one share being traded at the 150 just to dump people out? Because honestly, I haven't seen this in this degree for literally since 2022. You never see this. So maybe you know, you let me know. Or if anyone else knows where we're seeing these drops all the way back down to the baseline, which is 150, is it an anomaly? Or are other people seeing it in their trading software too? In other words, is it something with Thinkorswim? Or is it something that, you know, the movers and shakers are doing to kick people out? It sure damn looks like it. I don't know. Like, it just wouldn't make any sense. I don't know. Anyways, let me know. So we're going green. So we're bouncing off this mid point of this moving average, which is the purple. And see, and that's the thing. If you are a trader and you just trade on like what I'm showing you here, everyone else does too. So what happens is the market becomes very predictable, not based on the value or the movement of the stock, but based on the emotional response and the FOMO and the knowledge base of everyone involved. You know, if everyone uses MACD, or if they're using, I don't know, an RSI, or they're using like one of these, you know, VWAPs, or they're all using very similar tools, right? And when everyone uses the same tools, you end up with the exact same response. That was the old days. But now, all of these, probably 60% of these transactions are all done automatically. So it's not even like me doing the trading and looking at it and saying, oh, I feel like I'm looking at this, it bounced off the middle of the moving average, and right now it's currently sitting at 167. I'm going to buy in now, and I'm going to sell when it gets to right here, this baseline, because now all of a sudden this used to be support. Now it's probably not. So I'm going to sell it at 169, right? Let's just say. But that's the mental. That's what people will think, and that's what ends up. It's almost like everyone thinks the same way, and then it happens that way, because that's like how it's been done for so many years. So anyways, let's see what happens. We'll see if it pops up and then drops again, or if it breaks through, because normally this baseline, right, which used to be that average that's moving perfectly along, is now could turn into a top. So it's going to be a ceiling that has to be broken through. So we'll see if it breaks through it. There's a nice green candle there. Let's see. Eric says, you're pretty good at this stuff. Borrow some cash from Fab and see what you can do with it. That's funny. That's a good one, Eric. I love it. It's fun, you know. It's fun. Like I said, it's, you know, I did it for a couple of years straight. I made money, I lost money, and you know, when it's all said and done, I made more than I lost, but not enough to say it was worth it. Like I could like do it full time or something. But it was a good education, and I do believe that anyone wants to learn how to trade. I think trading with real money. I don't care what, you know, there's so many people that be like, oh, trade with paper. I think that's great. I think trading with real money is the way to go. And what I did, just to let you know, I know it sounds weird, but I did this. I took $10 every single day and I traded it. That's what I did. And when I lost the $10, I would stop. So I'd take the $10, I would trade it. And let's say I brought the $10 up to $20. That's fine. I would keep the $10, and now I'd just trade with the 10. And then that 10 I'll make into 20. Now I'll leave 20 in the pot and just trade with the 10. $10 is it. Once I lost that $10, then I'd be out for the day. That's just how I started doing it. And then eventually I started trading with hundreds and then thousands and so on and so forth. But if you just trade with real money, even if it's just $10, you have like, as they call it, skin in the game. You're going to be a little bit more thoughtful. Whereas if you're doing paper money, you're like, okay, give me $500,000 and I'm going to do these trades and look how great I am. As soon as you go in there with $1,000, all of a sudden you just lost your $1,000. You're like, what happened? I played it the same way. No, you didn't. You thought that you did, but you really didn't because you rethought everything because it was actually real money. So that's how I worked. Everyone does something different, and that just worked out really well for me. I'm not a master at this stuff, but look at this. Exactly what we said happened it just happened. It broke through what was now the ceiling, is become now, once again, support. So chances are that was your dip. It went down to 165, and now we're back up over that 169. And like I told you, the day traders would have bought as soon as they saw that thing turn around at, like I said, 166, and they would have sold it at 169. Why? Because it's very possible that this thing's going to drop below 169 again. Because does it have support or does it not? Right now, they're trying to figure it out, right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So if I was a day trader, I would be gone already. I don't want to see this thing drop. The only time I would buy this again is when it hits the top of this little green line here, which would be 171. I won't buy it again because this could definitely drop below that red line again. And now I just lost that money that I just made. I'm not going to do it. So I'm just telling you like how I work. And, once again, I'm not some expert here. So if I was, then I'd be day trading all day. Let me see. I love that. Borrow some money from Fab. Fab, give me some money. Give me some money. Let's see. I want to buy 165. 165. Yeah, you might actually hit 165. It could bounce off 165 again. Clearing the stops. No, you're clearing the stops. So you're gonna stick with it or what? Or bringing the blotter up to date. Oh, I could do that too, right? Trade has to print somewhere. Yes, it does. Let me see. Yeah, most trades are based on algorithm. Yes, they are. Sadly, but they are. Tim says, could it be that there is not enough shares out there to make it so volatile? Usually, when you have a ton of want and very little to provide, it builds a ton of volatility, right? Because the same shares get traded multiple times in a period of day. I don't know if anyone found how many times this trade have been. How many trades have there been so far? I bet you more than the 555 million shares that are out there. So they're probably on the second time around. That's how I do Vegas. 100 red or black, win, gamble on their money, lose, go watch the show. Exactly. See, smart money. That's smart money. If you think SpaceX will be the company of the solar system in the future, today's price is pennies. You're correct. And I do, if you took any of these prices, if you bought it right now for 200 and you left it there and you look back at your account in 10 years, you'll see that it's split. I don't even know how many times. You have probably 10-folded your money by then. So yes, I do believe since they have so many portions of the vertical market, from the fab to the whole 9 yards, right? From the fab to the rockets, to the delivery, basically, to the Starlink, to the satellites, they have the entire thing. So even if one or two failed, it wouldn't even matter because other ones will just hold its weight. Think about government contracts in the near future when SpaceX Starlink has 100,000 Starlinks in orbit. right? Imagine the government contracts. It, there's no other company that's going to be able to do this anytime soon. So, you asked about those big dips. Yes, that was my explanation. Gotcha. But why not wait for the lockout and rest? Yes, and that's what I say. Like, I didn't invest today. I just put some skin in the game. I bought 10 shares at 150 and it just sits there. We're up a couple $100. That's not an investment. That's just having fun. But to invest, I will most likely invest. I will watch how things go, but I will most likely invest in July, beginning of July, right around there, when the Q2 earnings numbers come out. Because at that point, we're going to see most likely 30% more stock on the market. That is a big, massive dump onto the market. So there's going to be a lot of people at that point selling to make their money back, let's say, right? To get rich, so to speak. Let's see. Even 300, same way, yes. Greg, SpaceX in the future, maybe I slam Tesla and hope emerge by 27. I think Tesla is going to merge eventually, but who am I? If we go above 174 breakout, let's see. Yep, that's right. I got 173.83, what's so-called 174. Yep. But look what just happened. This is exactly what I was saying. Remember I said that as soon as it came up and broke over this line and went to 169, if I was a day trader, I would have sold there. And the reason being is it would be very possible for it to fall back down. And that's exactly what's happening now. It's back below the line. So it's trying to figure out, does it want to be above or below? What is the consolidation? And you can see that it's right dead center of the line. So the number is 169 now. So where I said the stock's value at the time used to be like 172, it really likes to be at 169 right now. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to leave those. I think I'm going to extend these out some. Let me go back to the big picture here. I'm going to grab a little bit more of this. Do like this. I'm going to extend these lights, these out some more, like that. There we go. Let me do the same thing with this one. Are we pretty straight? I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. I think go down just a little bit. There it is. Yeah, I think about right there. So what is that? 169, 169.50, somewhere around there. Actually, I think it's a little bit lower. I'm anal retentive, people. Just in case you don't know, I'm anal. It makes me crazy. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this at 74. I'm just going to, here we go, 73.69, perfect. Okay, good. So that's where we're at. Let me go ahead and dial this in nice and tight so you can see it a little bit bigger again, like that. There we go. So that's what's going on. So literally our high was 176 and that happened at 1 o'clock, just about 1 o'clock. And it hasn't seen the high since. It has not seen the high since. Someone did predict 180 would be the high, I think, or the close of day would be 180. So it's possible. If we look right here, this is very apparent. I mean, look at the difference between this volume at the very beginning to the volume now. I mean, it has been trickling. We know that right around here, it's lunchtime. It's going to be light. As soon as they came back from lunch, they just started selling, actually, right here. Right around this 2 o'clock range, they just sold out right to here. And right now, volume is just much, much lower. Much lower. So this is, once again, all the big guys, they've already done what they need to do. It usually, the majority of, like, for example, the day traders, they're normally day trading the first like hour or two. With IPOs, it's different, obviously, because there's probably day traders still day trading this. They're day trading it all day long, just based on the math, like what I've been talking to you guys about. So if we look at that consolidation, it is now moving more of that average of that 169 number in comparison to the 172. It's dropped down. So I'm going to let that consolidate some more, and then I might actually bring a third line down so we can see where that consolidation bottom is. Let me see. What else we have here? Joe, where do you get the different screens you use? Are they widgets, programs, or what? Are they free? Okay, yeah, so all of these screens you see here, that's all Thinkorswim is what it's called. It's just Charles Schwab's, it's actually TD's or TD Ameritrade's platform, and then Charles ended up buying it and whatever. So, but yeah, that's what it is. It's just their platform. It's really not a professional trading platform. Can you trade with it efficiently, effectively? Yes, because you are getting a lot of, like, you're getting level 2s. Literally, I can look at this and I know exactly what's going on. You know, it's very easy to look at. You're also getting your TNS, your time and sales on the right-hand side. You can see when it goes majority red, you know we're going down. Goes majority green, we're going up. I mean, it's pretty easy to see. And then you can also look at the amounts. I can change this instead of right now showing us all of the sales, even one share. I can change it so it only shows, let's say, shares that are over, let's say, 1,000 being bought at a time. I do that sometimes if it's a really expensive stock to see like who's buying and how much. Because if there's, you know, like let's say it's a $200 stock, let's say, and all of a sudden you see a purchase for 10,000 units. Well, that's someone that has a lot of money that must know something I don't know, right? So that's the kind of little things that I'll look at. But anyways, bottom line here is we're just having fun with it, making believe it's a video game. A video game of money. I don't know. Let me see here. All right. Any more questions? Put them in here. Put them in here. What time is it? It is 2:30. So I'm still debating. I might actually cut out. I've been on here, just so you guys know, I've been live for 6 hours. I'm a little bit tired. But it's still fun. It's fun. And I didn't have lunch, which is really kind of annoying. Let's see here. I don't want to lose weight, so I got to keep eating. Let's see. Rot Dog says, but that's the smart money, Joe. Yes, they ain't going to sell. Why when they have the greatest capital allocator in charge of it already? It's true. I mean, it's true. He's good. I mean, he's good at what he does. Elon, you don't bet against him for sure. Gray says, I just don't know what that means for the price, though. If SpaceX is trading, say, at $100 in 18 months, when the merger happens, is it even worth it? Shit, in 18 months, SpaceX will probably be like over $300. I'm going to guess. I mean, I don't see why not. Because in 18 months, we've already placed version 2 satellites on orbit. In 18 months, there's about 30 million SpaceX Starlink customers. Do the math on that at $130 a month. Even take an average of $100 a month. Do the math. You're talking billions. It's a cash cow. So, and then Anthropic throwing their billions at SpaceX. Google throwing their billions. The government contracts and so. Yeah, 18 months, this company is going to be crazy in 18 months. Terafab will be putting out billions of chips. They're looking at approximately 100 to 200 billion chips, which is nuts. Also, in 18 months, Optimus robot, there will be well in excess of 100,000, probably close to 500,000 Optimus robots in 18 months, maybe more. That will also boost sales as long as Optimus doesn't hurt anybody. So I don't know. That's just my prediction on it, but you know. Let's see. Region says the thin lines are called wicks. Yes, they show the highest and the lowest price reach during the candle. Yes, long wicks. Buyers step in. Long upper wick. By sellers backing out. Yeah. So, Region, talking about wicks. What do you see when you see the wicks actually go back down to baseline at 150? Is it an anomaly? Or is it something that's being done on purpose, automatically? Could the premium offset the discount SpaceX is trading at? Could. Region 7 says, based solely on the chart, 50% change close between 167.5, 169, yes, at 30% change, close to 170.72, change above 172. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I was saying, like, for an entire hour, the value of this stock, I was saying, is about 172 bucks. At this point, I think the value is more like 169, you know, as of right now. Eric says you're a machine. Mad Brew says 400 million. Is that the volume? 400 million? Okay. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was asking if anyone knew the volume because I don't have that up on my screen. So 400 million. So there's 555 million shares, and we're seeing 400 million sold, or you know, sold back and forth so far. So literally, they haven't even sold every single one of the shares as of yet twice. You know what I mean? The full circle. In other words, they haven't got back to the beginning as of yet. So when they sell 555 or 556 million shares, well, now there's shares that have been sold multiple times. We haven't even seen that yet. This is so I was so wrong. I was so wrong in my prediction on how this was actually to play out. This is playing out like the most PC, delicate, just beautiful stock that you can watch and just literally day trade with very little problem. I really thought that we would see this saw blade, massive craziness all over the place with run-ups of 10+%, and then halts, circuit breakers, and then circuit breaker down and circuit breaker, like a mess. We didn't see any of that. I don't know. It's been just an absolute beautiful release. Like he got his, most likely by the numbers, he got his $75 billion. He's now Elon's worth 1.1 trillion. The stock is trading like this stock is trading like a stock that's been around for 10 years. Like literally, besides all these bottom wicks, I don't know what the frick this is, and that's why I'm asking you guys, what do you know about this? That's like kind of crazy. I've seen this in the past, but I haven't seen this many. But anyways, the movement is literally like an old stock that's been around forever. Absolutely crazy. So, but that's okay. What are we at? So we've broken down. So we broke through the floor that I made here. Okay, we broke through that floor. All right. So, and we're breaking through with multiple green candles. The day traders are going to be very happy about this. Chances are they are going to most likely I would personally. Even though it's 2 candles, I would wait for the 3rd candle. A lot of them will trade on the seconds, right? Like 10 seconds. But I would wait, and I'd probably buy right around this 169, 170. That's going to be a good support number because, once again, it's a whole number. People love that. And it will probably creep up, I would say, to here, which would be 171. If I was day trading it, I'd probably get out with $1 profit once it does hit 171 and see what happens. Does it blow through the top of this moving average or does it not? But at least it's back into our lines, right? It's back into our lines. It only fell below twice, and not for that long. Maybe 10 minutes, on each one. That's not bad. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's keep watching it. I see a red candle there. Let me zoom in a little bit. I feel like we're far away. Let me zoom in. Here we go. There. That's pretty good. All right. I like to see the whole chart, not just the end. The end is good. It's like when you trade, you want to see the forest. You don't just want to see the tree. You don't want to be like here. Right? You want to see the forest. Let me quickly switch over to the 5-minute chart, just real quick. Okay. Let me change this to 5 minutes. I just want to see what this actually is, what this looks like on a 5-minute. There we go. Yeah, there you go. So that's what the 5-minute chart looks like. A lot of the day traders are trading on like a 10-second type of time frame, but they're really looking at the 5-minute for the true movement. And we can see we got 2 green candles. This one, if this one stays green, there's going to be the buyers are going to start coming back in, because that means that it stayed above this baseline floor. They're going to come back in. They're going to ride this thing back up to 74. The usual. So let's watch it. I know a lot of people said that they like the 1 minute because there's more data, so I'll put it back to 1 minute. There we go. There's your 1 minute. We'll keep that going. Let's see. I'm sorry, not 18 months meant when they were down pressured, so it started with the insider. Some reason I thought that they were locking up. No. Yeah, no. It's 6. The lockout is 180 days. I expect another compute agreement grooming in the next couple of weeks. Microsoft, that's my guess. Another $1 billion a month. It could be. Yeah. I mean, Microsoft is going to need it too. Compute is hard to come by. And when compute becomes free, in big air quotes, free, things will really change. There will be some massive changes to happen, for sure. Let me see. I love that. The system, it decided to crash itself on my side. I love that. Let me see. Rot Dog says that's like 36 bill a year for 36 billion a year, basically for processing. That's it. Just renting compute time. Love it. Breakout coming to finish today. That's a good question, Rot. That's a good question. Is a breakout coming to finish the day? We have an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, it just tried the bottom again of that line that I drew there. Not like this line means anything. It's not like I'm drawing lines and all of a sudden that they make a difference, but they kind of do, because they kind of show support and they show like where people give a crap about buying or selling. So that being said, I don't know. It's really finding its way around that 170, 169 mark. I don't know if we're going to see a run. It's just been so lethargic, in my personal opinion, that like all of a sudden a big run at the end, it was just, I'd be stunned. But, I mean, if this continues the way it is, you know, we don't know exactly what's going to go on here. But what I would do, since we already have like from 15 to 45 here, so we got 30 minutes. I like, you know, I'm a line guy, right? Because I'm anal. I would do something like this. I would do this, and I would do this, right? That's what I would do. And now see if this thing actually can stay above water, above this bottom line, and if it can trend on this specific upward path. That's what I would do to guess. If I see this thing come back down here in the next 15, 20 minutes down to like midpoint, just the middle of this moving average, I think it's pretty much good. It's pretty much done at that point. I can't see it just zooming off the chain, but we'll see. We'll go ahead and leave that there. I'll move it forward just a little bit. There you go. So you can see what's going on. Let me change my tool back up like that. And let me grab this line and extend it like that. All right. Let's see what happens. Did someone say anal? I think someone did. Thank you, Shannon. You're back. You're hanging out. I love it. Yeah, so I've been on for 6 hours and 15 minutes. My cappuccino looks like this, which is very sad. My ginger, I don't know, water, fizzy stuff. It's probably not fizzy anymore. And we haven't eaten lunch yet. So that's where I sit. But you know what? I'm having fun with this. I'll probably continue doing this until 4 o'clock and then not do a JCLIVE tonight because, you know, obviously I've been on for 6 hours. And then we'll do a JCLIVE next week. Unless I can drag Fab out here, my wife, to do a JCLIVE with me at 8 o'clock. If not, then it's not going to happen because I'm kind of tired. But I've been going since 7. The market closes at 4. Yeah, that's for Chris. There is no run on this. This is just a normal stock. I would treat it like that. That's from Region 7. It feels like a 10-year-old stock. It feels like old money. It feels like an old stock. It's almost like the people that are in the know have a good grasp on how much this really should be. And they're keeping it right around where it is, right? Because these institutions, they can run this stuff up really quick by doing all their shenanigans that they do. But it's really strange to me that they're not. Like, my question is, why not? You know? It's staying on this line, guys, that I made. See the line here? Let me make it a little bit thicker. Let me make it this thick, too. All right, let me make, you know what? Let's go ahead and change the color so it's not the same color. What do we want? Let's do light blue. Or you know what? Let's do purple. Let me see. There we go. I like that. And let's make it a little bit thicker. There we go. So that purple line that I stuck there, that's kind of like a day trader line. That's like kind of what they would look at and be like, okay, let's go ahead and look at this. We can see, once again, it is above this baseline that I put here, this bottom line, and it stayed right above it, drop below it, right above it, drop below it, right around there, and that's that 169, point right around there. And that's why I said, it is really consolidating very tightly around 169, 170. It's pretty damn tight right there. And it's been doing it for a while. And not only is it doing, like back here, it was very low volume. At this point, there's a lot more volume coming in now. Obviously, it's coming close to end of day. We're getting close to 3 o'clock, 1500 hours. So, I don't know. We're going to keep watching it for a little bit. Let me see. Shannon, what does Shannon say? Shannon, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. I got you on TV, busy with website upgrades and shit. Like that. I get it. Kind of half listening. I heard that word and turned around to see what you were talking about. Yes. Anal retentive. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Get back to work. Do your thing. So yeah, we're coming on that T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes. So we'll see. We'll keep following it for a little while and see what happens here. I think I feel like it's really strange to me that it has been such a lethargic stock. I would never have guessed in a million years. Literally never in a million years. So, I mean, it's not that it's a good thing or a bad thing. I just expected it was going to be a ripper. Just absolutely just crazy. But things could still happen. In the last half an hour, sometimes stuff goes nuts. Maybe, the big money is trying to wait for consolidation to see where the baseline is. And then once it drops below that, come up with like some big, massive orders and, buy, sell, and push the thing up crazy to 180. It's possible. Remember, we have a low of 150 and a high of 176. And currently we are at a 25% increase. 25% first day. So, I mean, it's not bad. Not bad. No, absolutely not. AJ says, not the parabolic run-up zone we were thinking, but happy it's holding strong. Yes. And you know what? For SpaceX in general, this type of release is better because they're not going to get as much of this whiplash where it's just like a ton of money and then no money and then we're broke and it's a ton of money and it's a lot. This is really, a solid, just a rock solid release. You see, we're now banging below that line that I made, right? So that to me, if I was a seller, I would short sell it at this point because the chances of it dropping below that is pretty good. It'll probably drop back down to maybe around here, like what? Maybe 67, 68, somewhere on there. It's a possibility if it doesn't keep, steady with this consolidation that's going on. But either which way, it still feels like 69 is the answer. That's just it. So this is what the entire chart looks like. And when we look at it down here, there's definitely more people in the game now, but there's a lot more. If we look at just the last 45 minutes, there is more red on the amount of on the graph at the bottom with the volume. There's more negative volume than there's positive volume. So there's more selling currently than there is buying. In comparison to back here when we had this run up from 163 to 170, there was a lot. See all the green here? There was a lot more green than red. So, I mean, look, we literally have 4 in a row of just 4 candles of just red. And now finally we have a little something green, but it's staying on the line. It's staying exactly where we showed it would be. So hopefully, we'll see how it does. Rock says it doesn't seem incredibly orderly. Still think we got some big institutional orders to fill, and we could be. That's what I was saying. I mean, they could be watching for consolidation to figure out exactly where the number is. because rolling into Monday, there's going to be, I believe, there's going to be a release of more shares, but also the ETFs will be released too. So people will be able to spend their money, on these ETFs that follow the stock if people don't want to be invested in the actual stock itself. So that dilutes the main stock also, because people start moving into other, vehicles instead of using the main stock. So that's one of the reasons why they said, listen, you cannot sell your ETF until Monday. You can't sell it today. So, we'll see. I mean, but it's literally sticking on this line, guys. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think it's time to zoom in. We'll leave the high up here and we'll zoom in from there. Right? So let me do that. This way we have a little bit. I'm going to take it to end today so we can see what's going on. And I'll keep the high in there. So here we go. So, actually, you know what? Let's come in here. These wicks are the most annoying thing. They literally screw everything up. It's like so stupid. But let me see. Yeah. Well, we'll just take the whole thing because it's not really giving us anything. That's better. But yeah, so if we look at this right here, I'll keep the run up from over here. This is the original run up. This line that I put here, it's literally sticking to it. And even right here now, I mean, I drew the line when we were right about here. And even moving forward, this, 15 minutes, it's stuck to it. It's either stayed above the red and it hasn't dropped below it very much. A little bit, but still not a lot. But we'll see. And that's what I'm saying. This is really a slow mover. It trades just like an old stock. It's amazing to me. I keep repeating it, but I'm dumbfounded when I watch it. It's like, what is that? It's crazy. Let's see. Internal SpaceX shares was at $105 per share. So the employees, this is a life-changing, it's a life-changing event for them, I'm sure. You buy it at $105. This is okay. Back up. If I was a shareholder at $105 and I was, working at SpaceX and still getting more shares as they go, as we go, I would not sell them. This company has just a mega potential. This is not a company that's going out of business soon. This isn't a Spirit Airlines. This is this is pure money. The thing is they have Starlink. Whereas if they didn't have Starlink, then this whole IPO would be completely different. The other side note to this is, and this is the thing that a lot of investors are looking at, and rightfully so, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is flat on the day, literally down 0.4, literally 0.000%. They haven't moved. 204. But this is a stock that is $204 that has mega earnings, that has earnings, that is making a crap load of money. Yet this is evaluated, this valuation at $2 billion is like, the only thing that's really making money is SpaceX Starlink. So I can see how the big money or the big investors are going to look at it and be like, we're not sure about this. Where should I put my money? Should I put my money in something that's actually making money? Or should I put my money in something that is speculative? And a lot of the big money, a lot of the money these fund managers, if they have speculation accounts, right? I think that's probably where, a lot of it will end up going if based on what we see. I mean, there's consistency to it, but there's no like boom. Shares came out at 150. The highest they went is 176. Literally $26. That's it. That was not expected. And like a lot of people were saying in the chat, they were thinking about like 200, 180, 240, somewhere around there, and then back down to maybe like 180 closing, something like that. And that's probably, where it might be at, This thing is coming back down to my, this purple line. That purple line is the middle of the moving average. But for the majority of the day, it has stayed above the top of the moving average. So seeing that it's actually bouncing off the moving average dead center, it's not great. I mean, it's okay. This is perfect for a day trader. You could trade this. I guarantee you there is day traders that have made money on this all day long. All day long. That this right here, as soon as this thing broke down below this line, there's going to be short sellers that short this thing for like 15 seconds, maybe a minute, and then get out of it. Because you don't want to be in front of this thing if it actually rips. That'd be a bad day. You don't want a bad day. So, but look, this actually broke down the center of that moving average. That right there, just so you know, this, as of this moment, is the worst that it's been the entire day, as of right now. So the possibility of this going lower is pretty good. It is pretty good. And we'll just keep watching over here on the right-hand side. Watch those numbers and see how many reds we see compared to greens. And we're seeing a lot more reds than we're seeing greens. That means there's people selling. So we'll see what happens. If this thing actually has some legs, it should bounce off this center moving average right there that I have, that purple line. You see how it's kind of stopped there for 3 minutes? It hasn't moved. That's the moving average. That's where we would expect it to stop if it's going to bounce back. And it seems to be holding. So I don't know. Like I said, this is a day trading stock. Obviously you're dealing with spending or putting up a lot of money to make a little bit. Because, here, once you bounced off this line right here, right, is what, 100, like 165.95. So if they brought in, let's say 10,000 shares, right, we see that it goes green. The next candle we see is going green. They're going to watch this third candle. If it goes red, they're going to sell it. That's going to be it, because they're afraid that it's just a quick pop and it's going to go back down. But if we get a third minute candle here, you see this candle right here? If this candle goes red, they're going to sell it. But if it doesn't go red, they're still making profit, because they bought this thing like right around here at 166.25, let's say, and they would see it's going back down. They would sell that right here at like maybe 25 cents, maybe 50 cents profit. But when you buy like 10,000 shares or 5,000 shares, that small amount means a lot. But look, the candle hasn't closed, and it looks like it might possibly close green. I don't know. We'll see. So it's still consolidating right around this area. What I am going to do is I'm going to draw a line under here as the baseline, because I think that it warrants it because of time, the amount of time that's gone by. So that would be right here at 165.95. I'm going to take this and I'm going to draw that line. 165.95, let's see. And 165.85, good enough. And we will just move that to here. 165, 85, 86, good. Something like that. That works. And let me make this into a bottom. And for the bottom, maybe we'll use blue and we'll make it extra thick. There you go. So that's our bottom. I know it looks like a whole bunch of scribbling mess, but I think by me just talking it out to you, you understand why I'm putting these lines there. There's another big dip of nonsense. This thing does this all the time. I don't know what that is. Like I said, I don't know if that's automation or if it's something with Thinkorswim. I really don't know. I need to call into them, find that out, because it's kind of weird. I mean, kind of stupid. It messes up the charts horribly. I don't like it. All right. Let's get back into some comments. If you have any questions, put them in there now. We're getting close. We're getting down to like the last, like maybe 50 minutes. Let's see. Would you consider doing this again for Anthropic? I think I will. I mean, we had like 400 people on, I think, earlier, 400 or 500. I don't know. We had a bunch of people on. It was a lot of fun. I enjoy this. And I might do it for Anthropic, and I might also do it for who else is going? Who else? Who's got that? Who else has an IPO? Who is it? ChatGPT or something? Is that who it is? Who's got the? Let me know. My mind went blank. I'm tired. Anyways, but yeah, I think I might, because it would make sense, right? We do it for SpaceX, because it is an AI company too, no matter how you look at it. So we do it, maybe we'll do it for Anthropic, and maybe OpenAI, that's the other one. Maybe we'll do it for OpenAI too. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, Eric, why not, right? Why not? Regent says, Wix don't necessarily show where the prices want to go. They show where the market said. Yes, not there. Upwick, seller rejection. Yes. Lower wick, seller, yeah, buy, rejection. Yeah, but my question is why these wicks are hitting the 150 mark and bouncing right off them. A lot of them are doing that. What is that? What is that? It shouldn't do that. I mean, like I said, I've seen it happen before, but like all this, something's weird. Actually, I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to ask them, see what the story is, and then I'll report back to you guys. There you go. Save the picture to desktop. Yes, done. Take a picture, right? Let's see. Let's go. Drop it. My put might hit. Are you putting a put in? That's. I mean, I guess it doesn't take. I guess it's okay, because it's such a slow mover. I mean, if this was a real IPO, putting a put with a $1.7 trillion valuation, and this thing would have been like sawtoothing up and down like crazy, I would never. But being able to read this as well as it's been, right? This is to you. Oh my. I mean, this is a pretty easy chart to read. Am I wrong? I mean, when you look at this, it literally looks like right out of class. Like if you were to take like a trading class, you would look at this chart and you'd be able to, in like 2 seconds, you'd be able to look at this and evaluate what's going on. Normal IPOs don't look like this. That's not what they look. That's not the norm. That is not the norm. So, but either way, they're up 23.5%. Just nothing crazy, but it's nothing to sneer at either. It's still good money. If you have 1,000 shares, it's a lot of money. But we have 10 that we bought at one. What did we got? We filled at 150. But that's okay. Let's see. PLTR, the right time to buy for the long term. Well, PLTR. What is PLTR? PLTR is down, what, 2% on day? PLTR. What is this? What does this stock look like? So PLTR has what? 180 in the last year has been the top. The low on PLTR is 128. So today it's literally at the low. It was 160 like just a few days ago, right? June 1. I think, yeah, June 1? Yeah. It was 160. So this thing has dropped year to date $40, 24%. If you believe in this company, I haven't even read what it all is, what it's about. American publicly traded company that develops data integration and analytics software. Headquartered in Miami, Florida. Founded in 2023 or 2003 by Peter Thiel. Stefan Cohen. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. They're out of Aventura. Yeah, I don't know exactly what they do. But if you believe in the company, I mean, right now, if you want a quick run, I mean, it's at its absolute lowest it's been in a year. You know, do you believe that this is a stock that will go up? I don't know. I don't have enough, I have no knowledge of this specific stock to be able to say one way or another, obviously. Let's see. Let's see. Back to live. You have any chats? Put them in there. Let's see. On your chart, those wicks going that far down is a mistake. Other charts I have looked at don't have those. Okay. So this is a think or swim problem then. I like to hear that. That's good to know. What do we got going on here? So this thing is starting to collapse on itself here. It is now below our line, which would be our base. So it's trying to push back up. See, this type of, when I see these long, see this drop below, and then this long green, and I look at that, I don't know. I think it's going to fall more. But we'll see. Hopefully not. But we had that range that we said was 169 to 172 was the number. That number is now more like, right around the an average mean of like 167 maybe. 168, max 167 probably. We'll close at 164. There we go. I'm guessing it closes under 165. Okay. It will close at 164, 69, 420. I like it. There's the numbers up. Okay, the next important question is whether 166 holds. If 166 breaks, I'd expect it to test 164, possibly go lower. Yeah, bounce to 168, 170. If possible, bearish short term, but sitting on support. Yeah, I mean, it's rolling on some good, really, some decent support. I mean, we got two tests at 165, so it should be able to, stay above 165. If that is true, like I said, that the amount would be between 169 and 172, it should be able to stay above 165. I mean, if it can't, it's very easily to see it drop to 160, literally all the way down there. But who knows? I don't know. Look, The IPO, I don't care the 135. I don't look at the 135 as being the IPO, even though it is. But the first trades on the market hit at 150 flat. So I'd look at it more like that being like a baseline first trade for retailers that are not, involved in any other means of getting shares before. So at 150, let's say if it was 150, for it to consolidate back to 150 is it's a possibility. It's a possibility. I think it's going to be above it. I don't think it's going to close at that 150. I would say 160, 165. I still like the number of 167 to 170, 172 because it held support there for so long. It should be able to hold right in between here, right here at 169. It should be able to be there without too much of a problem. But it just really depends on how many people bought in early and said, listen, I got these shares at 135. I'm up $30. Why don't I just, take the $3,000 and call it good and say it was a fun ride. That's usually what happens when you start seeing end of day on these IPOs. People look at it like, I was able to get 46 shares at 135. I was able to get, 100 shares at 135, whatever. And they're like, I don't want to wait till tomorrow. Let me take the 3,000, stick it in the bank, and then we'll see what happens on Monday, and then maybe we'll buy back in, maybe we won't. Who knows? There's people like that too that aren't there for the long, for the long game. We saw a ton. Look at the size of this. This is mass red volume marker here. Massive. That's a lot. That's this pullback here that went from 165 down here to 164. That was on serious volume. So the volume is back ever since lunch, but it's more negative than it's positive ever since lunch. So unless we get some push all of a sudden, I think this is pretty much where we're going to be for right now, but we will see. So we are at 40 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to go hit the head. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. What we got going here, guys? What is going on? Oh, geez. We see a low of 162.95. It is not able to hang in there at that 165 mark. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this has been a pullback ever since right around 2 o'clock. It has been just they're selling it off. So we'll see. We'll keep on watching. Boom, the floor buster. Let me see. Rod says 173 close is my guess. Yeah, I mean, I think that by the looks of like everything from before and how this thing really tracked, I think from 169 to 172 is the value. There might be some heavy, selling now towards the end, but we'll see that pop back up, end of day, after hours, or even on Monday. I think a solid 172. I think you're right. 173. I think 169 to 172 is probably the number. I'm holding my, let me see, $135 shares until at least July. Yeah, I would. You'll see this. You'll see it. It'll rip. This will be over. I would say it will hit over $200. So, I mean, I would hold it. Once the July, just bear in mind, once July hits, and there's a 30% release of more stock, the chances of this going down is really likely. So if you're looking to hold it and then sell it in July, once that happens, I probably wouldn't recommend that. But I mean, do your due diligence. But like, I don't know. That would make me like, I don't know. Like for me, in July, I would want to be buying than selling, but I don't know. Oh, you got a new number now. OMI has 169.42. All right. This thing is dropping to one. Let me see. On the ticker, we're seeing a lot of red, and we're seeing asks of 65. See, what's happening here is there's a look at. Okay, so now this is where we can really look at the level 2. Let me extend this level 2. Okay. You see the bids? They're trying to push this down, right? You got bids. You got all the way down to 135 bids. Okay, fine. But if we come up here, we got 500, 100, 800, 1,000, 1,200. These are all at the 160 range, okay? But then look at the match bids. We're not seeing anything close. We're seeing them now. Now there's some takers, but did you see from before they stayed at 164? They weren't coming down, but we just got a bunch. So someone just let go of a lot of shares right there because they were holding out at that 164 range, right? Even though they wanted to buy at 160, they're holding at the 164. But now people are actually letting them go at 162. Look at this, 162, 163. And you could just look at the ask, look at the bid, and then if you come over here, this is where you can really see what the sales are. What are they doing, right? Really important. Size. So let me do this, okay, so we can really see. So it's not so jumpy anymore. I'm going to change this to 1K. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this is now this time on sale, time in sale, this will only show anything that is being sold over 1,000 shares at a time. So forget about this one jumping around, okay? So I'm going to move this down just a little bit, and we're going to look right here. Look on this right side. This is really important information because we can see this 5,000 buy? That is a big buy at 164. That to me means that this stock, it feels like it wants to move up because you see all this green money? All this green money is at the top end of 64, right? 63, 9, whatever. See this? See all this? Right? So, to me, when I look at this, now we saw, look at this, almost 10,000 shares sold right here at what? 164. You see that? 164, 10,000 shares. This is where big money is going to start. We're at the end. This is the end game for the day. We're going to see the big ones, the big players come in. Matter of fact, I'm going to change this to 2,000 and above to slow it down even more. Now, this is 2,000 and above. Do you notice that the big money at 2,000 above were green on probably 50% or maybe even more than 50%? When I see this, this feels like big money is buying right now They're not selling. Look at this, 4,911 shares. Remember, these are closed deals. These are not speculative. All this shit is speculative. This is actual sale and the time of the sale. So when we start seeing a lot of these big numbers in green, that means a lot. Now look at this. Guaranteed, this person right here is one person. 9,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 4,000. I bet very likely this happens a lot. People will put out a sale for, let's say, 163, but they'll only, they'll get it at 162.97 point whatever. What happens, what people don't understand is all of these companies, they skim money off the top. So if I bought something for $150 even, it could be from another transfer from the exchange of 149.5. And that specific broker keeps that 0.5. There's like a skimming that goes on by the decimals. And the decimals add up over a long period of time. It's a lot of money, okay? Anyways, if we just look at this, you see how we're going red on all these? And they're big number reds, 8,000, 3,000, 2,000. This to me means there's a lot of pressure to sell. This stock is coming down. It is not going up right now. This will continue to go down. What did I say, 160, right? Yeah. This line right here, the bottom of this moving average is 160. If this breaks 160, that is a mental mark. Remember, we started at 150. If this breaks 160, the chance of it going down to 150 or lower is pretty high. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. We are now down to T minus 31 minutes. 31 minutes, guys. What say you? What say you? In the comments here, what say you? EDS runs strong. Shorts are trying to push it down. Yeah, of course. That's what they usually do. End of day, they've noticed the stock has been struggling. They're going to push it down as much as possible. I have a feeling, though, they would take their profits, though, at 160 and would see it bounce off 160. But we'll see. July, 2032. All right. No, that's good. Yeah, 2032. I like it. That's the day. That's the time. Region 7. 162, 163, current battleground. If that fails, next is 160. If buyers can reclaim 164, 166, the breakdown may have been temporary. Yes, absolutely. We just broke the 160, though. That is not good. Let's see if that candle actually closed below or if it is able to come back up. Market makers grabbing the sells and grabbing the sales and can see the buy line up, pay the float. Yeah, it's going to 160. Yes, broke 161. Yep, we saw it test that 160 multiple times there, but they're just tails. All right. We are on 7 hours. I've been live here now. 7 hours. Holy hell. Got my share at 150. Nice. 150. So it broke the let me see. Let's move this forward a little bit. Let's move it forward. Let me extend this line here. Let me extend this line to end of day. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. Let me extend this line. Just past end of day here. Okay, we're good. And let me bring this one over too. Why not? Okay. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. And what we're seeing is a collapse. It started at 1 o'clock. No, at 2 o'clock, right? Let me see. When did this start? 2. No. Yeah. It started at just about 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, it's literally gone from, at 3 o'clock, 169 down to 159. So since it broke this bottom, see the yellow marker here, this gold marker? Since it broke that, that's where I'm saying that it's very easy to see it now hit 150 again, where it started, or possibly even lower. But we'll see, because that's going to be a little bit support, mental support for all the traders. They're going to look at this yellow line and say, oh shit, you know, maybe it's time, it's going to snap back. Let's go ahead and get in right now, because this could be the bottom. This is our chance to get in. It hit a low of 160. Let's buy this sucker up, because it's going to come back up to 165, 169. And we're going to make, you know, 10, 20, 100 grand, who knows? You see the mental? Just look what it's doing. This is what they think. This is the mindset, right? So this stock has literally, this is not traded. Like, I mean, anyone that has day traded ever in their life will tell you this is not a normal IPO trade. I mean, this is not my profession, but if I can see this and call it as it's coming, it's like it shouldn't be like that, because usually IPOs are so erratic. But who knows? Maybe he'll just give up the ghost and drop to 150. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see. Let me see. Next step is 156. I'm going to have to go and check where support is. You're saying it's 156, Rod? I got to change this chart up so we can actually see what's back there. Mass selling. Never try to catch a falling sword. Absolutely. Look at the size of those. All right. So let's go ahead and go back. Let's go and take a look at the whole day. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's start out by getting rid. We need to get rid of that first candle, because that first candle messes up the chart completely. And we'll go with here, the second candle. All right. So this is support. I mean, I don't even see any more support. I mean, right here, I could see maybe like a 160, 161 right about here. What did you say? 156? 156. Yeah, that's the bottom at the literally though at the opening. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, that would be the best that we can come up with. 156 as being support. And then I would say also 160, 161. Literally at the bottom of this moving average is where I would say is support. If it drops below the moving average here, the bottom portion of the moving average, it's pretty much, it's dumping. But there's so much pressure right now. I think right now, too, we're going to see like the FOMO set in. For all those people that didn't get in, that weren't able to get shares, they're going to look at it and say, hell, the opening was really at $150 and it's at 160. We've seen it hit 176 before. Maybe we could buy in, right? We're never going to see this stock ever go back to IPO price, 135, right? So, you know, usually that's what ends up happening. You start seeing some end of day. You get all of the sales, but then all of a sudden the sales just trigger like this FOMO, or people are just like, the fear of missing out, right? Where they're like, oh God, this is a great price now. Let's just jump into this thing. So we could definitely see, I mean, look at that candle. What a nasty candle is that? I don't even know what the hell that even is. But we're going to keep watching it. What is that? 160. But like I said, if you look on the right-hand side, look at the size of the orders. Remember, I have only orders displaying now that are 2,000 shares or more. There's no reason to look at any of the single shares because these are the movers. The people that are buying or selling these type of numbers are the movers and shakers. We're looking at an 8,000 sell here at 160. We have another 161, 5,000 shares sold here. As far as the buys, we have more on the buy side now than we had before, but we're still seeing a drop because look at the pressure. 6,000 here at 59, another 6,700 at 50. Look at this. Someone sold 6,716 shares at 150. So this is not fake. Do you remember we said that we didn't know why is this happening? This is nonsense. Hold on. I'm taking a picture of that. Hold on. So there you have it. You could see that there was actually 6,700, where is it? Right here. 6,716 shares sold at 150. Why would anyone sell their shares at 150 when the market price is 160? Does anyone have an answer for me? Anyone still around listening to this nonsense? Let me know because I don't get it. Let me know. How many did you buy, oh my? You said you bought enough. How many shares did you end up accumulating today? Yeah, it's like a bearish day with late bargain hunting. Yeah, I mean, kind of, sort of. Someone clicked the wrong button, but that's been happening a lot. Someone clicked the wrong button. I don't know. You click the wrong button and you sell your shares at $150. That would not account for all of the rest of these wrong button clickers down here. And they're all at $150. Something is up. Something is fishy. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Man, there's a lot. Look at this, 6,000. I'm gonna take this even higher. Holy God, look at this. 18,320 shares at 159. That's a release right there. 18,320 shares. Holy crap. I'm changing this to 5,000 now so we can see the big movers. Look at these big movers, all red. All red. Look at this, 18,320 for 159.37. But if this person got those 18,000 shares at 135 or less, yeah, it's falling, but to them, it's a win. They're making just crazy money, right? 159. We're at T minus 15 minutes, maybe. Big sellers. But if you look down here, we're seeing big buyers too. We got a 7,000 buyer, 5,000 buyer, 8,000 buyer, another 5, another 7. So it's being picked up. Look at this. You see what happened? Do you see how we don't have as many? The reason being is there's not as much big buyers, big sellers out there. Do you see how the window is not completely full? Because it goes minute to minute to minute to minute and how many can fill. So that just means to me 5,000 and above buyers are pretty much tapped out. There's this one seller here at 159.37 that all of that 18,000 have been eaten up. There's another seller for 13,800 and another seller for 10,000. But look, there's a buyer at 158 for 14,643. That's a big purchase, guys. Oh my God! Look, they're flying in now. Look at this: 32,000 buy, 73,000 buy, 50,000 buy, guys. Look at this. That is money right there. At 159, someone bought for 159. They bought 73,600 shares. Holy crap. They just bought another 23,700. Someone sold 50,200. You see, end of day, 15 minutes left. These are the big players. They've done their duty, right? They're making their money, and the ones that are truly long, that's the person here that's like picking up 73,000 shares, whereas the one that's selling 50,000, right? That's the one that said, you know what? I bought it all. I'm out. I'm making my whatever it is, $20, $15. Times that by 50,000. See what that comes to for the end of day. David Rovi says, come on, baby, down to 129. Yeah, I'm in at 150. Let's see if it actually goes below it. I don't know. Anyone know how many shares sold so far on the day? Look that up for me if you can. How many shares sold so far? This thing has really slowed down now. It's a lot smaller orders now. So we're at 15 minutes. The big players really crushed it at like T-minus 50 minutes. And now it's the smaller money. We just see a $5,000 buy, a 5,000 share buy, a 10,000 share buy, a 5,000 share buy. This is going to start pushing up now. 160. It's really consolidating around that one, like 160. It seems to be like, 10,000 at 160. 9,803 at 159.94. Let's call it 160. Now we have another seller of almost 30,000 at 160. Holy. The biggest seller we've seen so far is the 73,600 seller right here. 73,600 shares. Jeff Bezos or or Billy the Kid over there is trying to tank the IPO with deep pockets. I mean, it's always possible, right? You can short the hell out of something if you have enough money and you just don't care. Almost 30,000 at 160. 160 is really seeming to be that number. I just saw a sale for 159. 159. 6,895 sale at 159. Institutions are building inventory. Yeah. There's another 19,237 at 159 sold. 6,859 at 159 sold. Wow. Look at that. All in a row. 6,895 sold. Those are all in a row. 19,237 sold. 20,000 sold. And then another 9,413. All in a row. All right around that 159 mark. 159 is the magic number. So, coming down the wire, T-minus 11 minutes, guys. What's the prediction for the end? I'm seeing an upward swing. What do you guys think? I'm seeing an upward swing. I feel like this is going to break through this 160 mark and probably could possibly even hit 162. What do you guys think? Look at this buying here. Look at this buying. 6,000, 8,000, 5,000, 10,000, 14,000, 20,000, 5,000, 6,000, 5,000. See that buying? That buying all in a row here, all at 160. That's the number. That is that number. Yeah, people are the people that actually want to hold this are looking at 160 as the number to hold that they want to accumulate at. Because remember, it started at 150. So if you were to buy at 160, it's only $10 more expensive. But the problem that a lot of people will have is they'll say the upside is only 16 bucks from that. It's 176. It's not like if it ran up to 240 bucks and it's back down to 160. It didn't do that. So this is a slow burn. This is like not the normal. This is not what I expected. But it's okay. We're seeing a whole bunch of green candles down here. I mean, green candles, and we're seeing a lot of green on the volume, which is good. So all this move upward is all green. Not bad. We'll take it. Let me go ahead and come in like this. Come in like this. And then like this. All right. So it is 9 minutes. Are we going to draw one more final line, guys? I think we will. I think we're going to. This is the final line. Look at that. Look at that motion. Does it hit the 62 that I said? We'll see. There's a lot of upward. There's selling too. There's a lot of selling here too. But we are still seeing the buying in at that 161 now. 160, 161. But we're still seeing an upward movement. So no matter what, the buyers are still eating up that inventory. So the big money is still looking at this as a buy at 160. Like an eBay auction. Exactly. Thank you so much for that. That's MN Doughboy, 480 million shares traded. So remember, there was only 555 million shares available, so they did not even trade every single share once. That is light. I would have expected them to retrade many of them. That's really strange to me. 160. We're at T minus 7 minutes. We saw it go up to 161 was the max. 161. So if they abide by my line, that means by end of day, it should not be below this 161.83. But if they don't like my line, they'll drop it below. But we'll see. My lines have been pretty good today. Strong run to close. Yeah. After hours will go up to 180s, probably. That's usually what happens. Then it'll drop back down on one day and then push again. 162 short. Yeah. Now it's still. I mean, I think it has the ability to hit the 162 mark. $487 million traded. Oh, so he hit the 75. Good. So $76.8 billion raised. Thank you for that. Thank you. It's one red candle and a green candle next to it. Still hasn't, it has respected my line. The stock has respected my line. You know what? Let's just zoom in so we can see what's going on a little bit closer for right now. We'll zoom back out in 5 minutes when the market is over. Yes, it is respecting the line. That means it should be right around here, 162. Yeah, I do too, Rod. The lack of volatility is just nice because you could look at this and you could see the trends pretty easy. You know, I mean, if you've done it a couple of times, I mean, you could look at it and be like, yeah, okay, I see it. You know, that being said, I mean, if you haven't played before, then you know you don't know what's going on. Were there any pauses today? There wasn't a single pause. That was for you, oh my. Not a single pause. I thought that there would be circuit breakers over and over and over. I was completely wrong. Completely wrong. There's the 162. There it is. All right. Come on. Let it rip a little bit. Go ahead, do it. You see, all those people down here, all that smart money was buying in at that 159 mark, just before the 160. Smart money. That's why a lot of times I will switch this to the top buyers and sellers so I know where the smart money is going. I don't want to see the onesie twosies or 100 here and 100 there. I want to see people that are putting up 19,000. I mean, you know, now you're talking about a lot of money. Let's do some math. So this guy bought, what is it? 19,900, right? So 19,900 times, what do you buy it at? 162 even. So he bought $3.2 million of stock. Holy crap, guys. Look at this. Look at this buy. 303,000 shares at 62.37. You know where they expect this stock to go. 303,700 shares. 303,700 times 62.3785. They bought 49,314,000,000 shares. They bought $14 billion worth of shares. Right there. Right here. Who that is, who knows. But that's 303. What do you think about that, guys? Institutional buying. Absolutely. They know this is money. Now, of course, some of them will sell it back down a little bit. But whoever bought that 49, let's call it $50 billion worth of shares at the last 2 minutes, that means a lot. That means a lot going into aftermarket. That means a lot going into Monday. That's the type of stuff that I look for. Now, if it was a sale for $50 billion, I would say this thing is not going to do well on Monday. When you see that, to me, I think it'll be doing pretty well. Because the people that are in the know, they look at that and they're like, oh God. So 162 is the magic number for this person to buy 50 billion shares or $50 billion worth of shares. That's the number. So 162, like we said, isn't that what we said? We did say 162. So that was the magic number, 162. Okay. I'm all right with that. So it's going to come down a little bit. What are we going to close at? Maybe 160? We got like 1 minute left of trading. And then, of course, it'll be aftermarket. But let's see what we end up with. $161. There's another 13,000, another 12,000 buy. Oh my God. Someone just sold 7.8 million shares at $160. 7.8 million shares was just sold at closing. Holy crap. That's got to be like an Elon sale, right? Who that would have am I wrong here? That's got to be an Elon, right? So 7846844 times 160.95. What do we got here? Oh, there you go. So you got $1.2 trillion sale. A $1.2 trillion sale at 160. Now we have another aftermarket sale of another almost 4 million shares. So this has got to be, I mean, okay guys, who's going to have 1.2 billion and now another sale for about 600 or 700 million? I mean, 1.2 billion, is it? Yeah. That has to be Elon, right? Here's the number, guys. That's when you do the math on 7.8 million shares. That's the math on it. Yeah, so that's what does that come to? Yeah. Wow. speculation. Who sold that? Who sold 1.2 billion and then right above it sold another batch? Let me see what this is. 3971965 times 160 160.95. Oh no, 160.9222. I'll give you the math on that one too. There you go. So we're looking at a $1.2 billion sale. Yeah, not trillion, sorry. A $1.2 billion sale and what is it? 6.3? So $639 million sale. Right? Yeah. So that's total of, let's say, close to $2 billion. Right? Yeah. So let's say $2 billion. Who sold $2 billion of SpaceX at closing? That's what I want to know. So, yeah, I just looked this up. It could have been 3 characters: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, or JP Morgan Chase. It could be one of those major IPO underwriters because they're not allowed to sell that type of volume until end of day. And they literally sold the volume at the last minute, right? Interesting. And those 2 big sales were, let's call it, at 61. So if you want to write down something important, write down the number 161, because that's what one of these big sellers, one of these massive sellers, sold the stock at, 161. I think it's a good number to kind of keep in mind. We're seeing also aftermarket trends of 162 here. We see 162, 7,000, 162 at 7,000. So just like we predicted, 162 is probably going to be the market as for aftermarket, and it will probably go into Monday right around there. I would venture to say it spikes up to 180, 200, something like that. That's usually what ends up happening. And then it falls back down to, maybe 170, 180, something like that. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But we'll watch it. But this was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. This was just, obviously, this was a very long live. We've been live for 7.5 hours, and I'm tired. So I'm kind of exhausted, but it was really fun to do. I've been wanting to do this. I couldn't wait. This is something that I've been waiting to do for 5 years, and it's here. And it's just amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. I'm just going to back out on this chart completely so you can see what it looks like for the full day. That's what the full day looked like. So never hit the 176 again. And it had a absolute all-time low of right around 157, I guess, after the initial 150, after it kind of sprung up. It hit that low towards the end of 157.8, I think. And that was it. So anyways, guys, listen, thank you so much for being here. I see that Tesla, what is Tesla at? Tesla closed at 406. My prediction is Monday, Tesla will go into the 300s again, but we will see. Thank you so much. Great job. I appreciate that. I'm glad everyone hopefully had a good time. I had a really good time. And I want to thank everyone in the community that was, chatting back and forth, because I appreciate that. That's what kind of keeps it all going. I appreciate you, Oh My, and Rotten Dog, and all the rest of you, MN, Doughboy, all of you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the super chats out there. Those are always helpful. The free gifted memberships from Shannon. If you got a free gifted membership, say thank you. If you haven't subscribed, consider doing so. Head over to the website, that JCristina.com. You can see it in the pinned comment. Go to JCristina.com/shop. Pick up some merch, pick up my book, pick up something, help support the channel. Anyways, guys, we will see you on Monday, bright and early, for not necessarily a recap of this, but it'll probably be a brand new video on something that's really interesting that I've been working on for a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Blessings, have a great one, and we will see you on Monday. Take care, guys.